And we are kicking off today with a magic with your shrink plastic. We've got some big news on that, which I will share in a moment with you. Very, very, very exciting. If you missed the show yesterday, genuinely, you are in for a really big treat. And Peter's here with us at 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock here today as well. At 2, I am really excited because we have Janie here bringing her brand new book kits. You've got to see these. They're absolutely beautiful. And Janie's also bringing her very own prints as well. Some really lovely paper, some of which is available on digital download too. So that is a mega show to look out for. At 3 o'clock, we've got the Gemini expressions left, fold alphabet and numbers. Really, really exceptional kit. And we've got a very special deal that's back in stock for the first time since April. So yes, from Mojito Midi, if you're wanting to get hold of that, today is the day. 4 o'clock, Pete is back. We've got 5 o'clock, June treasure bundle from Janie's Originals as well. And then Crafters is back at 6. And paper embroidery with Add Some Sparkle. Robert's going to be here. And those shows, oh my goodness, they always fly out the door. So if you haven't yet met Rob, he is wonderful. He's going to be back here at 7 o'clock as well. So what a day, what a start to the weekend. Pete.
Hi.
Shall we talk about yesterday? Welcome back to HobbyMaker. It was crazy, wasn't it?
It was crazy. It was crazy. It was just, yeah, it was boom. Because we were looking at shrink plastic and we were looking at hot glue guns in the way you may never have seen them before. You know, If you think of shrink plastic as things that kids draw on and shrink in the oven and have a bit of fun, oh no. No. We're taking it to the next level. You
really have. I mean, Pete is giving you a whole business idea here today. It's very exciting. Luxury jewellery. It was so popular. The vast majority of stock we brought to you yesterday actually sold out completely. But the wonderful thing is, because we are the TV home for Sizzix, it means we're pretty good friends, really. So we've been able to restock on some of your absolute favourites. Now, just to let you know and just to give you complete transparency as well, because it is a restock, it might just be a couple of days longer in terms of delivery. But you know what? It's the weekend anyway. It's absolutely fine and it's well worth the wait, believe you me. We just have to wait for it to get back to our warehouse and then it will come to you, okay? I'm going to show you our website straight away because hobbymaker.co.uk is where you are going to be able to go and shop for lots of things coming up on the show today. So if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on Watch Live, scroll down, and you're going to find coming up on today's show. Okay, do you see what is back in stock there? We have the printable shrink plastic. We've got all of your fabulous sparkly shrink plastic. We've got the white, we've got the black, we've got the clear, we've got it all. We have last stock of the Sizzix glue gun as well. I picked mine up today. I'm so excited. The stand is back in stock for you as well. All of this, it's here. Now, you can also see, because we were chatting, Pete, with Janie just before the show, her beautiful paper, she's got the digital downloads. We're thinking you can print this out onto the printable shrink plastic. Indeed. And you've got a wonderful, wonderful collection there as well. So, yeah, very exciting. Please shop ahead. It's very busy. Already things are starting to go. So don't wait for us, okay? Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do, as I'm going to come over to you. Is that okay? Sorry, just feel very far away. I'm going to come over because we've got to talk about this. Here we go. Hi. I've just picked mine up, Pete, because I ordered it yesterday.
You did.
I did. Yeah. Very, very excited. I can't believe I haven't had a glue gun in the house. We used to have them growing up, and we've just not had one yet. But you're going to show us a whole new way of working with this today, aren't you?
Yeah, it's not just any old glue gun. I mean, you know, if I was sticking 2 bits of wood together and standing here for an hour, it'd be a pretty boring show. But because of the special features we put into this glue gun, it's a creative tool. Yeah, it will stick 2 bits of wood together, and it's brilliant in there. But it will do so much more as well. Okay,
fantastic. I mean, it really, really is superb. And we've also got, for you today, 20 free glue sticks that you're going to be getting with it as well. But let's just show you what we're talking about when. Would you ever look at these, right? How professional, how utterly wonderful. Kat saying, don't say it, don't say it. The boy wizard.
The boy wizard.
With the lightning scar. I mean, look at these. You would pay very good money for these if you found them in a shop, wouldn't you?
You just missed a good pun there. You should have said wonderful.
Oh,
missed an opportunity.
Not there. Where's the
Can we rewind?
Should we rewind?
Yeah.
It's a wonderful deal that we have here today. Oh, hello. We have this deal. I have to just warn you, once it's gone, it's gone. We don't have many of these in stock right now. But would you ever look at these and think they've been created by using a glue gun? Pete is going to show us how to do it. And I urge you to come and get your glue gun and give this a go. When this deal's gone, it is well and truly gone. I can't see the screen right now, but I know we'll get that updated in a moment. But I believe Kat's telling me lots of you coming through for this already. It's just amazing. Now, tell us about, because the Sizzix glue gun is different to other glue guns.
It's very different to other glue guns, and there are in many ways. First and foremost, we have a precision nozzle. We're not the only glue gun to have that, but that helps you to do precision artwork.
Yeah.
Now, it has an on-off switch at the side, so there's a light, an indicator light. But what's really cool about this is this handle.
Okay.
It's a long pull handle, so you can do a gradual stream of hot glue, or you can pump it through. Now, a standard glue gun doesn't have the same heat as this. This has a higher heat element. So you can continue to pump the glue. So you can almost write with it. A lot of them, you pump the glue out, you have to wait for it to heat up again, and then carry on.
Yeah, which is a bit frustrating. You don't get that fluidity.
It is frustrating. I mean, it's fine for what a glue gun's meant for, sticking two bits of wood together. But if you want to use this as an art tool, then you need a glue gun like this. You really do.
Yeah.
So,
That's it.
should we show it in action?
Let's do it. I'm just going to quickly say 10% of the stock has already gone. Please check out your baskets. Okay, yeah, let's see it in action. Show us how to make these fabulous wands.
I'm going to roll out this. Now, this is our glue gun accessory kit. I'll talk about all the little bits in good time. There's also a glue gun stand, which is a universal stand. So any glue gun that you might have, it's going to rest on there. Because we know that they always have a little stand on, but they never stand. I was going to say
it's got a life of its own.
They never stand, but it did. But you see, because of the lead on it, it does pull it off. But so that's handy to have, and it has channels to keep extra glue sticks in.
Fantastic.
Now, magic wands. It all starts with a stick or a pencil or a chopstick, as we've seen. Whatever you've got to hand, just go out into the woods and pick up a few sticks. What I've done with this, you can see I've started to put some glue on there. Okay, so we're going to build it up and we're going to create some texture.
Now, once you've done that and you built that up, you put that in cold water,
Put it in cold water. So I've got a jar of cold water close to hand, and that is the trick. So what I'm going to do now, see what I mean about how you can pump this out. Now,
it's a continual flow, isn't it?
Absolutely. So you see we're building up the bulk there, and I keep it turning. So I'm always turning the stick, and then pop it into the cold water, because that will help it set. It's still warm, and you can form it. So if I wanted to take one of these silicone, they're finger protectors, but you can also use them to manipulate the glue, so you can get a lovely twist, as we saw in some of those ones earlier. So I'm gonna pop that back in the cold water, so we get it to set, and then we get the texture. Now let's talk about drawing with this. So I'm going to come through and so now it's coming time to change my glue stick. So I just go back and two like that, and that gets rid of all those stringy bits. So I take a glue stick out of the channel, pop it back in, and we're ready to go. And what I'm doing, I'm going back and two, like so, and back again. So we go. Now, here's the thing. You know those those magic wands you showed before?
Yeah.
I bet people were looking at those and thinking, how on earth do you do that? I wish I could do something like that. Well, you can, because I've done these as a workshop. Yeah. Everybody who came to that workshop, they took away a wand which looks very much like the ones you're showing now. So it's very accessible. Whether you're an absolute beginner, you might be channel surfing and this is the first time you've come to us here at HobbyMaker, and you might think, I've never done anything like this. There's no reason why you can't get the same results as we're about to show you in a few easy steps. Yeah. It's very, very accessible. It's very easy. You know, and once you've done these, older kids, obviously, they're fine working with the glue gun. With the younger ones, obviously, it is hot glue.
Okay.
So, you know...
So know your kids and obviously just be aware and help them.
Yeah.
I need to give you a little bit of an update. 30% of our stock has gone. You can see why these sold out yesterday. We have managed to get a quantity back in, but it is flying out the door again. I mean, and I have to say, message in as well. Because if you're a parent or grandparent or aunt or uncle who has bought these very expensive resin wands that you can buy from the famous shop and you can buy online, you know, the boy wizard, okay? They're made of resin. How many of them have broken? So the first thing Idris did when he got his first one home was dropped it on our kitchen floor, which is very hard, and it snapped.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, that was 25 quid well spent, wasn't it? Look, it was Grandma, thanks Grandma, who bought that one. But you know, these, they are so much more realistic and they're so much more individual. That's what we were saying yesterday. Yeah.
Bespoke, absolutely. That's the key to it. There's no two wands going to be the same.
No. And that's how it is in the wizarding world.
Of course.
Every wizard and every witch has a very unique one that chooses them. Right?
The wand chooses the wizard.
Oh, that was a very good impression.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
So we're just going back in two now. Now, this is random. I don't have any particular skill level with this. I wasn't born being an expert wizard maker, wand maker rather. I'm just
having
born
fun.
being glue. I'm just making textures. And there's all sorts of things you can do with this as well. So if you've got micro beads, you can pour them over to get some extra texture, or even sand. You know, anything that you have to hand. So I'm going to leave it at that point.
Lovely.
We've built that up. So we've got some bulk. That's our handle. And then we'll dip it in the water. In fact, we'll leave it in the water.
That is a particularly lovely stick, I have to say as well.
That is a particularly lovely stick. It's got that gorgeous texture. So
you can have fun. You're getting out in nature as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that's part of the fun, and that's part of the creative journey. You go with the kids, they choose their stick.
Yeah,
so
that's it. 40% of the stock has now gone. People are multi-buying. Please make sure you're checking out your baskets. Now,
we painted this, obviously, with matte black paint. And what I'm going to do... Now, this is
there any particular paint that you use?
As long as you've got matte acrylic, usually the craft acrylic. So this is not artist acrylic in the sense that, you know, you can paint with it, but it's very quick drying. It's very quick drying, whereas most artist acrylic, they have a slightly different consistency.
Got you.
So it's, and it doesn't mean they're better, it just means they have different properties. So the drying time of this is exceptionally quick, as we're about to see.
And that's what you want, isn't it? Because this is dry brushing.
That's exactly what you want.
The black paint you used, did you say that was chalk paint?
That was chalk paint, blackboard paint, any black matte acrylic that you've got. And that, now I want 80%, I want about 20% of that coming through.
Okay.
So I've got 3 colours. And it doesn't matter what colours these are. I'm using a brown palette, but we've got a dark tone, a mid-tone, and a light tone. That's the key. Now, again, you looked at these and you probably thought, oh my word, I could never do anything like that. But look at what I'm doing. Are you telling me there's any skill involved? It's not Picasso, is it?
Giving away all your secrets.
No, but that's it. But one of the reasons I love doing what I do is showing people that you can do this. You can absolutely do this. There's no, you don't have to do 4 years in art college or spend all your life doing it. You can just have a go at it. And you know what? If this doesn't turn out the way you like it, paint it black, start again.
Yeah, and I mean, just thinking about this as well, even if your kids can't do the glue gunning part, they can definitely do this, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And you can get your glitter out, you could make it fairy wand if you wanted to. You could get your feathers and sort of attach little bits, couldn't you?
Gilding wax.
Gilding wax, yeah.
You can see there is one there actually, which has a jump ring in the top.
Yes. Yeah. Here we go.
Now that one has gilding wax on it. There's a jump ring in the top, and that one did have a feather attached, which has since become unattached. I'm not sure what the word is.
We don't know where the feather is.
No, we haven't got a clue.
But it's somewhere.
I'm sure it was in the box, but it didn't make it.
But I mean, if you've got a craft store, maybe you're going to do a stall at the Kids' Summer Fair, or look at these. Every child in the school is going to want one of these. So you've got a winning stand straight away.
Well, my daughter, one of her birthdays, we had a party and everybody got a one.
That's amazing. What a brilliant idea for a kids' party. Caroline says, love Pete's demos. And the thing is what you absolutely 100% need to do this well is you need a really good quality glue gun.
That's
the key. You need that continuous flow, and not all glue guns will do that. You know, this is one that will absolutely give you that. So, come on in.
So we've gone in with the darker colour. Now, at this point, that's looking
Awesome.
quite good already. But now we're coming in with this mustard colour. And I'm just picking up some highlights. So I'm not putting as much on. I'm putting less of this on now. I'm just picking up...
Just picking the details.
Just a few bits. So...
I've just got this lovely message from Leonore. Sorry to interrupt, Pete, in Essex. She says, the Sizzix glue gun was my first choice for making all 100 favours for my niece's wedding, especially at one chance only, central diamante placement. So when you're wanting precision and you want that absolute spot-on placement, this is the glue gun you want to get, 100%.
That's a very good point, actually. Thank you for sending that.
Thank you, Leonore, yeah.
Now, finally, this is the very light colour. These are the highlights. So we're just picking it up now. This is going to make it pop and zing. This shows the black underneath the brown. So all of those colours are still coming through. And it's picking up the texture of the bark, of the little knots in the wood. Everything. It's making wood look more woody than if it was just wood.
Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. It's just wonderful.
There you go. And that's pretty much it. And that's already dry. You can do this at home, absolutely, 100%. There's nothing to it. It's just such good fun. But it's not just the ones. It's not just the one. If I wanted to say, if I took this glue gun, we talk about precision, we talk about almost writing with it, right? Let's check this out. And this is what we have when we have a continuous flow, okay? We can do things like this. We can come around. I don't know whether to make a butterfly or a flower. We'll see how it turns out. But can you see the precision? Because I've got this long nozzle. And we're getting that. So I'm putting everything where I want it to be.
Because also, I'm just looking at, you're not having to move your fingers and continually pump because of a small sort of hand, you know, you're able to just really slowly control that, which is fantastic.
I just thought of an analogy. It might be rubbish, but, you know, say you were playing a violin with a very short bow. That's what it's like with a standard glue gun with a very short, stubby, what do we call it?
Like the trigger.
Trigger.
Yes, thank you, Kat.
So that's the difference. You can get a smooth, clean, continuous line, and it is imperfect. You know,
but that's the beauty of it.
That is absolutely the beauty of it.
I'm also just going to ask about this because this is part of our accessories bundle, right? The silicone mat, which obviously you can use for all your crafting, and all of these different tools. So once you've done that and it's dry, that will just peel away so easily.
That will peel away. Once that cools, you can peel it away. And we'll show you a couple of examples of things that we've done using this hot glue. There we go. So we got a butterfly on the go there.
Look, that's beautiful. Look at that.
And then to finish it, you just turn it like that, and that pulls off that little stringy bit. But if I can just reach over here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So just coming away from the wands, what we've got is, do we want to hold these up to the camera or on the overhead? How would you like to do?
Oh, here we go. I think Becky's picking them up. Here we are.
So there's a flower. Now that was dried, it was peeled away, and then I used metallic spray paint. You're better at this.
There we go. Well, no, just thinking you can pass my...
Oh, right.
Teamwork.
That's a really good one.
There we go.
There's a little butterfly.
Gorgeous. So that is with the glue gun, and then you've put
the glue gun, and then spray paint. So a metallic spray paint, just go to you know, a hobby shop or any kind of shop. So just a little background like that, and then you can put them on panels and create lovely textures.
This is the one that looks like they're dancing. I love it.
Yes, you did say that yesterday.
Yeah. Look at this.
So you can take that whatever you want. We've actually done some panels as well, which are sort of kind of mixed media.
Here we go.
Which are really cool.
We will say as well, right, $11.99 is an awesome deal for this accessories kit. We'll just show you exactly what you're getting in it as well. So you're getting your silicone mat, okay? You're also going to get your spatula, which is a pointy tool at the end as well. So you can use that to sort of shape and things like that. You're also going to get 4 of your...
Well, we call them finger protectors.
Yeah, finger protectors.
But you can use them to manipulate the glue if you're using it in an artistic way.
Because you've even got that little shape on there, haven't you?
That's right.
Which again allows you to do it. So you're getting 4 of those in different shapes and different sizes. £6. I mean, it's unbelievable. You should be paying more than that, really, just for the mat. I mean, you know, when you're talking about a craft mat, you know what you can pay for them. So this is a really exceptional deal, just £6. No wonder it sold out yesterday. 10% of our restock has already gone. And it's looking like it's gonna, when it's gone, it's gone. We have no more planned shows for this collection. Please make sure you're checking out today. Alison, hello, lovely Pete and Rosie. I have tried many glue guns. This is literally the best ever, in my opinion. Love, Ali. What a great message.
Thank
I mean,
you,
that's
Alison.
it, you know.
It's great to hear. It really is.
Fantastic, isn't it?
I believe that, obviously.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
it's nice that you out there believe the same thing. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Amanda's got a question as well.
Oh,
this is a lovely idea. Hi, Pete and Rosie. What a lovely idea. Could you glue some LED lights to the wand?
Yeah, I had that idea ages ago, actually. But I didn't, but I'm gutted that I didn't. So thank you for that, Amanda. I'm gonna go back, and Monday morning I'm gonna be doing just that thing.
You could have one LED light at the tip.
Oh, come on. That is
Come on. That's a great idea. Eloise says, hi, Ellie, actually, hi, loving the show. Can you tell us, yes, I'm glad you spotted that. Here we go. Can you tell us how to do the honey jar, please?
Of course.
This is lovely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've just seen me create this lovely... Oh, let's see. Is this cool?
Oh, yay. There you go.
Look at that. Look at that. Wow.
That is so cool.
And
Look at that.
It's ready to go. Yeah, put it against my hand like that. That's better. Oh,
Here we go. Do you know what?
Light.
I wonder if you can
we
pop
can
it.
put it. We can
There
put
we
it on
go.
the honey jar. You can attach that to something like that as well. You know, you could use spray glue. You can attach that, or you could do it straight on the honey jar. And that's what I did. So I drew the letters with the glue gun.
And how about the drips of honey? Did you do that directly on?
That's exactly the same thing. So you just build up the glue, build it up, and then again, it's a dry brush technique. So we were using similar colours to what I've just used. I used a very dark brown underneath. Then I used the mustard, and then finally we just splattered some of that ivory over the top. So same kind of colours we were using. Yeah. And it's just an old jar that I picked up in a bring them by or something like that.
It's great. We think about all the jam jars, you know, at home that you get through, and you know what you can do with them, how you can transform them into beautiful parts. You know, it's really exciting. Again, little vases for your flowers. Now, half of our stock of the glue gun has officially gone. Over half the stock for our glue gun accessories has gone. Today, and I will be really clear about this because this is very important, we're not going to be able to restock any of this again, okay? What you have on the show today, the printable sheets that are coming up, the glue gun, the stand that we're about to bring to you, everything that we bring to you on the show today, this is it. We haven't got another planned show. We cannot restock on anything again. Obviously, because we have restocked already. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of items flew out the door yesterday. We have restocked. There will be that little bit of a delay on your delivery. Don't worry about that. It will be on its way to you. But my goodness me, and it's still only £3.95 per day for your delivery as well, which it doesn't matter how much you order, it's just £3.95 fully. Now, half of our stock of the glue gun accessories kit has also gone. It's going to be it's literally going to be the same as yesterday, I think.
It's going to be one of them days.
It is indeed. Donna says, hi, Pete and Rosie. What a fantastic idea. It never even entered my head that you could make something so creative with a glue gun. And here's the thing, it might not have entered your head because the glue gun that you have it doesn't give you that capability. Yeah. This glue gun, because of its longer trigger and everything, you're able to do it. So it's
the long trigger, the extra heat. Think of how you can use those to your advantage, being able to... And you can, when I say you can write with it, you could write with it. You can literally write with it.
You can do. I mean, oh my word, so many things to do. Now, the stand's completely sold out yesterday again. We have once again restocked for you. This is the last restock. We cannot restock anymore. Once it's gone, it's gone. They're already going. But tell us about this stand, because this is genius, really, isn't it? It's fabulous.
It is. I mean, it collapses. So, you know, that comes down. Okay. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. We'll pop it over here. That's it.
Down.
Here we go.
And then you just pop it back up. You've got the little... So, there we are.
Ah.
So that slots in there. So you can have it, depending on the size or the height of your glue gun, you can put that in there. You've got the twin channels there to hold your extra glue sticks.
Little details like that.
It is. It's the little details. And then you've got it on the side of your desk like that. So it's out of sight, out of mind. The thing about these things is the lead. The lead has more weight than the actual gun itself.
Sure.
So it can pull it over and what have you. And you don't want it resting against a desk that is varnished. You know, so that's why you want a silicone mat or something which is heat resistant like that to make sure that it doesn't come into contact with your table or what have you. I mean, that's the same with all glue guns. But yeah, it's a great idea. And we've also got this little drip mat. You can see there's a little blob there. It's a silicone.
So you could turn that into a pearl.
You could.
And
that's another thing you can do, actually. You can make, on your silicone mat, you can make little beads.
Yes.
Which then you can paint with metallics or whatever afterwards, or pearlized paint, and you can add them.
Fab. There's so much that you can do with this. You're going to have the best time. 60% of our stock has gone to the stand. That's going to be sold out before the end of this hour. So again, check out your baskets. That is so important. You know, when you go to the supermarket, no one's putting their hand into your basket to take things out. When you shop online elsewhere, if you're shopping for clothes or anything like that, they might give you an hour. They tend to sort of, you know, it's yours for an hour until you're checked out. We can't do that because we're so busy. We're live, we're interactive. You've seen the messages coming through as well. You know, we can't do that. We can't hold stock for you. If it's in your basket, it's not really there. Someone else is going to be taking it out until it is checked out fully. Once you've checked out, then it's yours, okay? So please make sure you're checking out. Now, while you get some of your like demos ready, and just, oh my gosh, I can't wait for you to see all of the samples that Peter's done. I'm going to pop over and just introduce you to the printer. Right, this is already selling on the website massively, and I cannot stress in enough words. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these sold out yesterday. We have restocked. Again, there's a little bit of delay with delivery, but we're talking a couple of days, so do not worry. We pushed Liam. Liam told us how much he had as a restock, because this is the TV home of Sizzix. So we buy the stock, okay, so that we have it ready to go. So we just got to wait for it to arrive to our warehouse, and then we can post it directly to you. Liam said a number, and Kat and I both went, that is not going to be enough. Did you see what happened yesterday? We saw how many people missed out yesterday as well. And so, oh my gosh, this is not just... Right, first of all, every shrink plastic packet that you buy today, it is not just shrink plastic. This is really exceptional. It's absolutely amazing. What we're about to bring to you is something that is an absolute game changer. And when you see what Pete has crafted and created... Genuinely, this is a whole new business idea. This is something that you could take all of your digital downloads, the digital downloads that are coming up with Janie as well, that we've been talking about. You can take drawings, you can take your own personal drawings, your kids' drawings, you can take photographs. You're going to see things that you have never even contemplated before, because this is genuinely a game changer. This is printable shrink plastic, and already coming through on the web and the phones, people coming through, people multi-buying. Look, this is incredible what you can do. And actually, the affordability of it as well is a game changer. Pete is going to show you in a moment luxury jewellery that he has crafted using your printable shrink plastic. The price that we're going to be giving you today for 10 sheets, okay, for 10 sheets, this is really where we're going, Kat. She's questioning Pete. She's saying, really? Really? We're going this low? This is for 10 sheets. That makes it 79p a sheet. Now, we're going to show you in a moment a suite of jewellery, right? You can make 2 suites of jewellery from 1 sheet. So essentially, you can make a suite of luxury jewellery for 35 pence or 37.5p. And you can take it to your craft fairs, you can make and sell, you can gift. Honestly, it is absolutely incredible what you're going to be able to do with this. Think about all your favourite photographs, think about all your favourite digital downloads that you have that you're wanting to craft, your Pollyanna Pickerings, your fabulous JD's Original, brand new digital downloads on their way for you today as well. If you're eagle-eyed of you, have already started shopping there too. But there is so much you can do, and this is opening up a whole brand new form of craft for so many of you. Message in, if you were with us yesterday as well, message in and you sort of think about the ideas that you have for this as well. Now, the stock we have for you today, it is a big stock because we made Liam get the biggest stock possible. It's on at 1, it's on at 4, we need it all, okay? 10% of that has already gone in a matter of minutes. It's been on screen for 3 minutes and 10% has already gone, 15% now actually. So I'm going to whiz back over to Pete, and I'm just going to, have you got that sheet, Pete? There's a little poem. That sheet.
Yeah.
with the beautiful pattern on to show that gorgeous suite of jewellery. Or are you already going to do it? You've got it.
Should we? Yeah. Well, do you know what? Should we? Yes. Let's do that. Actually.
Sorry, have I ruined everything?
No. That was going to be my first demo. So that was going to be my thing.
There we go.
So, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Well, let's just do that. It'll be perfect.
But you're right. Patterns, photographs. Yeah. Any sort of free downloadable, anything you can imagine that you print onto card and paper, you can print onto shrink plastic.
This is
and
so
you
exciting.
can turn it into you can make the most gorgeous jewellery, you can make key rings. There's something else which I didn't talk about actually, which we're going to look at later. So things like that, you know, they're going to a friend of mine who is an English lecturer in a university up near me. So she loves her vintage books. She's got a big collection. So if you're talking about, I know you picked up those little key rings. Say it's the end of term and you want to give something nice to the teacher. Get your son or daughter to write something out and then shrink it down, make a key ring. It's just even cuts. Now that one you're showing there,
hold on.
That is actually, they are dingbat fonts.
What do you mean by dingbat fonts again? Just for anyone who's not sure.
It's a font like we see with, so that's another dingbat font right there. So what they are is, you know what a font is obviously on your computer. You can download not letters and numbers, but pictures. So they have different pictures. And you can print them just like you would any other font. So that is a tattoo one. Now, you could make something, that is my wife and daughter, so that's a little key ring there. It's got a bit I think that one's been a bit scuffed. But, you know, for a Mother's Day present, a Father's Day present, a little thank you.
This is your boys as well, isn't it?
That's the boys, yeah. So, wow, that makes me feel old. So, yeah, any kind of, you know, vintage downloadables. This is a lovely card. And you can see that all of those... Now, those flowers, that's very interesting, actually, because they were printed, the flowers were printed onto the shrink plastic. Then, the letters in the background are actually rubber stamped. And the smokiness around the edge, that was done with distress inks. So you can use inks on shrink plastic as if it was just paper.
Oh, it's so brilliant.
A whole new world.
It's absolutely brilliant. I'll show you this this beautiful pattern one, and then we can see it all in action, Pete.
Yeah,
you can show us how it works.
Yeah, of course. There you go. So
look at that. Super cool. And these could all be little pins. They could all be wearable. It could be a wearable card, couldn't it?
They could be little brooches. They could be earrings. They could be pendants. They could be
fridge magnets.
Fridge magnets.
There we go. Oh, just amazing. So how does it work? For anyone who's watching who has never seen shrink plastic before, what is it? What does it look like? And then what does it turn into?
Let's do that. Before we get into a printable, that's a good call, actually. Let's get a shrink plastic. Now, whatever you do with shrink plastic or on shrink plastic, whether it's a design, that design is going to shrink down and the colours are going to intensify. Now, I'm going to bring out... Now, this is our shrink plastic kit, and this is absolutely unique. You will not see anything like this anywhere else. And there are three distinct elements to this. Firstly, your heat-resistant mat. Secondly, your mesh tool. And then this, I can never remember the name of it. But
Stamper.
Well, I think I call it that, but it's not the actual official name, but that's a good name for it. Now, this is shrink plastic. This is a die-cut flower.
Okay, perfect.
And this is what happens to it. If I can just reach over here. See, I'm all over.
Want me to hold that while you're...
So it shrinks down, I think, by about 40%.
Okay.
So, or rather, it's 40% of its original size. Now, let's see how this works. But before I do, you know, I'm going to do something. I haven't planned to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to take a rubber stamp.
Okay.
So the folks can see how a stamped image actually comes down. So it's just a stamp that I've got handy there.
Okay.
So we put that text on there, just as an example. And we'll pop it on the mat. Now, the mat stops it. Having a silicone mat stops this from moving about. But the mesh, what happens with shrink plastic is it shrinks back sometimes. Sometimes a flower like this can curl in on itself and stick.
Okay.
So we have this silicone mesh to hold it down. Now, my heat tool is a dual speed. So I've got hot, which is for embossing powders and shrink plastic, and I've got the cooler one, which is more for drying acrylics and watercolours and things like that.
So they don't all have that dual heat, do they?
Some people have a different tool for a different function, heat tool, but when you have a dual speed, then, you know, you've got it all in one.
Yeah, perfect.
So we'll keep this moving over the top of that. I don't want to concentrate in one area because that will cause a bit of distortion. So we keep moving, it's moving, and you can see it's starting to shrink. I'm making sure that I focus this on the whole flower. Now you notice it's not curling in on itself, and that's because of the mesh. If I take this mesh away, it will be inclined to do. See how that text in the middle?
Yeah.
Right? Let's just pop this over.
So if you don't have that mesh there, you're kind of having to chase it all over the place, aren't you? And it can just...
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
And the smaller it gets, the more... Because this is obviously, it's blowing out heat, but it's also blowing like a hairdryer as well.
Yeah.
Now that, make sure everything is absolutely flat. So if you are doing a brooch or jewellery or earrings or something like that, you want it flat. So you wait a little while till it cools, and there you have it. And let's remember the size it started off.
Yeah.
It was quite big, wasn't it?
Now it's like that as well. That's really hard, isn't it? So it's really, you know...
It's like, it's sort of 3-4 times thicker. It's solid, it's rigid. Before that, it's quite brittle shrink plastic, you know, but this, wow.
So if you're wanting to punch any holes or anything like that for a key ring, for example, you punch the hole first.
You do that before, absolutely. Yeah. Now, let's have a look. Now, we were talking, weren't we, about patterns. Let's say... This is the one you're talking about, I think. This is the one, right. Now, let's say we printed this pattern out.
Yeah.
Okay. If I cut that, let's say I cut a strip, right, which is this.
Yeah.
And let's say I cut that bit in half. Okay. So I've got these 3 pieces now. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Are we...
I'm just going to pull you over this way, that's it. There we go.
Okay, so we've got the 1, 2, 3 pieces. Now, from this one, I'm going to make a brooch, believe it or not. So I'm going to bring in a couple of tools. These are not Sizzix tools, but they're just really cool. This is my crocodile, so I'm going to punch a hole in there. And what I'm also going to do is take this and round the corners off. So it cuts beautifully. Well, you cut it with the scissors yesterday, didn't you?
Oh, it's really so satisfying.
Nice to cut with scissors. Now, the strip, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to use the smaller corner punch, and we're just going to round these corners off. So the thing is, any sharp edges like that, you know, you can just get rid of them. And there we have it. So that one's rounded off, that one's rounded off. But this one, I'm going to die cut, because you can die cut shrink plastic as if it was card and paper. Word to the wise, however.
Oh, sorry, you wanted that
That's
one.
okay. Word to the wise, it is, when we come to die cut, anything that is a very, very complex shape, because the shrink plastic is the same thickness as paper or card, but it can be quite brittle. So the finest stuff you will find, so if you're doing a very fine flower, some of the petals might come off.
Okay.
You know, it's normal. It's the same with any...
You showed us how to fix that yesterday, though.
We did, because we actually did it live, and we had one of the petals come off, but we fixed it, didn't we? So
well, you fixed it.
I think. But you suggested something, didn't you? Say, because I thought, oh, well, it doesn't really matter. And you said, oh, just stick it back on. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay. All right.
Again,
It was definitely a team effort.
Teamwork.
Then, yeah.
There you go. So that's it. We've cut those 2. Right. I'll put those to one side. Before I do, I've got another little strip here, because there was something, I was having a conversation with a lady who was on Sewing Street earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And well, together, again, it was you know, between the two of us, we came up with a really good idea. What would have been a good idea if I had my scissors kicking about. Oh, I've got them down here. Excuse me. So first off, I'm going to cut a square of that. Secondly, I'm going to cut a circle. So let's take this, pop it on there. No, I'm going to use my smaller circle, actually.
About 30% of the stock has gone, by the way, just of the printable, just to update you there. Okay.
Right. So there we have it. Now, that's for a slightly different thing. I'm just going to put them to one side for a second and take my machine out of the way. Let's get
Everyone's very intrigued.
You're very intrigued. That's what I like. I like that. I like that, because it's about the big reveal, isn't it?
This is it. It's so honestly, it's brilliant.
Now, let's take a look. Let's take a look at these 2 lovely circles. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my tool again, and I'm going to punch a hole near the top. Let's get the pattern the right way up. punch
And
a
you
hole.
could do this with any pattern that you have or any kind of that you printed
Yeah,
out.
whatever. If you get a free downloadable pattern or anything like that, or whatever downloads you get, you might get some lovely ones. We were talking about those vintage ones earlier.
Yeah.
You know, if you got that, then by all means, just print them off. What I would say with some of those patterns is, and for photos, is to slightly change the contrast.
Okay.
So because the colour does intensify.
Yes.
So, right, let's take my heater and let's heat this up. Now, I do apologise. I realise that it's hard to see, but at least we've seen the white one, so we've got the idea.
Yeah.
Now, this circle, very, very quick. The smaller shapes always go super quick. And then, so you see this tool. If you want to hold something, see how it's blowing?
Yeah.
You can hold it down with this silicone tool.
Perfect.
You can turn it over. Make sure, there we are. Now, once that is relaxed, I'll just take it away. Use my stomper tool. Let it cool. And that's it. Now, let's imagine we're doing 2 of those. That is a lovely set of earrings.
Look at that.
Okay.
Fabulous. How amazing is this? And then you've used glossy accents here. Or what would you pay for those at a craft fair? I mean, this is it. I love as well
Now
your business
remember
idea.
this one? We won't shrink it, but the second one I cut and popped a hole in the top. That is that pendant.
How cool
So
is
now
that?
you've got a matching set. I mean, put them all on the same card, absolutely. But there's one thing we need to do, Rosie. There's one thing. That strip that we looked at earlier. Now, I'm going to use something else as well. This is my Sizzix brayer. I'm just going to pop the roller off, and we're going to keep that to one side for a second. All right. Now let's take my heat tool again, and with the strip, make sure you go back and two, because what happens if you concentrate just in one area, you'll get a slight distortion. So it's always good
Keep moving.
to keep that moving. And sometimes with some of the makes you make, that little imperfection that can be part of its charm as well. So we're keeping this moving. We've got that strip. It's shrinking down beautifully. I'm going to take that off. I'm going to flip this over. And you see how it starts to almost open out and relax.
Like a little caterpillar or something when you think like that.
It's quite organic the way it goes.
It's lovely.
It? But there we are. Now I've got it to there. Let's take this roller. While it's still warm, I'm going to turn that around like so. And the reason I chose this roller is because it's the same thickness as my ring finger.
How cool is that?
So there we are. We've got rings, we've got earrings, we've got the lovely brooch, and that for what we worked out 80p a sheet or thereabouts.
So 75 pence a sheet. If we show that little square, it was 80p. 80. No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Sorry. So 80p a sheet, right? And you could, if you filled the whole page with this, you could probably make
you could make two sets.
Of jewellery,
you could absolutely make 2 sets.
So you're making a suite of jewellery for 40 pence.
Yeah. Oh, say you just wanted to
Amazing.
do rings with it. You know, you could cut about 8, 10 strips out of that. So you've got 10 rings. And there we are. And we're looking here now. If we take that one away, Rosie, and bring this one in.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's best if we got the one.
There we are. And then look.
So you cut those strips, turn them all into rings. I mean, come on.
It's just brilliant. And this is what's a fantastic business idea. You know, you could have handwriting on there. You could do personalised rings with people's names on.
Absolutely.
You know, the ideas that you've got. Every gift for the following year, 2 years, 10 years, you're going to keep on creating things you might never have imagined creating before. And this is allowing you to do it. I mean, it's just so fantastic.
We talked about parties, wine glass charms.
Yes.
Personalised with people's names on. You know, just put people's names on your computer, on a Word document or whatever, print them off, cut them down, wine glass charm.
And look, and you've got cufflinks here that you made. Now tell us the story about this again, because this is beautiful.
Now that is my nan and granddad. So when we talk about personalising and making something bespoke and personal, there's nothing quite frankly better than that. You know, so whether it's cufflinks or here's another one, there's a lovely brooch. So you can go, if you like kind of vintage style, you can absolutely go down that route as well.
It's just amazing. I mean, if you've got your own Etsy store, or maybe you haven't yet, but you know what, you're going to have soon, because you can really just make such beautiful things. I adore these earrings. I love the fact that they're slightly different as well.
Slightly different, off kilter, you know. Yeah, and you see the edges. You see where I've gone brown around the edges. Now, if you've got an embossing ink pad, okay, and you take that shrink plastic, once it's shrunk, and you wipe the edge with the embossing ink pad and put gold embossing powder all the way around.
Ooh,
Heat it up.
It looked like it's gilded then.
Yeah, it would look, the edge would look gilded. So when you heat it up, it's not going to, once the shrink plastic is shrunk, you can't distort it with the heat gun again. Okay. So you can just work with the...
so clever. You have got to get this home. And actually, I'd go as far as to say, I really want you to get this home, because even if you have never crafted before in your life, this is something that you're going to do, right? And it's really accessible for beginners. It's really accessible for everybody, isn't it? And you don't need any other specialist equipment. What we've got is on the show for you today. You've got your shrink plastic and you've got the accessories toolkit. And that's what you need, you know, it's amazing. And I mean, every summer holiday, every half term, every bank holiday forevermore, you're going to have projects to do with the kids. You're just going to be able to create these most beautiful things. Now, the printable, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these have sold over the last 2 days. We didn't think we were going to be able to get it back in today. We have, but I have to let you know about 40% of our restock has gone. Today is our last planned show, okay? So we're not going to be able to bring this back another day. Once it's gone today, that really is it. So please do not leave it in your basket, okay? Got to show this.
You like my bracelet?
I do. I love the bracelet. Look at this. I mean, again, it's just genius.
Yeah, and that's just, you know, that's just little rectangles, squares of shrink plastic. And again, we popped the holes, one in each corner, so we could use jump rings, or you can use some sort of cord, or that metallic cord that people like to use. And you can size it to your own wrist. You know, I'm holding it because I haven't actually finished it yet. This was one of those
You need to shop on HobbyMaker.
I do.
And then you can get all your findings as well. This is it.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go on.
I'm just getting overexcited.
No, but this is what happens.
You've got housekeeping to do. These are cool. These are little album covers. Now, if you want to make them for personal use, obviously, if it's a licensed product, then you can make it for a friend, but you can't make to sell.
But do you know how? I mean, look, Mandy's just ordered 9 sets of your printable shrink plastic. This is how popular this is. Because actually, do you know what? Badges are so popular. Oh my goodness, pin badges. Every pub, every sort of shop, everyone does their own kind of variety of pin badges. They're very collectible, aren't they? You know, like back in the 80s, 90s, everyone had their denim jackets. That's all sort of coming back in fashion again. You need to come on in and grab these. All of your other colours are on the website, okay? So we've got your beautiful gold, your rose gold, your silver, your black and your white, and your clear as well. We've got another show at 4 o'clock as well, but all of your other colours are on the website. I strongly suggest that you go and start checking out, because they're all flying out the door. Ruth says, in Staffordshire, hi team, what is the best stamping ink to use, please? As I bought some shrink plastic and the ink smudged. Great question. Thank you, Ruth.
No, that's a very good question. If you're stamping, Ruth, inks is a whole chemistry lesson. It's incredible.
Isn't it?
You get solvent-based dye inks, you get water-based dye inks, you get water-reactive water-based dye inks, you get permanent water-based dye ink, then you get pigment inks. It's a nightmare. But if you stamp on the matte side, because each piece of shrink plastic has a gloss and a matte.
Okay.
Now the matte has a little what we call tooth, so the ink adheres better to that, and it will dry. Now, because shrink plastic is non-absorbent, you have to leave it to air dry. Okay. But I tend to use now.
What did you use for that one?
I've got an example actually. That's a good one to show.
Oh
actually.
There we go.
Because that, if you look at that, that's on white shrink plastic. Okay, this isn't the printable, and there's another example of it. So I put the gloss over one. The other one is matte. Now you see the splotches in the background.
Yeah.
I did those with stamps. They're actually stamps, and I used distress inks. So
okay.
I applied distress ink to the stamps, spritzed it lightly, stamped on the shrink plastic.
Nice.
Then, when that was drying, I used the words were stamped with another dye ink, but that's a solvent-based dye ink.
So you can,
So one is water-based, one is solvent-based, and those are the major two differences with stamps. So it's not about the brand; it's about what base they use to hold the dye.
I'm just going to show your flag, because you did this live just a moment ago as well. Which ink did you use for this as well?
That is actually, this is Ranger Archival, and this is it's a dye ink, but it is a permanent dyeing, and it's also solvent-based.
And this was done live for
like
us by Pete, and it happened within seconds, so you didn't wait for that to dry or anything.
No,
that was just straight away. This is available on our website if you would like to get some.
And remember, it does sort of dry as you're heating it. So you're heating it and drying it at the same time. Now, one thing I would say, if you rubber stamped on shrink plastic and you go to die cut it, right, the ink will transform into your plates.
So do the stamping after you
because it is non-absorbent, but as it shrinks, it dries, and it's good to go.
Eloise has got another question, and actually this is lovely because yesterday you showed us with pencil crayons as well how to do it. Eloise is saying, what kind of colouring pens could you use on the shrink plastic?
That's a very good question, and something that I haven't fully explored. I know you can use alcohol pens.
Okay.
So if you've got your Spectrum or whatever, you know, alcohol is brilliant. And you know what? Because you're working on a non-absorbent thing, you can spritz into the alcohol with, and you can get the most wonderful background patterns. You can create your own. But just coloured pencils. I use coloured pencils, and we've got some very, very nice examples of that.
While you're finding those, you've got the little one you did for Idris yesterday, so haven't you? I'll show these as well, because these are just some more examples of what you can print out on.
I particularly love that first one because it's something where your kids can write.
Yeah.
You know, your kids can create that, and it doesn't matter how old they are, because that's like a preschool almost. You know, well, that's probably a 5-6-year-old.
That was me. That was me this morning.
Well, yeah. I wasn't going to say. But whether it's Father's Day or for your teacher or for your mum,
look at these.
It's gorgeous.
Well. How gorgeous! Look, and these are all done on your.
Those are all fonts, dingbat fonts. So
fine.
Different pictures. Oh, the tops are kids' drawings, obviously. Now you can either get them to draw directly on the shrink plastic, or you can take a drawing that they have, scan it in, change it to the size you want, and do something like that. But do you know what? If we go back, those are those lovely florals that we saw for the earrings, which you particularly like. But if we go back to the last one, because what I've got, if you look, there is a butterfly on that.
Yes.
And it's this one. No, this one here. Now, that is the same butterfly. Obviously, the original one I shrank from much bigger. But that's coloured with coloured pencils. Oh,
and that's on the clear as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's coloured pencils, that is. So that lovely colour you see in the back was done with just regular wax-coloured pencils.
It's amazing.
Bog standard, yep.
It's just superb. Right, oh my. Have a look on the website for the other colours. We've got them all coming up. We've got the clear on there. We've got the beautiful sparkling, the gold, silver, the rose gold. We've got the black and the white as well. They're all incredibly popular, and today's the last day. But before we go, before we move on, right, we've got to show you this accessory bundle because so many of you are wanting to get hold of this. This is absolutely incredible. So you're going to get, and we will show these because you're going to show us how to make those later on, aren't you? Sure. You've got your silicone mat in the round. You've got what I think looks a bit like a waffle maker, but that's your mesh.
Yeah, that is your mesh. So that holds everything in place, stops it from curling back on itself. It's heat resistant, obviously. And then finally, your stomper tool, which you can use to hold something in place. And because if you use a pokey tool, for example, which is metal tip, it's going to stick. It's going to get hot and it's going to stick to the plastic. This is silicone. And then once it's done, when you want it absolutely flat, you just pop that on the top of your shrink plastic, leave it until it cools slightly, and it's good to go.
It's good to go.
It's good to go.
Now, you're not just getting these three, because what you're also getting is your heat tool. And this is a dual-purpose heat tool, isn't it? So you've got the two different settings.
Yeah, so one setting is for drying. So if you're doing watercolours or if you've got acrylics and you want to dry those off, that is the perfect setting.
Okay,
so that's the lower setting. We can hear that.
Okay.
Then, and it's not as hot. Now, the higher setting, not only does it blow out faster, but also hotter, and it concentrates the heat. So if you're doing embossing powders or shrink plastic, that's the one to go for, the high setting.
It's such a fantastic saving. We've never seen a bundle like this before at HobbyMaker. We've just had a whole flurry of questions come through as well, Pete. So listen, your code for this is MPXC18. It's $34.99, and that is for the mat, for the mesh. That's the one, and the stomper and the pokey tool, and of course your heat tool as well. So it's all here for you. We've had a question from Helen. No such thing as a daft question, Helen. No. Do the printable sheets physically go through a printer? That's a brilliant question, and I should have asked it. So it's a great question.
We both should have. Yeah, we dropped the ball there. No, really good question, and it's not a silly question at all. Yes, it will go through a laser jet or an inkjet.
Yes.
The one in work we've got is a big industrial copier, you know, and it actually goes through the rollers on that.
That's brilliant. So we'll go through your home printer.
And it feeds better than cardstock, because I'm always printing on a cardstock. It actually feeds through the machine better.
Is that because it's got that little tooth?
It draws it through. It draws it through beautifully sometimes. Yeah. No, so really good question, yeah.
Another great question from Rebecca. Hi both. How do you use the glossy highlights on the shrink plastic? So that's, for example, if you're making your jewellery, if you're wanting to give it that lovely finish afterwards.
So there are all sorts of options out there available to you. One is, so this is what we call glossy accents. It's a range of product. It's so that it comes out milky and it dries clear. There are also epoxies which tend to be clearer and harder.
Okay.
Now the epoxies, you mix two together. And I actually apply it with a cocktail stick. I take it, because it's quite gloopy, and I apply it with a cocktail stick, which sounds daft, but it's a really accurate way of applying it.
Okay.
The third way is you can use a UV light. So you put the resin on, use a UV light, and it sets it immediately. Whereas the glossy accents, I have to leave it for 4 or 5 hours until I can go back to it, which isn't a problem. But.
It's brilliant. It's just such... Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you.
Janet says, hi both. Do you need to print on it, or can you just stamp and draw on it? Now, if you're wanting to stamp and draw, you use the clear and the white, right? But can you do it on the black too?
Yeah, you can do it on the black. You can do it on the. You can do it. So if you've got pigment inks or you've got metallic inks or something like that, you can work on the black. On the white, obviously, it's just like having a sheet of card.
Yeah.
So, you know, whatever, any kind of stamping, you can use your distress inks, you can use your coloured pencils on there, you can absolutely use alcohol inks, no problem. And you can do the same with the printable, so you can print something off, like we show with those flowers, and then you can stamp around it to create the details. So just think of it like a piece of paper. So you can print, you can stamp, you can ink. Yeah, the whole.
So you can do everything with the printable. With all of the others, you can do the stamping, you can do the drawing. It's just not going to go through your printer. Okay, so that if you want it to go through your printer, you have to go for the printable, but you will be able to do all those other things with it as well. Find all of our other colours on the website. They're all there for you. Remember, today is the last day to shop, so do make sure you're checking out your basket as you go along. We've got another hour of inspiration and ideas from Pete at 4 o'clock. The glue gun has completely sold out now, and we cannot restock that again, I'm afraid. So we have got a shrink plastic bonanza at 4 o'clock.
Shrink plastic bonanza.
It's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
So get your questions ready. We've got more coming through, actually. Kat is noting them down, don't worry, and we've got lots and lots of questions coming your way. Now, we talked about digital downloads and what you can print out onto your beautiful shrink plastic. Well, it just so happens today, Janie is here of Janie's Originals, and she has the most beautiful collection coming your way, including a vintage-inspired selection of gorgeous digital downloads as well. There is so much for you to enjoy on this next hour as well, so don't go anywhere, because it's just beautiful, and I know you're going to love it. So we'll see you in a mo, and we'll see you in a couple of hours.
Sure will.
See you in a sec.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Introducing the Gemini 2. Our brand new electronic die cutting and embossing machine has all the power and precision of the original Gemini, but with updated functions and innovative new features. Faster and quieter than ever before, the Gemini 2 does all the hard work for you. cut out the most intricate designs in seconds, and all at the touch of a button. Technology to apply higher pressure than many other machines offers perfectly crisp and clear results every time. The Gemini 2 has the power to take creative projects of all shapes and sizes in its stride. It will cut through a range of materials, from card and paper to cork, thin metal, leather, and multiple layers of fabric. So you can save time on your papercraft, sewing, and multimedia projects. A new and improved optical sensor runs the full length of its 9-inch platform, offering edge-to-edge precision with cutting plates of any size. Pause, rewind, and resume functions take the guesswork out of crafting. Smooth gliding feet make light work of moving and manoeuvring your Gemini 2. And a turntable offers 360 degrees of crafting freedom. Neat storage compartments hold craft tools so they're always at your fingertips right when you need them. A built-in media stand and 3 USB charging points invite you to craft along with your favourite tutorials and workshops on your tablet or phone. Easy to use and with everything you need to get started right out of the box, the Gemini 2 is for beginners and experienced makers alike. From scrapbooking and home decor to handmade cards, quilting and everything in between, bring your creativity to life with the Gemini 2.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Oh my, welcome to another very exciting show here at HobbyMaker. Janie, it is so lovely to meet you today and fun to see you in person because I've seen you on here, obviously. But this is just the most beautiful, beautiful collection that you're bringing us today.
I'm excited because you're excited about what we've got.
It's just gorgeous. And I'm going to straight away ask, because we want to find out a little bit about you and obviously your background and when you started doing Annie's Originals. But the books that you're bringing today, they look exceptional. They look really professional, really beautiful. So a lot of people at home will be saying, oh, I could never do that. But can a beginner, first of all, be involved in this and buy a kit and do it?
Yeah, so the 3 book kits, we've got a bundle and you can buy them individually as well. They are what I would class as beginner.
Okay.
So, and when we go to shows like NEC and things like that, and people come and ask us how to do them, and then they come back and they get more because once they've done one. Yeah, I'm concentrating on a demo on one of those book kits, and you'll see how simple it is. But the trick is, because I give you the instructions and we've got pre-cut board and everything, you can get a professional finish.
Yes, because nothing about the way it looks beginner. That's the thing. I mean, it looks so professional. It looks so beautiful. Just making the most gorgeous gifts for people, journals, sketchbooks. You know, there's so many things you can do with this. So where did this begin for you? You know, when did you start doing bookbinding?
Well, I kind of fell into that by accident because I'm a trained artist, basically, fine art background. And then for myself, I attended, I think it was a half-day workshop in bookbinding, and from that second I was hooked. So I started kind of doing my own, you know, attended a few more workshops. I've actually become part of the Society of Bookbinders.
Wow,
But then I bring the craft element to it, so it's not fine binding. I class it as craft bookbinding.
Okay.
So yeah, then it became a bit of a, you know, I had a show and I thought, oh, let's try a book kit, and it was really popular, and it's kind of spiraled from there, to be honest.
I mean, it's so gorgeous. And for anyone who's watching, who's thinking, well, I'd love to. What is it about bookbinding that you got hooked to that you think our viewers today are going to love as well?
Well, do you know what? The funny thing is, when I was at college and university, I always got moaned at for not keeping sketchbooks because my paintings were part of my work.
Okay.
And I always say now, if someone had shown me how to make my own books, I would have happily kept sketchbooks because it becomes part of it.
Yeah.
So the craft of making it, but you've got also the enjoyment of decorating it. And that's where the crafting elements come in, because we've got fabrics, we've got what I call dangles, your tassels. It's quite famous for my dangles.
I like that.
But yeah, it's about being tactile and enjoying the process of making and decorating.
Yeah.
And yeah, lots of people have said they've become addicted, and I always say I make no apologies.
No, absolutely. I think you're going to get addicted as well today. We've got 2 different types of bookbinding for you today on the show, okay? As Annie said, you've got your these ones here, and we've got a bundle coming up for you, and you can buy them individually as well. All of that is coming up, but we're going to start with your Lapbook kit.
Yes.
And there are so many things about this that I can't wait for you to see, because it is absolutely joyful. Do you want to do the honours?
Because it is. So a Lapbook will open out and cover your lap.
Okay.
Basically. So it's what I call a TN size, which is tall and narrow, or traveller's notebook. So the first thing you can see is we have a little dangle hanger.
Love
and
it.
a dangle, of course. So I always like to include different fibres. You also have the option, if you don't want that on there, obviously these can be cut up and used to make toppers and things like that.
Nice, okay.
You've got your MDF elements in there to use as a frame. Again, it's your choice where you position things. Everyone's Lapbook will look different because you have quite a few prints in there, so it's up to you what you put on the front cover and how you put it throughout. We've got a magnetic closure. And obviously a lovely, I always kind of go for tactile, you know, so that it's almost a velvet. So you open it out, and then the first thing we've got is a little waterfall.
It's so incredible. I mean, straight I'm thinking, gosh, will I be able to do that? It's all explained, isn't it?
The instructions are in there with the measurements. These cards, so I've actually made this longer than I normally would, but I've adjusted the instructions so that you can trim them down or you can make them longer. But these are all printed to size, okay? Fabulous. And then there's scrap paper left over that I tell you how to cut the mechanism. It's actually really simple, but I quite like that on the opening page, but you can put that wherever you want. I've not done too much on this side because I really like that image, so I don't think, you know, she needs much else on there.
Perfect.
Opens out again. You've got pockets, which again are pre-printed, and all you need to do is cut and score.
Wow, oh my goodness.
But again, you can place those where you want. I never put anything in these samples that isn't within the kit, okay? But obviously you can add your own things as well. So I've just made like some little journaling cards. The idea behind this is you get everything to decorate it fully, but then enough room for you to put your own kind of elements in there.
Wow.
This tag as well, that's printed. You just follow the instructions, so it's a little tuck spot, but it's also a tag.
Oh, everything has got another element. It's beautiful.
Yeah, you've got printed tags on there as well. So again, if you like to journal, you can, you know, write whatever you want on there. However, you can just decorate it. You know, it's however you want it. So yeah, you've got all the pockets printed for you. Like I said, up to you where you put them. It also gives you instructions to make this simple little notebook, which just slots in. Okay?
Oh, so you can take that out.
So you can take it out, you can work on it, you can, you know, if you're travelling and you want to do like a little holiday journal sort of thing, you can put your photos, your notes, things like that in there.
Yeah.
And then it just slots back in. You could even give yourself room to put a little, so you've got more fabric than you need, you could put a little holder there and slot a pen in. Oh, so you could have everything in there that you want. Yeah. And then moving across, this is like another tag, but again, it's a pocket as well. That's pre-printed for you. And then concertina, just a bit of craft card that again is in the kit. It tells you where to score it, so you can open it fully and decorate with the prints that are in there. And then with the scrap, I've just made like a little jotter pad, which slots in there. But again, the decoration, you know, yours will look different because you can put the papers wherever you choose.
I have to talk about these beautiful papers as well, because this is your design work. You're doing this, which is incredible. So these are original prints, original artwork, and really stunning layers. And I mean, every image you look at, you look again and you see something new. You look again and there's something peeping out behind. I mean, it is exceptional. It's absolutely beautiful. So every book you create would be different, wouldn't it?
And also if you choose to get the digital download and a print pack, or, you know, there's some exciting things on this afternoon's show as well, you can then start adding to or use from your own stash as well. That's what it's about. But talking about the designs, William's Attic, this is the volume 2, because you'll notice that some of the patterns in the background are taken from William Morris, and then I put like the Janie spin on it, and then I've taken from paintings which are now public domain, change colouring on them. So this one originally she had a red shawl on there, so and then, you know, the layering of all the imageries. That's what makes it my designs, basically. So, you know, I'm not going to tell anyone I painted that. I'd love to have been able to paint that, but I didn't. But then it just all folds back in. Let's just do that one more time. Because it's cool. It's folds over and then snaps together with a little magnet.
It's just joyful. It's absolutely beautiful. And do you know what? I'm going to show you the physical kit as well, because look, from this, and you get it all home, absolutely everything you need. It's all cut. You can cut out the paper, obviously, but if you've done box making before, you've done a little bit of construction before, you will be able to follow this pattern and you will be able to do it. And you're going to make it your own. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, 10% of the stock has already gone. We've got a lot of you coming through. Please do not leave it in your basket, okay? It's really important. Oh my gosh,
I was just going to say to you, I got Mr. B to cut the little hole, which is what sets your magnet, because it makes it easier for you.
Brilliant.
There are some other Lapbooks that we do that have an aperture, and we've started cutting those for you as well. The only thing you need to do on this one is one of your boards, you'll cut 2 spines. Again, the measurements are in the instructions. And then one of the other boards, you just need to trim it down very slightly as the end board that turns in. Everything else. And all we do is we wrap it in a little paper strap as well, so we're not overly using plastic.
Lovely.
The plastic you have in there is reusable, so you can, you know, because we try and be as conscious as possible.
It's just wonderful. The lovely thing is as well with this, I'm thinking about the summer holidays on their way. Are you going to get a couple of kits maybe? You could do one, maybe you can give one. So, you know, what age? I'm just thinking about my daughter Hazel. I think she'd maybe go for these ones. Where would you start, would you say? Or did you just see?
Well, with this one, so the main difference is this is about construction.
Got you.
So as long as you follow the instructions for construction.
The constructions, as my little boy calls them.
The main thing with this that you would obviously need adult supervision is because you have to cut 2 of your boards down, which you need to do with the blade. There's no binding with this. So we were saying earlier, ideal if you are an experienced card maker, but you think, I want to venture into something else, I think this is perfect because it's the construction and the decoration. So, you know, when you're used to doing your matting and layering and things like that, this is another step.
It's a lovely leap for you. It's just a lovely way for you to go. Maybe you've been crafting for a long time. Maybe you've been doing paper cards and all that kind of stuff. This is like a natural progression for you and you're going to love it. Kat says, baby Arthur is tuned in and ready for his Gert Auntie Janie's show. You're going to have to explain that. He can't wait until he's old enough to run riot in the Janie's Original workshop. Oh my goodness, I bet.
So, Kat is my niece.
Hello, Kat.
And Arthur is her, well, he's 2 months old now.
Oh, wow.
So my great-nephew.
Oh, my goodness.
So I've proclaimed myself
a great auntie.
Janie.
Oh, my goodness.
But he was born during one of my HobbyMaker shows.
No way!
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. That is very lovely.
She didn't tell me beforehand she'd gone in labour because I'd have been here like,
That is amazing, and congratulations. How lovely, how special. That's really beautiful.
So I've got 2 great nephews now within a year.
My goodness,
one
you
from
look
my nephew
great.
and one
My goodness, how are you a great auntie? You look incredible. This is, honestly, you're going to have so much fun with it, and the sheer sense of achievement as well that you'll have when you make something like this, and then if you gift it to somebody, they're going to say, you never made that.
And you know what, I get that when ladies come on some of the beginner workshops that I do with the books that we're also looking at, and they'll take it home and then they'll say to me, my family didn't believe that I made it.
Yeah, that's it. And I'll just check as well, because you've got a full angel policy on this, right? So you can make these beautiful books and you can sell them at your craft show.
And also, don't forget, although obviously prefer you to keep buying kits from me. Once you have the know-how to do it, you can replicate them in, you know, if you want to use your own papers or buy more papers from us, you know, that sort of thing.
Well, and it just so happens that we have so much coming up on today's show. We've got these beautiful digital downloads and the physical kits as well for you, and your board. It's all here for you, so just stay tuned. It's really exciting. All on the website. Shop ahead if you'd like to as well. We've got some lovely messages coming through. Absolutely love how Janie's designs her lapbooks, and her designs are unique, which is fabulous. Very proud to be one of her ambassadors. I hope it's a sellout, Janie. That's Lorna. We're headed that way, Lorna. I can tell you now. Very, very popular. Hello, Janie. Loving all of the new books. Good luck with the show. Love from Heidi. That's one of your ambassador for Janie's originals as well. I mean, it's so tremendous. I bet they have so much fun.
Well, we've just had an ambassador weekend, actually.
So what does that entail?
So just to explain, you know, a lot of companies have design teams.
Yes.
So I thought, let's go one more. Let's have ambassadors.
Like that.
Some people approached me and I approached other people. It's people that were already using our products and loved them, that were repeat buying. Some people were already doing videos using my products. So I thought, well, they can make samples for me, but also their feedback for me as a designer is amazing.
Beautiful.
So we've just had a weekend at a country house.
Oh!
We were sharing skills, and also they got a sneak peek of some things coming next month on HobbyMaker. But I was getting feedback, so I can say, right, this is how we've designed it. Do you think that works? As a crafter, do you think it needs to change? And it's an idea, it's a two-way thing.
I love that, because actually for you at home as well, maybe you are new to this, but the fact that you've got your ambassadors who are all crafters like you, and they've given that feedback, it means this is so comprehensive for you. It means that when you get this home, you're just going to be able to follow the instructions and make it happen, and that is what's really beautiful.
I keep saying to them as well, give me feedback, even if it's bad, or even if it's something you think, that was a bit confusing, maybe you should do it this way. So I'm always kind of saying to them, you know, don't just say, oh, everything's wonderful. It's, you know.
I love that, because of course everyone thinks differently as well. Everyone has different ways of learning and working, and so that is invaluable as well. And of course it means for you, you're going to be able to do it. Now, nearly over 50%, I think, actually, has been allocated now of the Lapbook. We've got people multi-buying. We've welcomed in brand new crafters as well,
wonderful.
Which is so lovely. So welcome to HobbyMaker, and welcome to Jenny's Originals as well. Now, this is the only book of its kind on the show, okay, the Lapbook, okay, so if you want to come and get it, you really do need to check out, because once it's gone, all right. But we do have these beautiful A6 books.
Yes.
And these, do you know what, they're so, I don't know what the word is, it's that tactile quality. You can imagine finding them in an attic in a beautiful kind of, like, treasure box, and opening up and finding, I don't know, like that kind of...
Well, you've hit the nail on the head, actually, because the range Williams Attic is the idea. You know how I said there are William Morris patterns that I've kind of changed and adjusted? So in my mind, it was, you know, digging around in this old attic, and you might find samples of wallpaper, there might be some lace in a box, there might be... And it's kind of that eclectic collection of things.
Love it.
But put together in a design and in a book.
It's just beautiful. And I think when you touch these, I know on TV, I mean, you can see how beautiful they are. You can see the multiple layers. You can see these gorgeous textures coming through. But I can tell you, when you get the kit home as well and you start to play with it, I mean, it's magic. It really is. It's beautiful. So in the, so we're going to do each individual one. Okay, we've got the Morris Blue. So if I'll bring this over to you, Jamie, here we are, and you can show us exactly what we're going to get in the kit, and I'll bring this forward and we can show the finished sample too.
So one of the first things that I'm thinking of when we were talking about the ambassadors and feedback, so feedback from Marie and Lorna, who teach workshops and things like that, and they said, oh, a lot of the ladies are saying they'd like some smaller prints within the book kits, because we were putting large prints in, and they were like, where they're beginning, they're not quite sure what to do with them. So we have our usual cover prints, cover papers and inside papers.
Lovely.
But then what I've done is I've put in these small elements as well. So you've got some tags, you've got different things to layer up, and you've got your wording.
Gorgeous.
So for each book kit, they're all colour themed. You've also got some page tabs here. One of these tag envelopes, and then these cards fit inside. You've also got some little embellishments. I mean, these are really handy to kind of fussy cut around and go throughout your book. And then you've got a large print as well. So we listen.
Yeah, you do. And it is just absolutely gorgeous. Then you've got all your embellishments in here as well.
So just to show
you. And your dangle.
You've got to have your dangle. So you've got your pre-cut boards. So this is 2mm. It's a
so you're taking all the difficult bits away, aren't you? Which is great.
Yeah, that's done for you. Your paper is pre-cut for you. Now, you may want to trim the edges. This book, we haven't trimmed the edges because I like to show you. Basically, when you fold several pages together, what naturally happens is the foredge will splay out.
Yeah.
If that bothers you, you can trim them. If you're not confident with a knife, you don't need to.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, because they don't go beyond the board, do they?
No, they won't go beyond the board, and they'll never be completely flush because we have a soft spine. It's movable.
Okay, lovely.
So they're never going to be, you know, like if you pick up a novel when you get home and it's all, you know, flush cut perfectly. It's never going to be that because it's not that type of book.
No, and that's its quality.
Yeah.
It's that uniqueness about it, isn't it?
You've got your spine fabric here, and again, you get a bit more than you need.
I was going to say, you've been very generous with that.
Yeah, so you'll cut 2 approximately 5cm strips. I like to fray the edges, but if you want it nice and crisp, obviously you can cut it with a rotary cutter. You don't have to fray it. I like it frayed. You get, like you said, your dangles. Obviously, you can add to it if you want. I wanted to keep these quite delicate because it went with the design. There'll be some book kits you might get and the dangles are chunkier or chunkier lace, this sort of thing. I wanted it quite delicate. And then you'll get your little reusable bag, which has your pre-waxed thread in it. You've got 2 meters, so that's enough to comfortably bind your book and to put into your dangle as well for your beads. And then you've got some MDF corners and a book plate, which you might choose to use on here. You might choose to use it on a different project, entirely up to you. This one, you can see we haven't even put the extra bits inside it. That is plain. It can be left like that, and you can use the other elements for another project, or you can start filling it.
I mean, look at that. You give that to someone as a sketchbook or as a journal or as a notebook. You know, it's so
And just
beautiful.
as a note about the binding as well, if you can see here, see the space that we've given you here?
Oh, yeah.
So basically let me show you on this print here. Let's backtrack a little bit. You have a spine template. What I recommend is putting some sticky tape front and back. It makes it reusable if you then want to make your own. And you punch the holes. So these are all pre-sized for you. You don't have to do any measuring with this at all. That's taken away from
I hate measuring things, so that's just perfect.
So you can see that template turns into that spine. And the reason you've got these gaps between is because we know that a lot of the crafters that make these want to then start stuffing them with pictures, with ephemera. It gives you the room for the, you know, if we had a really tight spine on it, it's just going to start pulling it and it's going to be stress on the spine.
Such how gorgeous
gives you the room.
Your Polaroid photographs in there, a little wedding book maybe. It could be so many things.
But it's a lovely recycled, it's UK milled, recycled cartridge paper, so you can use it as a sketchbook and draw into it, and it's, you know, it's heavy enough. It's 140, I think it is GSM.
You can stamp on that as well, can't you? Because it's uncoated. We've got a lovely message from Sarah in Newport. She says, "Hi both, I made a memory book and I gave it to my friend. The joy it brought me when I gave it to her was amazing." I mean, that's sort of goosebumps, isn't it? Because you get the joy from making it, but then you give it to somebody and seeing
and then they get the joy that they can put extra things in it and make it their own.
This is it. It's beautiful. It's such a beautiful, beautiful craft. Now, this is the Morris Blue. This is one of the brand new crafts, $15.99. For a weekend project for yourself, sit in the garden, do this, you know, sit at home, maybe do it together with a friend, maybe get a couple of kits and get a friend over, do some nibbles, little glass of wine, and you can have a go. Or we've got the bundle. Yeah, absolutely. Or we've got the bundle coming up, and you could get a couple of friends over and do one together. Now we're going to bring the Oxford cherries. So similar format, just different designs, right?
Yeah, so if I just show you the prints on there and the fabric.
Oh, it's lovely.
So originally I was going to pull out the red that was in there, but I thought, look at this amazing colour here, and we found this fabric that I just think kind of complements it, and then those are your dangle colours
Beautiful.
as well.
And so you also get the pre-cut board,
Yep,
everything made to
everything
measure.
else. Your beads will only vary in colour.
Yeah.
We do say on the descriptions, fabric may vary slightly.
Yeah.
The only reason for that is we buy in quite small quantities. I buy end-of-line fabrics.
Okay.
I buy from charities, different things like that.
Yeah.
So it might be the case if we sell all the way through the fabric that we've got, I will then find another fabric. It will be similar, but it may not be the same.
Perfect.
So
But
that's
again,
the
that's
reason
part
that we
of the
say that.
beauty of it, because they're all so unique, aren't they? It's gorgeous.
So that's your colourways.
Lovely. So this is your Oxford Cherry, okay? Again, $15.99 for such a beautiful project, for something that's going to really give you such joy, creating and gifting as well, or creating and then, you know, keeping for yourself.
Covered it for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are beautiful. That's why it's a good idea going for the bundle as well in a moment. If you want to get all three, then, and people are shopping ahead on the bundle as well. Now, the final, we have the Marcella Cherry. This is absolutely gorgeous. Once again, I'll just show you that. And then...
A Marcella Peach.
The Marcella Peach,
that
sorry.
doesn't sound quite right.
Sorry, we brought you the cherry. The Marcella Peach, here we go. Beautiful.
Marcella Peach, just because the painting she came from is called Mars. If that's how you pronounce it, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. And Peach because she's dressed in peach.
Yeah.
Don't. When it comes to pronouncing things, don't trust me.
No, me neither. So.
And again, I was going to go with a peachy colour, but because we've got elements of greys, slight blue and green coming through, and the trim that's on here, that's why I thought that one.
It's a gorgeous contrast, isn't it? It's almost like pistachio and then that lovely peachy colour. They just work so
you've
well
got that
together.
kind of pattern on there as well. If you could, there you go.
Lovely. I adore these, and I know you're going to have so much fun making with them as well. Let's have a look at the papers.
So
gorgeous.
And then I kind of put on elements that make it look slightly aged as well.
It's beautiful. It's like such a lovely combination of soft greens and sage and it's lovely.
So it's very kind of delicate, I think. And also, if you've got some lovely lace at home, that would look lovely added to this as well. Because if you think you could cover your spine with some lace, you could have it kind of peeking out here. There's so many extra things you can do. You don't need to because everything's in the kit, but if you want to, it's so easy to add. It's
going to spark your imagination, isn't it? And once you're sort of confident at bookbinding and you're away with it, you're just going to come up with lovely ideas. Do you know what I adore as well is that all of your dangles, they're not just sort of thrown together, they're really thought out beautifully, aren't they? All of the colours work. Okay, you're shopping ahead for the bundle. That's all of them individually. So if you just want to have a go, dip your toe in, have a go with one, you're welcome to do that. They're $15.99 each. A lot of people are shopping ahead for the bundle. It's here for you now. 10% of our stock is already gone. You're getting a saving here as well. You're getting a £5 saving if you go for the bundle today as well, which is absolutely brilliant. And you're getting all three of them. So, I mean, imagine just sort of thinking about how
I was just thinking,
you sort of have these
if
together.
they're lined up on your bookcase.
Yeah. Look at that.
Dangle-tastic.
I know it really is. I mean, how beautiful is this? You know, you could do like little photo albums for people, maybe like a little baby book for newborn. Well, for your great Arthur, I was going to say. Yeah, great Arthur. There we go. But I mean, oh my goodness, so many things you can turn these into. You could as well, I guess, if you've got those diary stamps and things that you might have seen, you can turn this into a diary. You can pop the dates in there as well. Sketchbooks, of course, recipe books, if you want.
I was going to say, there is a warning, though, because people that buy the kits to gift them, they then make them go, I don't want to gift it
away. Go for a couple of bundles. It's such a great deal. And actually, you think about what you spend on. If you're trying to find a gift for somebody that is thoughtful, that's unique, that's got, you know, something different about it and that's really personal, you're going to have to spend a lot of money on a gift that ticks all of those boxes. This is amazing value because you're going to get 3 of them and it's ticking every single box, and actually it's probably ticking a lot more because it's completely unique and you've made it. Now, when everyone checks out, about 40% of our bundle is gone. I mean, look at this. I'm obsessed with things like this because I kind of just find myself absent-mindedly just stroking them, which is probably slightly odd. I don't know if that's strange but they're just...
Unfortunately, I think you're stroking my dangles.
It's not that kind of show.
Apparently it is.
Apparently it is. That's it. We could all stroke Janie's ankles.
Well, I don't know about that.
Honestly, absolutely beautiful.
I've made you blush.
You have. Look at this. No one makes me blush either. You've done well there. Kat just said we found our perfect match. So many of you coming through. Please do make sure you're checking out. If you want the bundle, and why wouldn't you want the bundle? Look at that. It's just so gorgeous. Come on in and get them. Now, if you want your fibres and your fabrics as well, talking of fabrics, I have to say, you've got to tune in tomorrow as well on Sewing Street, because something very exciting is happening, isn't it?
I am launching fabrics on Sewing Street tomorrow at 10 a.m.
That is going to be
And
very
also,
exciting.
if you like these designs, you're going to like the fabrics as well.
Yeah, definitely tune in. But we've got a different fabric bag coming up on this show today as well, which has got I mean, look at this. I know every bag will be slightly different, won't it? But just really lovely. Look at this. Oh, gorgeous. That is coming up on the show, okay? Now, if you are already a confident bookbinder, or if you just know you're going to be obsessed with this gorgeous technique, then you're going to want to get this bundle, okay? Because this has got all of your construction board in it. It's got all of this beautiful mill paper as well.
So it's two separate. So,
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So you've got your construction board bundle, and then we've got our cartridge paper.
Yeah. Here we go. So we'll start with the construction board. What great deal, £6.50.
Yeah, so you've got some that are pre-cut for you. So you've got A6, you've got what I call the TN, like I said, tall and narrow or traveller's notebook.
Okay.
And that's 10 by 19 centimetres.
Nice, okay.
You've then got 2 boards of your A5.
Perfect.
2 boards of A4, and then a thinner, so this is a 1 mil there.
Okay, what would you use this for then?
So sometimes if you're doing a spine, you'll have a thinner board for your spine.
Okay.
Sometimes if you're making decorations and toppers, you might want a little bit of kind of depth to it, but not as much so you can kind of cover it, cut into it and cover it.
Okay,
or you can do what I call a semi-soft spine. So, you know, these boards, they're pretty hefty. They're your 2 mil. You don't always need something quite as chunky as that.
Okay.
Especially if you're doing a fabric covered, like we might have tomorrow, a fabric covered journal, then sometimes you use your thinner board.
Amazing. Question then, so with this, if you come on in for this today, because if tomorrow you're tuning in and you're going for the gorgeous fabrics, you're going to be thinking, well, I want to make a book with these. These will work with them, won't they?
Yeah.
So get them now.
Almost like it's thought out.
I know. Who's put all this together? So if you just want your construction board, maybe you've got your own papers at home, maybe you wanted to get the digital download or the papers coming up on today's show as well, then absolutely go for this, okay? It's all here for you. I mean, it's £6.50. Go for a couple, go for 2, go for 3. In fact, that's what everyone's doing so far. It's a really good idea, isn't it? Now, your code for this is NSJQ78, okay? It's just £6.50 and you're getting all of this. 0800 001 4433. That's how you ring in, and that's a completely free number. If you want to shop on the web or on the app, okay, just remember to check out your basket, okay? Because it's only 1p till midnight tonight. We're live, we're interactive. And so what happens is, I mean, gosh, if we were shopping in the supermarket, no one's putting their hand into your basket and take things out. You would hope, anyway. But on the web, we can't do that. We can't reserve things for you because it's a fully live show. So it has to be fastest fingers first. So please make sure if you've got something in your basket, check it out. Now, we've got Lois in Florida shopping with us. Are we shipping to America? I just need to ask that question, actually. Because
we're not. We asked the question earlier,
right?
And it's a bit more complicated. Than
but it's
so
in
at
process.
the moment, we're not.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, but we will pass it on, Lois, that you're wanting to, and we'll try and get that postcard moving along a bit faster, as fast as we can. We've got a message from Jackie. Hi, Jackie. How are you doing? Are you okay? Oh, look. Ooh. Lovely. That is gorgeous. Hi, all. Here is a book I made from an earlier Williams Attic kit. Thank you to Janie. I am now totally hooked on bookbinding. Love that. How does that make you feel, seeing people sending in their mates?
It's you kind of have a bit of an out-of-body experience. As I said before, it's very strange because I live in my own little designer bubble, and you produce these things, and then all of a sudden I'm here and thinking, I don't know if anyone else is going to like this. It's quite a thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, I suppose you have that slight separation when you see other people doing it. It doesn't quite compute all the time.
Well, it's
but
just
it's lovely. It's lovely.
It's gorgeous. Keep your messages coming in. I'm very aware of time, and I'm thinking we need to see your
yeah,
gorgeous demo as well. So what we're going to do is bring you your paper packs. Okay, so this is the Williams Attic paper pack we're going to bring to you first. Okay, this is volume 1.
Yes.
Oh, so lovely. So this is William Morris designs with other images that you adore.
Yeah, so in the background you've got a William Morris pattern. This image, I'm trying to think, it might have come from an old antique seed packet. I think, you know, that sort of thing. So this is kind of what started it all off, this design range. But you can see it's layered with your lace, and you know, every flower that's in here is taken from a different source, and then you've got the background as well. So there really are a lot of layers that go into these. So this volume 1 has a few extra things like this, kind of for ephemera making and for layering yourself. Some little cards as well.
Gorgeous.
So I'll just kind of flip you through. So like I said, you've got more elements in this one for collaging into and, you know, making your different elements. So lots of layering going on.
It's so nostalgic.
Yeah, and kind of the ageing. So I was saying to one of the ambassadors at the weekend, I was like, can you work out how I did the ageing? So I did some prints on a jelly print, scanned them in, and then kind of extracted some of it so you get this kind of aged effect. So, I mean, obviously I've done all that layering in the collage for you, but then you can cut an image out for something else and add that onto the front. It's, you know... And also, it's not on the show, but it's in the brand shop. Don't forget we do the transfer medium. So any of these, be mindful if there's any text in it, because it'll come out backwards. But you can then transfer any of these to fabrics, to MDF, that sort of thing, by using the medium.
Lovely.
So, yeah, and then you've got little elements like this, which is what we don't have in the volume 2. But we do have more kind of repeat patterns and things like that.
So this is, you're going to get this physically home as well. So all of these papers, 35 sheets, 90 GSM papers as well. I mean, it's so beautiful. It's so nostalgic. I mean, even just leafing through now, you sort of get the idea that you're looking through someone's...
That's why I'm kind of going quite quick now, because I'm mindful of time. But
it's incredible.
There we go.
So that's volume 1.
That's the end of that one.
And it's an amazing deal, $13.99 for all of that. It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? It's superb. 10% of the stock's gone already on this. Georgia, well done. Anne, Julie, Sarah's coming through. Somerset, Northamptonshire. Keep on coming through. Then we have volume 2.
Volume 2.
And we've got it as a physical kit for you to start. And we do have the digital download as well, okay? But this is the physical pack, just beautiful. This is all the same images.
All the images are the same. You get 40 images in there. Obviously, the benefit of a digital is, depending on your printer, whatever your printer will print, these will go onto. And you can resize them. So although I kind of say I don't want you messing around with the designs as such, using your printer... Obviously, you might want to print this as A5. You might want to print several on a page.
Yeah, so you can make it bigger, you can make it smaller.
You've got the control over that as to, you know, what scale.
Lemons. I love that. You see, again, we were just
talking... they all kind of, you know, you've got images that work together.
So lovely. And, of course, you can print this on your printable shrink plastic as well, can't you? And you said that's okay. Cheney.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like I said, that's the benefit of a digital.
Yeah.
Whatever will go through your printer...
You can print it on.
You know, it opens up a whole another world of crafting.
So that could be your vellum, that could be your rice papers, things like that. So anything that goes through your printer.
Just printing on different weights of paper as well. If you can get a really, you know, you can print your own tissue. All you need to do is kind of adhere it onto a carrier sheet. So you can either run tape up the sides. Now, I wouldn't do it on a printer that feeds from underneath, because it takes it through the printer. If you've got a back feed, you can make your own printed tissue paper that will act similar to rice paper. So you either just tape the end onto a backing sheet, or if you've got some temporary spray adhesive, it can go... So you need like a carrier sheet. Same with fabric as well, as long as it's nice and trimmed and nothing's going to trap in your machine. Then you can do a whole coordinating, you know, why not run acetate through, which has got strips of masking tape. You're then printing your masking tape, so you've got washi tape that matches.
That's a genius idea. How clever is that? That is
You can transfer these just using parcel tape to make your own stickers. So, you know, don't just see, you know, if you get the paper pack, it isn't just a paper pack.
Yeah,
there's so many other
so
things.
much you can do. I'm going to ask this question while you're leafing through, because I'm just, again, aware of time. So Tom says, hello, lovely ladies. Have to say, Janie's bookmaking kits are stunning, and stunning papers are a game changer. I am overly addicted to making them. I love it. You're going to have your Janie's Originals Addicts Club, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah, we could have meetings, couldn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Meetings where you just maybe make a couple of books together as well, just to, you know.
Yeah, just ease you through the weekend. Ease you through,
definitely. Drip feed.
Yeah.
Right, this is volume 2. 40 sheets.
That's it, we're at the end.
I mean, how beautiful. This is $14.99 for the physical paper set, okay? But of course, you will get all of these same images on your digital download. This has been flying out the door as well. It's an instant purchase, okay? $7.99. So what you do, and I'm just going to show you on the web if that's okay, Charlie, because I'm just going to show you how this is a little bit different to a normal purchase here on HobbyMaker. So normally says that says add to basket. It just is an instant purchase, and what you're going to get is that digital download, which will go directly to your HobbyMaker account. Once you've got that forever. So all of your favourite sheets, you just print them out when you want. You know, if you've got a smaller craft space, you're not wanting the stacks of paper, you can print it out whenever you want. You're not having to worry about using your favourites, because so many people want to keep them forever because they're just so
and you know
beautiful.
what it's like, you always get your favourites in a bundle, don't you? And you could just keep printing it.
Exactly. Yeah. What a lot of you are doing today, actually, is going for a physical kit and then going for the digital download, because then you've got them all forever.
I was just thinking, if you're lucky enough to have an A3 printer, how cool would some of those look, printed A3, and then just put in a mount and a frame?
Yes. That is a great idea. Yeah, you see, oh my gosh, there's so many things you can do. $7.99, I mean, that's absolutely incredible value. To get that in, just go to our website, click on purchase, and that is an instant code. You could be crafting with this collection by the end of the show. Literally, as soon as you have it.
You should have set a challenge at the beginning and said, if anyone's bought it at the beginning, can you craft something by the end of the show? We should have done that.
We can do it now.
Well,
because you're on again later, aren't you?
I am.
You are.
Yes.
5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right. Get your digital download right now, OPJQ21. We'll pass the message on to Dave as well.
Yep.
Send in your makes with this digital download by 5 o'clock this afternoon. We would love to see. And by the way, every single entry that you put in, if you send us a photo of your make, that automatically puts you in to the running of winning £100 credit to your HobbyMaker account, which is pretty cool, isn't it?
That is pretty cool.
Now, we've got a quick question for you as well, and then we're going to go to demo, I promise. So there's so much to show. Wendy, hi, ladies. I always love Janie's shows and beautiful books. Speaking of dangles, we do like talking about the dangles. How do you attach them to the spine? That's Wendy from New Eltham in London. Great question. How do you attach them? Yes,
Shall
please.
I show you? Right, so this is my pack of dangles, which Mr. B tied together. I said to him, please don't tie them together, because then I get them all knotted up.
You don't want to knot your dangles.
You don't want to get your dangles in a knot.
You don't want to get your dangles in a knot. Do your dangles hang low?
For these books, I do them very simply.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to take out a little bit. So normally we'd do this at the end, and then we know how much thread we've got left.
Okay.
But I know pretty much,
and
because
this
I've
is
made
wax
a few.
thread,
This is
isn't it?
wax thread.
Why
so
do you wax it?
So this is pre-wax thread. Bookbinders use wax thread. It's easier to work with. So traditionally, if we were doing quite a large book and you're working with a very long length, you probably know that if you're using like a normal thread, it gets knotted up. It's, you know. This helps it to not do that. It pulls all the fibres into one direction, so it's easier to thread your needle, it's easier to stitch with, it's just smoother, and it holds a knot a lot nicer. If you're making your own books without the use of a kit, what I would say is use something like embroidery floss and wax it yourself. I like to use beeswax, and you run it through the block.
Could you just do it with a candle? I know it's a silly question.
Yeah,
but
you can. Yeah, I prefer beeswax, but just because I melt it down from our beehives.
Have you got beehives? Oh, beehives. Sorry.
So, yeah, you literally just put your thread on the top of there, thumb over the top, and pull it through about 4 times until you can run your fingers and hear it squeak. and then it's just so much easier to work with.
So clever. So there's lots of things I want to do now. I want to come on one of your crafty weekends, and I also want to come and do some beekeeping as well.
Well, I don't do the beekeeping.
Do you not?
We have a lovely guy that does that for us, but then and then I buy big blocks of beeswax and I melt it all down. So
amazing, so cool.
So yeah, just for a simple dangle, I would literally just thread that through the bulb pin. Now these bulb pin come in the kits. If you're not using a kit, and obviously you can use whatever clip you see fit. Now, I'm not going to use more of the wax thread just because I'm going to want it if we actually get to bind one. But what I would do is kind of wrap that to make it into a tassel top. But I've just cut a little trim of that, and I'm simply going to tie it around. Because another thing that people asked was, if I show you the beads, so that's your basic dangle, okay? And then if I show you the beads, some people were saying, well, how do we thread the beads on? Because what I do is I put that little scrap of the wax thread in that you haven't used once you, because like I said, we would normally be doing this after we've bound a book, so you'll see how much wax thread you have left. That can go in, and then anything with a slightly smaller hole will thread onto your wax thread and not your fibres. Then when I attach it, let's pop those in there. So say that's your spine, and you just attach it through the top of your spine. And then what I'd do is wherever the bottom of the book is, I would then trim some of those bits off. So it depends where you're placing your book, because sometimes you don't want your dangles to be longer than your book, depending on where you're displaying it, but sometimes it's nice to, but if you trim that off, you've then got these little elements that can go into little toppers and things like that. So that's a very basic dangle.
Perfect. Lovely. We love that. Karen's just saying, hi ladies, I love the challenge. I love the kit. So gorgeous. Really well thought out and put together. Thank you, Janie and Mr. B. It is just beautiful, and we're loving seeing your demo. So what are you going to do for us next?
Right, so I know that we don't have much time, and anyone that's used to watching me will know this doesn't normally happen, that we have pre-prepared things.
Aha, I love it.
Because Mr. B is with me. He's pre-stuck this board. But I thought, actually, I was going to get him to pre-stick both, but I thought, actually, if we've got new viewers, I want to go through how much glue you don't need to use.
Okay,
basically.
I like that.
So I'm just going to dry off. I've had my brush in water just because it was being used earlier. Okay. So this glue is very strong.
We've got this on the show, so we've got a twin set for you.
Yeah, so there's two, we do several glues, but there's two main ones that are my go-to. Okay. And that is the paper bindery glue and the matte collage glue. So I thought if we put them in a little bundle, and you can make a saving on those. Yeah, great saving as well for us. Look at that, $11.99, and you're going to get both. It's a lot of glue you're getting in each bottle. Yeah, it goes a long way because you don't need much of it. Okay. So bookbinders generally use PVA. Okay. But the problem with using PVA is, and the thing that bookbinders do, is they press between every stage. Okay? So they'd put a lot more glue on than this. Yeah. PVA has a heck of a lot more water in it than this does. Yeah, okay. So that's grabbed already. Perfect. I would turn it over and then push it out just to make sure you've got no air. You can do it with a bone folder. You can do it with the back of your hand. Okay? Lovely. That was all I needed to stick that down. Wow. If you need to work relatively quickly because of the fact that this board is very porous. We're not using much glue, so it will start trying to dry quite quickly. Gotcha. If when you stick this down, you think, oh, that bit of glue under the, like say you see a little bubble and it's not quite stuck, but the glue was there, it just dried out before you got a chance to get to it, put a hot iron over the top of it or put a heat gun on it, and it will reactivate the glue from underneath and it will suck the paper back down to it. The same as if you accidentally get any crinkles. I can't promise it will get all of it out. We did it at the weekend because someone got some crinkles in there. But if you put a heat gun over it, so it reactivates the glue from underneath and kind of push it down, that will help to kind of get those out. I'm just noticing you've left a tiny little, about 1 millimetre, is that? 2 millimetres. So we might have something coming next month to make this precise for you. But your general rule is, what a lot of people will do is they'll either, let's let's fold this back and go back to the beginning. So say that's your paper that you're going to cover with. What some people want to do is fold that over and then fold those in because they think it's a neater corner. Because one of the ambassadors asked me this question at the weekend, and I said, you create more bulk doing it that way, and you want it nice and neat. If you trim it right to the corner, by the time you bring these over, you're going to have a gap.
You're going to have a little corner,
and it's all these little things that make it look more professional.
Yeah.
So I would stick 2 ends first, and again, to get this nicely lined up, I tend to tip it like that.
Nice, okay, great tip.
And then that's, you know, that's already grabbed. So I would do, and sometimes I've got enough glue left on here that I don't need to squeeze any out for this bit. Tip it again.
That's great.
So that's those 2 ends done. You'll then see, where's my little Teflon folder here? So then you'll see that you've got like this little overlap here, okay? So what you do is you just tuck that round.
Can you do that with any bone folder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any bone folder will work. I often use a Teflon folder because if you're burnishing something down, it doesn't burnish it, basically. So you know, sometimes if you use something on paper, then you'll get a shine on it. So if you use one like this and one like this, I tend to use these for my dirtier things because it gets glue on it.
Yeah.
But if you were kind of going over to rub the paper down, you might see a shine on it where you've been. If you use a Teflon, you won't get that.
Ah, brilliant, okay.
So, yeah, that's the one that I tend to use if I think I'm not going to get it gluey. So you just tuck those around. Tiny bit of glue again. Now, often I'll just spread this out with my finger, but then I get very gungy fingers.
It's
spread that one out.
Process.
So that, obviously, I'm going at speed, but you can see now you've got these lovely neat corners. It's all tucked in nicely. There's no extra bulk in there, and there's no gap. And then you've got your inside papers.
And that's all cut for you in the kit, isn't it?
It's all printed to size, and you just cut it to the...
Good.
And then the same with these, which all I'm going to do is just put a little bit of glue on the back like that. So it's the front that's the most important to get that really lovely flat. And actually, while I'm doing this as well, if you see the way I do this, I've got my fingers underneath.
Yeah.
Because this glue grabs really quickly, if I put that down and think, oh, it's on the wonk, I can't get it off again without damaging it. So if you leave your fingers underneath, then I tend to kind of line up with these corners and then smooth it down.
Fabulous.
And smooth out from the centre. So if you've got any air in there, it will push it out. So you've got your nice professional covers there.
This is amazing. It's such a beautiful technique. And once you do this, just thinking about these wonderful, wonderful books again, because if you transfer, the vast majority of you are going for the bundle. And because, you know, you want to make a few books, you maybe want to gift one of them, and then you've got yours to keep as well. But on all of these pages, you know, if you print out photographs, for example, from a friend's wedding. This is what I did for my my brother and sister-in-law, one of my friends. You can then, using that transfer medium you're talking about, you can transfer those into the book, and it's like a really sort of vintage album. You know,
you get extra prints in here.
Yeah.
Why not put in all your own photos? But then you can snip it out some of those prints to kind of add to it, so it all
like
becomes part of the book.
Things. Yeah. It's such, honestly. I think if you're sat on the fence at home, you're thinking, I love the look of these, I love how beautiful they are, I can't imagine being able to do this. They look so professional. This is perfect for beginners, right? You might never have bound a book in your life before.
If you look at the stitch here, so if I do a beginner's workshop, the first stitch I get people to do is a 3-hole pamphlet stitch. It's one of the most simple stitches you can do. This is your 3-hole pamphlet. We just happen to have put 3 of them into a spine.
Lovely.
So once you've got the hang of that, you could, I mean, if you make your own afterwards, you can put as many of these signatures in as you want. But once you've got that 3-hole stitch, even if you don't want to learn any more stitches, you can bind your books.
That is so clever. and you will just absolutely love it. And think about birthday presents, anniversaries, wanting to get somebody a really meaningful and really beautiful anniversary present, or something just as a thank you. Maybe you know somebody as well. Actually, I tell you what, the kits themselves, they are a beautiful gift in themselves, aren't they? Because if you know someone who's stuck at home, or maybe they're not able to get out and about at the moment, maybe they've got a bit of a spell in hospital, things like that, the kits are going to keep them going,
And also, any kits that we send out to you, anyone that's bought them will know when you open your box, you get pink tissue in there.
Oh.
They're all wrapped in pink tissue, so that's some gift wrapping already done for you.
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely beautiful. If you haven't tried this, I urge you to give it a go, because I think it's one of those things, when you have made your first book, that feeling you're going to have, that overwhelming feeling of success, of complete joy having done it.
And I was always told, keep your first book.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, absolutely.
It's like when you're learning anything, learning to draw, learning to paint, learning to bookbind.
Yeah.
Keep the first one. So if you do this one and then you move on to a different book kit, which has got a different binding, keep that one.
Keep it.
The first one of each one you make.
Love it. So my husband's got my first book, but I live with him, so it's okay. I can still see it. But it's just... thanks, Kat. Kat said for now. But I hope you're not watching. It's just truly, truly beautiful and fully addictive. You will adore it. Maybe you've got some of your own charms as well. Little shells from the beach that maybe you've collected on holiday. You can add them to your dangles. You can make everything completely personal and completely wonderful for you, for your family, for your friends. And it's a skill at the end of the day. It's a skill that once you have this, once you've learnt this, once you become more confident at it, everything you have at home, all those little bits, you can just turn it into a beautiful book. I mean, it's absolutely wonderful.
Keep all of the little scraps as well, because they're ideal for layering up and making toppers and things like that. All your small scraps from the papers and fabrics.
For you, anyone watching right now who's just thinking, oh, I really want to give it a go, what do you want to say to them? What would you say?
Well, I would say
when
you've bought it, get it out and look at the instructions.
Okay.
So I would read through the instructions, then go through them again with your items.
Okay.
So, and I find it easier to pre-cut your papers, so it's all scaled for you, so just cut it so it's laid out in front of you and you've got everything you need. And don't be scared of trying it. At the end of the day, it's paper and board. What's the worst that can happen?
There you go.
And the best thing
download,
is you'll come out with something that you'll amaze yourself at how good it's going to look.
You will. It's gorgeous. Judy from Bridgend has just messaged in. She says, hi, Janie. Loving the show. I just want to say I was a complete beginner when I came to my first retreat. I want to come to one of your retreats. And I got great results. That's Judy in Bridgend. I mean, there you go. From a beginner. Thank you, Judy. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Janie, listen to Judy.
Judy now comes to all of my retreats.
Wow, really? Yeah. I mean, that's an amazing thing, because it's a community, isn't it?
Actually, do you know what you could? Because we've put on an extra one in September. We've fully booked our August bookbinding retreat.
Okay.
We put on an additional date in September.
Should HobbyMaker go on tour? Should come along?
Oh.
That'd be cool. That'd be great. Listen, check out. Come and give it a go. You want to feel good about yourself. You want to have a go. Because for mental health, for so many reasons, for anxiety, just creating is very, very good for the soul. I've got, now, Kat, my darling, sorry, what was that? My love, the fabric and fibre. Oh, my word, this hour has disappeared. And you have
barely done anything.
I know. You've got another show coming up at 5 o'clock, and you will have more demos, I promise. We've just had so much to bring to you in this hour as well. This is incredible. I bet that's just giving you loads of ideas already, isn't it? Just as a feast for the eyes. Beautiful colours, gorgeous textures. They'll all vary, of course, but just to delve into this, it's like a little treasure box of fabulous fabrics, isn't it? It's gorgeous. It's here for you, PXJQ04, and it's just $14.99 for 100 grams of wonderful fabric, which is going to work with some of your beautiful books here as well, and other projects as well, using up those little bits of fabric, just absolutely perfect. If you're a beginner, if you're a seasoned pro, you definitely want to come and get this in. Half the stock of that's in baskets already.
There's loads of lovely sari silks in that as well. There's some lovely colours. You might get some bits that are beaded and embroidered, and it's a... real mixed bag.
It's just beautiful. Listen, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you and to have you here, and I'm so excited. You've got another show at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
But completely different once again.
I now have a challenge though, because if we're together again, I'll try and make you blush again.
I know, all right, I know. I'll have to look forward to that one as well, won't I? It's been an amazing show. Thank you so much. Do not go anywhere. If you're just joining us and thinking, oh no, what have I missed out on? Look on the web, look back on the show. Don't miss out on anything, because honestly, this is pure joy. You're going to love it. Janie is back at 5 o'clock. Right now, though, we're going to head over to the other side of the studio where Lily from Crafter's Companion is waiting in the wings. And do you know what? We have a return, the return of our fabulous mojito midi with a bundle we've not seen since April. So don't go anywhere, because there's more to come on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So, shop your way with Split Pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hello, hello, welcome to our Crafter's Companion Hour of the Day. Lily, it's great to see you again.
And yourself, yeah. Super excited for this, super excited to be working together again as well.
I know, it's been a while, hasn't it? It was end of April, wasn't it? We last saw each other. So super excited about this show because we have so many of your essentials. We're also going to take another little look at the Gemini midi. This is a back in stock favourite bundle that we're bringing to you during the show. There's so much to enjoy about. We're going to start with something that is sold out twice already on Crafter's Companion. So we're really lucky to have this here today. And I tell you what, you've got to be in early for it. So this is the left fold alphabet and numbers plus, right?
It certainly is. Yeah,
It's
this
amazing.
is an incredible bundle. I always say alphabets and numbers, they are true essentials when it comes to our crafting. At the end of the day, it allows us to personalise absolutely anything. It could be a name, it could be an age, it could be a number of years for an anniversary. So many different sentiments, words, names, numbers you can make up when you've got your alphabet and your numbers. But the difference with these is there are left fold alphabets.
So what does that mean?
What that allows you to do is it allows you to get almost like a kinetic look and feel to your card. So basically, they'll cut out along that right-hand side. That left-hand side, though, will just leave a score line, which leaves that number or that letter within your card. All you need to do is just burnish on that score line, fold that letter back, and you've got that lovely sort of sense of movement to your letters.
That's so clever.
It is, isn't it? But the beauty is that then they will fold flat for posting. So no need for a box or a specialist envelope. They'll all fold flat, take it out the envelope, and they'll pop up again. They are so super fun.
That's so clever, so clever. And I tell you what, that's not all you're getting in the bundle either. So you're going to get your wonderful letters, you're going to get those left fold numbers as well, and you're going to get 2 6x6 paper pads there as well. You've got the brights and you've got the pastels as well. And these are really clever because they're made to measure for the numbers and the letters, right?
Absolutely. That, of course, will be perfect with your numbers and letters, but perfect for your mats and layers, for lots of other sort of die-cutting sort of projects you've got as well. The colours are just so fun. Love the fact that you've got a mix of both the pastels and your fantastic brights. So you've really got something for every occasion. I'm thinking as well some of those brights. Dare I say, it's coming next week, Christmas.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it is, isn't it?
It
Christmas
is.
in June. It is. It's never too early. You're all thinking about your Christmas makes. Now, if you add all of this together, okay, it's almost £53, £52.96, okay? But what do Crafter's Companion like to do, especially when we're here at HobbyMaker, we're going to bundle it all together and give you a big saving. So we're going to put 30 seconds on the screen for you. Don't wait for the clock, okay? What I would do is dial straight away. You know how popular letters and numbers always are, and these are letters and numbers with a little twist there as well. So they're really fabulous. They're brilliant, bold fonts as well. So they're going to make all of your cards, all of your makes stand out, and your box frames as well, if you're making works of art for the wall and home decor and things like that. You've got a really fantastic saving here today. The alphabet on its own is £29.99. Okay, the letters on their own, $14.99. Okay, so this is a really the numbers on their own, sorry, $14.99. So brilliant deal for you here today. Let's have a little look at that, $44.98.
Oh,
that's both
wow.
paper pads, absolutely free for you today. It's incredible. And they're essentials,
Absolutely.
aren't they?
I love it when our freebies are essentials. The things that we'd be buying anyway. So to get them for free is even better. That's incredible value.
It really is fabulous, isn't it? It's absolutely sensational. And of course, once you've got the letters, once you've got the numbers, they're tools for life. But listen, we're not content at £44.98. We're not content with just the fabulous free paper pads. We're going to go even lower for you here today at HobbyMaker. So everyone pays the final low price. If you've already checked out, don't worry. You don't need to worry. You're still going to get the saving as well. Maybe you're ordinarily a stamper and you've not die cut before. Maybe this is your first introduction. These will all go through your midi, by the way. So you can absolutely get these and the bundle we've got for your midi coming up, and they're all going to work together. This is just superb. 0800 001 4433. That's your free number, and look at the saving that you've got here today. $39.99. That means, right, for your numbers and for your 2 paper pads, you're paying £10.
That's
for
ludicrous.
all of those things. It's amazing because the letters on their own are $29.99.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's almost like we're paying you an extra $4.99, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's absolutely
it is
amazing
really
value.
It's so good. Come on in and make sure you get these home. Absolute essentials. We all want to be able, to personalise our cards, personalise our makes, and really make them even more special for the people we're making for. If you've got a craft show as well, you know, how fantastic to be able to personalise for people.
I mean, can you imagine if you get that Gemini midi, which we will be looking at a little bit later, in that fabulous mojito green colour? Can you imagine taking that machine along to your craft stalls with you? Maybe you've got a card, an example with one sentiment, one name on it, but allow your customers to come up to you, tell you exactly the personalisation, exactly the name, the number, the age, whatever it might be, exactly what they want on their card. And because you've got your manual machine, you can personalise it right there in front of them, offering a truly bespoke service, which I think is absolutely priceless.
It is. It's absolutely brilliant. You've got it all here for $39.99. Come on in. Do make sure you're checking out. This is the first time we've ever been able to look at this collection here on HobbyMaker as a bundle. So come on in and grab it. TK2054 is your code. If you want it, make sure you're checking out as quickly as you can, okay? Now, if you want to get yourself ready for a demo, Lily, that would be fabulous. And we can see how they all work together as well, which would be wonderful. And don't forget, if you've got any questions as well, we're live, we're interactive, so get your questions in if you want to ask Lily anything at all. Now, here you've got almost 25% off for your bundle deal here today, which is just absolutely brilliant. If you do want the individuals, they are on the website. You can go and have a little look. You are going to pay full price for them as individuals, so just bear that in mind, because this is 100% where your best value is here today. So what are you going to make for us, Lily?
I thought, you know, we've got Father's Day coming up here in the UK in just a few weeks' time, and the beauty with these alphabets, of course, you can put your sentiments. It could be dad, it could be father, it could be your dad's name, granddad's name, whatever it might be. You've got the ability to personalise with these fantastic alphabets, so I thought we'll start off with that to start with. So we're taking our fabulous alphabet die set, and you can see here it is literally jam-packed full of all of those letters. Every single letter that you're going to need from that alphabet is included. They're about 1 inch by 2 inches, so nice large statement size for any of your cards, your home decor. It could be your gift boxes, it could be your tags, or even scrapbook pages with these as well, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Now, as part of the numbers, it's not just the numbers that you'll get in that set, you do actually get the ampersands within that number set. So if you want to do maybe initials for a wedding or something like that, you've got the ability to do that when you go for the bundle, because that is in the number die set. Now, we did already allude to the fact that we've got this fantastic midi mojito machine on the show. It's part of an amazing bundle. We'll have a little look at that a little bit later on. But we are going to be using that for all of the demonstrations on the show, because every single letter within the alphabet, every single number as well, will fit through that machine, which makes it so much easier. So we're going to take our letters, we're going to take our letter D, we're going to take our letter A. And if we have a little look on the blade side of our die, so you can see along that left-hand side that we're looking at it, we've got a sort of more raised, we call it a blade. It's not sharp in the sense of a blade, but it does become sharp as it moves through that die-cutting machine because of the pressure. But you can see it's a little bit more raised around that side. And then there on the right-hand side, you can see an ever so slight raised line, but it's not raised as much as around the other side. And that means because it's not quite as raised, that's going to be our score line. So around that side it's going to cut, and then on the left hand side it's going to score. Now the only thing to note, when you've got some of the letters that are, and the numbers as well, like the number 0, that are symmetrical down the midline, do just take a little bit of care, because when you take this off your sheet, when you have a little look from the reverse, it all sort of looks the same. So do just make sure that you've got the fold line on that left hand side as you pop it down onto your piece of cardstock. Perfect. Now I thought, let's go a little bit of a quirky angle. Of course, we could be actually lining these up in a straight line. So we could have our D on the left, A, and so on and so forth. But I thought, let's make it a little bit more funky. So let's pop the D at a slight little angle there, and then we'll have the A at another jaunty angle there. I think it always gives you a little bit of a fun factor by doing that. But as well, if you're not quite as confident about lining things up, then that's a great way to go about things, because you don't need to worry about it at all, which is a nice little cheat, but no one would know, because it is deliberately sort of jaunty, which I think is quite cool.
Yeah.
So all you need to die cut with your fantastic Gemini midi machine, it's the same whether it's this gorgeous green colour or your regular midi, if you do already have that in your crafty stash. It's just your folder, so your clear plastic folder, that's literally all you need. It could not be simpler. Great for getting the kiddies or grandkiddies into die cutting as well by using that manual machine. There's something quite satisfying about them sort of wheeling it through the machine. Yeah. That's something they always enjoy doing. So you can see there, with one pass through the machine, you can see this sort of beginning of that sentiment there. So let's just remove our dies, just like so. always saving that low tack tape. And I always say, make sure you take your dies into position as they move through that die cutting machine. And in order to turn this into that left fold concept, all we need to do, we can see that score line on the left-hand side. We're just going to bend this back, and we're just literally going to score, not even score, sorry, fold on that score line. I always find that you never really need to go in with a score line and reinforce that score. It's nice and strong as it is. Fold that back, and you can see there you get that lovely kinetic look and feel to your alphabet, to all of your letters and all your numbers as well. So just fold along that score line, and then just pop it down a little bit, and you have got your alphabet just like so. It's really starting to come to life. It's amazing, isn't it? But the beauty is that will fold flat to go through your envelope. So fabulous for posting these cards as well. Now, just to make this sort of stand out a little bit more, I've taken some lovely green linen cardstock. And we're just going to take one of our letters. I'm not worried about where I'm positioning this because we are actually going to cut this out. So anywhere with that, on that cardstock, again, taping that into position with our low tack tape. And once again, just wheeling that through our Gemini midi die cutting machine, just like so.
Just to say as well, so when you want to complete the word dad, do you just literally run it through again with the D on the end?
Easy as that, yeah. Just take your letter D once again and then just pop it onto that right-hand side and that will complete your word.
Yeah.
Easy as that.
Easy.
I know some people do actually go for two of the alphabets, so they can do them in one pass. But of course, it's easy enough if you have the one alphabet. But if you are really treating yourself, then you can go for a couple of alphabets, especially if you're batch making. Maybe if you're doing like wedding invites or something like that, it does just save a little bit of time.
Yeah, definitely.
So you can see there we've got our letter D, and once again, that score line is along that left-hand side. But this time around, instead of folding along that score line, we're just going to take our pair of scissors, and we're just going to trim along that score line using our pair of scissors. Nice and easy, just like that. And that's going to release our D. So not only do we have that fantastic left fold concept, which of course we can use with any of our projects, you've also got almost like a 2-for-1 because you've got that separate standalone letter which you can be using on its own if you so choose. But what we're going to do for this particular project here is we're going to take our adhesive, any adhesive that you so choose. If you find it easier with perhaps your wet glue, then of course going with your wet glue. Here we're just using our tape pen. I do know we have a fantastic offer on those on the show, so I thought I'll bring those in. And just fast forward to one which we've already cut that extra letter D on the end, so you can see we've got the full word for dad. And we're just going to almost like a little bit of paper piecing with your letters over the top, and that's going to bring out that detail even more, make those letters really pop, and it's going to make that sort of come to life a little bit more as well. So let's go in with our 3 letters to spell out that word and just pop in our lovely coloured cardstock over the top. So let's go in with our letter A and just centralising that, line it up over the top. Because we have used a die, you know that it's going to fit perfectly over the top of there with no problem whatsoever. That's the beauty of die cutting, isn't it? It's almost like, we always call it a leveller. So it doesn't matter if you're brand new to die cutting or if you've been crafting for many, many years, everybody can get the same results, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And that's just going to go over there, just like so. Then just reinforce those score lines just because they have fallen flat a little bit just while we were pressing down our extra layers, folding along those to bring this to life once again, giving it that lovely kinetic look and feel, just making sure our adhesive's nicely burnished there.
It makes it such a great focal point, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Why not make your sentiment, why not make your age or sort of number for an anniversary, whatever it might be, why not actually have that as the focal point for your cards? I think it makes it so much fun, which is brilliant. So let's go in with some of our foam tape onto the reverse, just to raise this a little bit proud from our backing panel. We've cut a little bit of our craft card down, which is going to go behind our sentiment here. So let's get, once again, I'm going to give that extra little bit of contrast behind our letters and start to draw attention to this lovely sentiment that we've got here. So let's just peel our backing off of our foam tape, and then that will go onto our backing panel. Now think of all the other coloured cardstock you've got in your crafty stash. I know obviously we've got that beautiful collection of your double-sided papers within that bundle, but you could be using these with your pattern papers, it could be your specialist cardstocks, it could be glitter card, mirror card, your Centura Pearl. It's just going to change that look and feel entirely, and it's going to make it really pop.
Amazing.
Isn't that super cool? That's so easy to do though. Literally anybody can create that. That's what I love about these alphabets. Makes it really easy.
It's fabulous. It does. It just makes it completely different to any of the other alphabets, and number sets that we've done. I've never seen that side lift before. It's brilliant.
Something a little bit different. It's quite funny. A lot of my crafty friends always joke about how many alphabets and number dies and stamps I have. They always ask, Lily, how many alphabets have you got? And I always said, I don't know. But the thing is, they're all different. And that's the beauty of having different styles, different sizes, different sort of concepts like we've got here with that left fold concept. They all do a different job. I mean, we wouldn't use the same cardstock for every single card. We wouldn't use the same floral die to cut all of our flower embellishments. We wouldn't use the same gemstones in the sort of embellishing our corners for our cards. So why not have different alphabets for different occasions?
And it's a lovely classic font, this one as well, isn't it? It's going to work with so many different things, all ages, all genders. You know, it's just perfect.
Absolutely. It's so readable as well. It's not really like script-like, which of course they all have a place in our crafty stash, but this is a very, very universal font that is going to appeal to so many age groups, genders, occasions, styles. Of course, you could be using this for Christmas as well. I've done a card before with these where I've cut the word Noel out, and that's perfect for your festive creations. So they really are not specific for any sort of occasion, not specific for any time of year. Just by changing up the colours of your cardstock, the embellishments that you're adding to these is going to really change the look and feel of your projects. So I thought what I'd do is I'd bring in some other items that I know we've featured here on HobbyMaker quite recently, just to show how you can be using other items that you've already got in your crafty stash, or maybe you're picking up today to sort of embellish and bring these cards, bring these alphabets to life a little bit more. And here we've gone in with our fabulous garden collection, which launched just I want to say, maybe a month or so ago. Probably is still over on the website. And I thought, you know what, we'll make this into a lovely sort of gardening theme card by all these embellishments. So all we're going to do is we're going to go in with all our different little gardening paraphernalia. So we've got our little welly boots here. These are just dies. All we've done is to die cut from some of that lovely green linen card, the same one that we used a little bit earlier for bringing out our letters with that almost like paper piecing technique. So we've die cut those from that. We've added the trims from some of our white cardstock just to bring that to life even more. And then let's just start to layer this card together, start to make it look really special with all those extra little finishing touches. These could be stamped images, they could be die-cut decoupage that you've got. It can be anything, any sort of crafty style that you have. Maybe you like your mixed media, maybe you like your more grungy projects. Then, of course, you can sort of bring these into your projects. It's just about making it your own, making it into your own personal style. But those alphabets have done all the hard work for you. They've done that focal element, and it's just down to you to make it really pop and bring it to life.
Lovely.
It's cute, isn't it? I have to say, I do like these little gardening tools.
Yeah, we launched it. You launched those.
Oh, gosh, yes.
That was the last time we were on the show together. They're so brilliant, aren't they? Because they're timeless.
Definitely. And I mean, if you're thinking about your Father's Day cards, then these are going to be absolutely ideal, aren't they? All the little gardening tools. You could even maybe be doing a gift bag or gift box to match. Maybe you're giving some gardening seeds or a gift voucher for a gardening centre. How about decorating that up? You could have the dad personalisation on that as well. So just really starting to bring it to life with all those different layered elements. Let's pop that onto there just to finish, but showing you how fantastic those alphabets are. Beauty of these is they will all fall flat for posting. So as you pop these through the mail, you know that it's going to be nice and easy. No need to create a specialist box if you don't want to. But how different are those alphabets? Giving that lovely left fold concept rather than just a standard sort of alphabet. You've got that kinetic look and feel, which makes it that little bit more special.
It's absolutely fabulous. Do you know, producer Kat has just said, oh, that is the kind of card I'd buy in a shop. And actually, the thing is, you couldn't find that in a shop because it's been made by you, and that's the beauty of it. You could put little photos behind each letter, couldn't you? You could even, you know, for your Christmas ones, you could do it almost like a little advent calendar kind of thing, couldn't you? Have little things hiding behind those doors.
Yeah, I mean,
you lifted it all up.
Got all the numbers, haven't you?
Yeah,
there's nothing for the stop you doing that.
Yeah, the numbers, absolutely perfect for your advent calendar cards. There's so much you can do with this collection. And it's one of those things, with that left fold, you might be thinking, oh, I could try and do that with some numbers I've already got, but do you know what? It's going to be tricky to get that perfect fold, it's already scored for you as well. You're not going to make any of those mistakes because it's just doing it all for you. So whether you're wanting little surprises behind someone's name for their birthday, little hidden gift card behind there or something, or whether you're wanting to use it for your advent calendars and things like that, it is absolutely brilliant. Now, as I said, we do have the individuals on the website for you as well. So if you just want to get the alphabet, okay, then that's here for you. 26 dies in there for you, all ready to go for just £29.99. That's VL2036. If you just want the alphabet, that's there for you, £29.99. Now, if you want the numbers, we've got the numbers here as well for you. And you've got your and sign, your ampersand, that's the one. I never remember what that's called. Ampersand.
It's a funny word,
Isn't it? Ampersand, there we go. You've got that in there as well. But, you know, if you've maybe got the alphabet, if you've got... Come and get the numbers, whatever you are doing, because you're going to be using this for your advent calendars. You can be using it to sort of pop little treats behind there, make little boxes and have the numbers on the front. You could peek through a window and little treats inside the boxes and things. So you've got your numbers there as well. Really good value. Again, $14.99. And then you've got your paper pads as well. Now, this is where, again, the whole bundle, the value that you're getting really comes into its own. Because you are getting 25% off in your bundle. But obviously with paper pads, these run out, right? So you want to get more. So even if you've gone for the bundle, you probably want to come on in and get a couple of extras of these as well. They're absolutely beautiful. This is Violet Studio. Really, really gorgeous quality. They're uncoated, so you'll be able to stamp on them once again. They're 6x6. And I mean, even... I know it's like a little thing, but even just the front, you can use all of those as well, can't you?
Absolutely. I think
letters for your numbers.
Numbers and letters will fit perfectly.
I think they will, won't they? I mean, it's just brilliant. So you could get 6 letters or 6 numbers out of every single sheet in this book, right? You've got 30 sheets. So that is a tremendous... And look at the colours. They're so bold. They're so beautiful. That colour is one of my absolute favourites. It's quite a modern take on brights here as well. It's not just kind of your standard sort of regimented bright colours. These are really beautiful, really, really lovely. So the peachy tone there as well. So for under £5, you're going to be able to come and get this here today. I mean, £3.99.
That's crazy because the quality of that is absolutely incredible. It's double-sided. You get 30 sheets
30 sheets. I can't believe we've just done that for £3.99. That is absolutely brilliant. We've got people multi-buying, obviously. I'd love to tell you we have hundreds of these in stock. We don't, okay? We don't have a massive stock here today. And you know what? For £3.99, that is not going to last long at all. If you've bought your bundle, what I would do is pop another couple of the brights, a couple of the... At that price, you may as well. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. Pop another couple of the brights, another couple of the pastels in there so that you've got them, because you will get through them, because they're just such beautiful colours. That feels like a clearance deal, but, I mean, this is just a massive, massive... first time ever on HobbyMaker. Brilliant introductory price for you there. It's superb. Now, you obviously want the pastels too, and they all complement really well together as well. So, you know, the colours you've got are the same, but obviously this is just the pastel variety. So really lovely. You've got your pastel blues, you've got that almost like an Ora Verde colour there, haven't you? That green gold. Yeah. Oh, it's a green gold. There we go, green gold. There, you've got your beautiful peach there as well. Apparently that sounded like a wine. Ora Verde. You've got you can get that's a Portuguese wine, that is, Kat. Your green wine, yeah.
Wow.
Now, pastels, very, very popular indeed. Is that because we're talking about what? I don't know. And Pauline, Alison, Buckinghamshire's there, Merseyside, brand new crafters coming through as well. Really, really lovely colours once again. I mean, you know, this can be for new babies. This can be for your big birthday, for any occasion, really. Again, just really beautiful colours. Look at that. Love that colour. Christmas hampers for your crafting friends as well. Put a few of these in, £3.99. They do not look and they do not feel like a £3.99 paper pad.
I have to say, all of Violet Studio's range, whether it's the papers, whether it's dies and stamps, everything they bring to us is the most outstanding quality. Honestly, give it a go, get a few home, and you will be astounded by the beautiful quality of these. You'll be coming back for more.
Yeah,
definitely multi-order if you can.
They're gorgeous. Everyone who's bought so far is buying multiples as well.
Smart shopping there.
Really, really superb. Right, keep on coming through. It's a tremendously busy show, as it always is here. But listen, we have got something very, very special coming up for you right now. This has not been on since April. When it was here in April, it completely sold out. It's one of the best bundles we have ever been able to bring to you for the Gemini midi, and we never redo bundles. This sold out so quickly, so many hundreds of people missed out. We had to bring it back. So excited for this. Now, the MIDI is a very popular machine, okay? Maybe you have one. Maybe you've tried the MIDI. Message in, tell everybody at home why the MIDI is so clever and such a brilliant, brilliant tool for your home. But we have, because of our relationship with Crafter's Companion, we've been able to bring you this exclusive HobbyMaker colour in the Mojito green. This is so exclusive, in fact, that when Crafters made this for us, their own Gemini MIDI, they put on hold, didn't they, to make it? You can't make two at the same time. So this run, limited edition, only available here at HobbyMaker, and in this bundle, oh my goodness me, not been available since April. It's absolutely brilliant. So you've got your Gemini MIDI, and just quickly as well, Lily, what is it about the Gemini MIDI that makes it such a popular machine?
It's fantastic because it is a manual machine. So perhaps you're crafting on the go. Maybe you don't want to be crafting at night. I know our Gemini electronic machines are really quiet, but of course they're never going to be able to be silent with it being an electronic machine. This is completely silent. So if maybe you're crafting throughout the night or you just need to be a little bit more silent when you're crafting, this is going to be ideal. But I think the main thing that makes this such a fantastic machine is the folder combination. It is so super simple. I know a lot of people can struggle sometimes with the sandwiches, with the platform combinations. We could not make this any simpler when it comes to your die cutting and your embossing, because it is not just about using your dies through these folders. You can use your embossing folders, both your 2D and your 3D, through this machine. Literally, as you saw in that first demonstration, in order to die cut, all you need is one of these clear plastic folders. You die in your cardstock in the middle, run that through your machine, and you are die cutting. It could not be any easier. Love the colour. The colour is absolutely fantastic. Exclusive. You cannot get that anywhere else. Perfect for spring, perfect for summer. It is just absolutely brilliant. It's always been one of our most loved machines. We've always sold it at full price and people have loved it. They've gone to it. They've been more than happy to pay that price. But the fact that you're going to get this with all those extra goodies, and I know we're going to do it for an amazing price because I've seen the prices already on this show today.
Yeah,
you are going to love it.
It's pretty amazing. It is pretty incredible. Now, as standard, in your box, you will get the shim, and you will get, obviously, the MIDI machine, and you'll get your folder, okay? Now, in this bundle, you're going to get the extra plastic folder, and you're going to get an extra purple plastic shim as well. And you're going to get your dotty tape pen, and you're also going to get that lovely die set there as well, the beautiful swirling heart frames. There's 3 dies in there. So maybe at home you've been thinking about die cutting for a while, you've been watching with interest, you've been thinking, I want to give this a go. This is literally the perfect place to start, okay? Now, if you have all of these things together, you add it all together, it should be £101.95, okay? ZN2071 is your code. It's on split pay, so that's totally interest-free, and we are about, in 60 seconds, to match your sellout launch price from April 2024, okay? Normally, when we have an exclusive colour, you know, you might have to have, there might be an added price on there, okay? Because it's exclusive, obviously. When you're making a certain number of something, the smaller the number, the more it costs, okay? We've not done that. We've not added on. Normally, when you put essentials into a bundle as well, you don't discount them, you know. We are about to do something absolutely extraordinary for you. So we've been out of stock for the extra shim and the extra plates for a very, very long time as well. Today, you're getting all of this here at HobbyMaker in this bundle that's making its big return here. It's the huge comeback. People are already checking out. Every single one of you pays the final low price. Please do not wait for that clock, okay? You want to start die cutting, you're going to be able to start as soon as you get this home. You've got your dies in the bundle. You've got those extra plates in your bundle. You've got the dotty tape pen in your bundle as well. This is your chance to come on in and get it. And you know what?
No.
Yes, all of it. $69.99. You're getting absolutely everything there. We don't need to give you the shim and the folder for free. They're essentials. You absolutely need those, right? That folder, you do need to get another folder because it is a consumable, okay? So we're giving you that one, that extra one, for free. Maybe you're wanting to craft out in the garden. Maybe you wanted to take this to the caravan. Maybe you wanted to take it on the long train journey you've got coming. As Lily said as well, you know, how perfect start crafting with the kids. Maybe the kids at home, might be your grandkids, might be your own children, watch you craft on your electronic machine and you want to let them take part and you're thinking, do you know what? Oh, you're not touching my Gemini 2 at the moment. Get them their own machine, the Gemini midi. You know, like when you've got your sewing machine, you get the kids' ones and you give them a little... But this is a professional die-cutting machine. So it is as mighty, isn't it? Because you've got that strength.
Of course, we know the strength, we know the power, we know the pressure of all of our Gemini range. It doesn't matter if you saw a Gemini 2, it doesn't matter if it's an electronic machine or a manual machine. They have that edge-to-edge pressure all across that plate that you're running through that die-cutting machine. Whether you're embossing, whether you're die-cutting, you know you've got that unrivaled pressure. We would never put the Gemini name on anything that is not top quality, that's not going to give you that perfect cut each and every single time. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's a manual machine. It's still as powerful, it's still as mighty.
What does Craig say? All the efficiency, none of the electricity. Is that right?
Something like... there's another one that Ben up at HQ says.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Simplicity without the electricity.
There we go. Simplicity without the electricity.
That's the one.
There you go. You know, you've got that same MIDI machine that people have adored all over the world for many, many years, but this is in our HobbyMaker exclusive mojito colour. We have a limited number of this bundle, so today is the day you want to get it home. We've not had it in stock since April 2024, right? It's sold out within 1 week of bringing it here to air. We had 4 shows on air. That was it. Do we have the same stock available as last time? No, we really do not. We've got a much, much more limited. We've scraped to get all of this together for you because normally we wouldn't repeat a bundle. That was a completely exclusive bundle, but so many people missed out on it. We had to bring you another opportunity. So here it is. Once again, you're getting your exclusive Gemini MIDI machine in the mojito colour. You're getting that fabulous nesting heart die there as well, your swirling hearts. There's 3 dies in there. You're getting your dotty tape pen. You're getting your extra purple shim and your extra plates as well. And remember, you will get a set of those in your Gemini MIDI box as well. Now, 10% of our stock has gone already. We've got a lot of you coming through who need to check out as well. Now, this should be over £100. You're getting all of this home today using your split pay, which is completely interest-free. You're getting it home for $34.99. It's absolutely brilliant. And you can start die cutting straight away. You can get your letters, you can get your numbers. All of those will go through your MIDI as well. So this is about coming on in and giving yourself the chance. That's £31 and 9 pence worth of goodies that you're getting absolutely free here today at HobbyMaker. So come on in and try it out for yourself. It's absolutely brilliant. What is it you love about the Gemini MIDI? Because about 90% of dies go through this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll be surprised when you get this home quite how many of your dies will fit through this machine. I love the fact that if I want to quickly run something through, I find it so super quick, so super easy with that manual machine. I have to say, when I'm die cutting any of my paper flowers and I'm die cutting through my foam and I want to cut layer upon layer upon layer really quickly, this is the machine I always go to, and that colour is absolutely fantastic. But don't be fooled, all the workings inside are exactly the same as the regular colour. Like Rosie says, it's one that you guys have loved for years and years and years. It's been one of our most loved machines, but we've just given it that gorgeous lick of paint on the outside, so it's going to freshen up your craft rooms, or maybe you're going to be crafting outside in the garden. I have to say, when it's sunny outside, I love to be outside, love to be sat in the garden. Get this outside, get your die cutting done when you sat outside, then on an evening, come inside and actually get your crafting done when you're back inside in your craft room. Perfect for crafting outside. I love it.
It is. It's gorgeous. Susan in Lancashire has just messaged in. Hi, Susan. How are you doing? She says, I've been crafting a lot of years, and at the moment, I'm having trouble with my elbow. Sorry to hear that, Susan. Susan loves this machine, though, she says. I love this machine. And actually, you know, when we saw you run through that earlier on, it's really easy, isn't it? Yeah. You're not having to put a lot of strain on there. Absolutely. You're not having to sort of force it through. It's really, really easy. And because there's no plate configurations really to think about, it's just, you know, you pop it in for die cutting. Talk to us about embossing, because we can emboss through here as well, can't we?
Yes, you certainly can. You can use both your 2D and your 3D embossing folders. That purple plastic shim, the one that you get one in the box and an extra one as part of that bundle, that's the one that you're going to be using with your 2D embossing folders. Your 3D embossing folders can just go straight through as they are. So it's not just about your die cutting, it's about your your embossing as well. But honestly, how easy can it get? You've literally got one folder, pop your down your cardstock inside, that goes straight through. You saw in that first demo, it's literally easy as that to roll it straight through. You're not having to crank it through and thinking, have I put too many plates in here? You know, as long as you've got that one sandwich combination, it's straight through. It's super, super easy. Whether you're left-handed, whether you're right-handed, it does have those, oh, that noise is beautiful, that lovely, those suctions on the reverse. It's not super heavy. You can pick it up and transport it. I know we have that fantastic carry bag as well, but it doesn't matter whether you are left-handed or right-handed. Just spin it round so you've got the handle on that correct side for whatever is best for you, and you're good to go with this. Love the fact that you've got that suction on the bottom as well, so it's not going to sort of wiggle all around or slide along your table as you die cutting. Nice and sturdy, but once you're done, just pick it up and you are good to go. What a fabulous machine. I love that.
So good. It's absolutely brilliant. We've got brand new crafters coming to join us as well. Welcome to HobbyMaker. It's fabulous to have you here. If you want to have got any questions about how to shop with us, anything like that, you can speak to our call centre about your split pay, 0800 001 4433. That's a completely free number, and they're just upstairs. They're literally the best team. They are so, so wonderful. So if you've got any questions at all and you're new today, just wanting to hear that friendly voice on the end of the phone, they're all there for you, okay? If you're happier just on the web or on the app, you can check out there, and it is important that you check out your basket. This is really limited stock, okay? It's sold out completely in April. We were never going to do this bundle again, but so many people missed out on the demand to bring this back. It was just too much. We had to give in. But I have to tell you, it's not been easy to pull this bundle back together again as well. So we have it here today. It could well be selling out in this show, so I would check it out while you can. If it's in your basket, it's not yours. So Susan, Sheila, Derbyshire, Crafter there, Hampshire, Essex as well. Over 10% of our stock has already gone. Check it out. Okay, very important. It's on the 2 split pay there for you as well. And we do have for you as well your individuals. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think we'd ever be able to bring these back to you individually again. We can never keep these in stock, ever.
We're exactly the same on our website up at Crafters. We literally cannot keep these in stock. We desperately keep reordering. And you guys at home just go through that stock, honestly, like lightning. These are your consumables. It's exactly the same with any die cutting machine. When we're talking about our plates for our electronic Gemini machines, it's the same sort of idea with these. They are your consumables. Of course, make sure you're cutting on different areas of that plastic folder, and you will sort of lengthen the life of those plates, but they are consumables while we've got them in stock, because let's be honest, we don't know how long we'll have them in stock for. Get them in your baskets, get them checked out, especially if you're going for the machine, then you've already got your P&P taken care of. Throw those in your basket and get them while you can.
Absolutely. So what we're going to do first is just bring you, if you want to add another, obviously in your bundle, you're getting, as standard, you get one in your box and you're going to get one extra. But if you want a third to see you through, because you always want your extra folders, don't you, before you need to change it. And especially because, you know, when you know they go out of stock, Carol's straight in. She's just like, yep, I don't want to miss out on that. Kim's straight in as well. You know, they really are fabulous. And actually, they don't just work with your Mojito MIDI, do they? They work with all your MIDIs.
Yeah, of course. If you've already got a MIDI machine and you're not in the market today to get that brand new colour, however, having said that, I know lots of crafters, as soon as they see a new colour, I'm the same. I'm like, I've got to have it. I don't care if I've already got a MIDI
machines do you have, Lily?
I have quite a few. Manual, electronic, SVG. Yeah, that's why I have 2 craft rooms, and I do have a table dedicated for die cutting machines.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wow, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? Are you the same? Message in.
Let us know. Make me feel better.
Yeah, exactly. Do you stack them up as all these lovely limited edition colours as well?
Yeah.
Loads of you coming through. Look, you know the score with these plates. They always sell out, always. So even if you're not coming for 15%, oh goodness me, look at what's going on. 15% of the bundle's already gone. 15% of the individual plates, has already gone. Alison, Charmaine, Lynn, Brenda, Deborah, Gemma, Christina, Mary, Yvonne, Nadine, Kim and Carol. You've got to check out of your basket. That's so important. These go out of stock so quickly, and we're really lucky to have it here for you today. GE2036 is your code. Just a quick question as well. So obviously this is hinged. Normally with the Gemini 2 and the Gemini original, the OG, your plates are separate, aren't they?
Yeah.
This is with the hinge, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
If that hinge goes, you can still use them, can't you?
Yeah, of course you can, yeah. Then just stack them over the top of the other, like with normal plates. So it's just going to sort of extend and prolong the life of them. Yeah.
Brilliant. And just show us again with that hinge, just how you use it. So you're just literally flipping it
Yeah,
every time, aren't you?
It's literally like opening a book. It is so easy to use this plate combination. All you're going to do is you're just going to open that. You're going to pop your dies in. What I'd say is your first cut, you're going to go on one side, so that's the side where you've got your branding on there. Then the next time you go to die cut, just die cut into the other side. By rotating around where you're cutting on that platform, you're going to prolong and extend the life of these fantastic plates. But this one has been used quite a few times. You can see quite a lot of sort of imprints on there, but you can still keep on using it. You'll know when you need a new platform because the sort of the cutting is not as good as when you first got that platform. You'll start to see that you've sort of worn out that platform. That's when you need to change up your platforms, but by making sure you're rotating around the area where you're cutting, you're going to extend that life for as long as you possibly can.
Amazing. Oh my goodness, I'm just looking at the screen again. There's a flying out the door. Well over half the stock has gone. People are multi-buying left, right and centre as well. Lisa, I mean, how long at home have you been thinking about starting to die cut? Maybe you're stamping it already. Maybe you're making cards by cutting yourself or fussy cutting or using just traditional scissors. But actually, do you know what? With dies, they do open up your crafting to a whole other place. It really, really does. So if you've been thinking about it, you've been on the fence, this is such an affordable way of coming in and actually starting your die cutting journey as well. So get your Gemini midi. The bundle today is just superb. You're getting over £30 worth of stash absolutely free. And of course, it's always a good idea while we have them in stock to get your extra folder as well. Okay, now this is over allocated now. It's only £8.99 as well, which is just so brilliant. It's over allocated. Stay on the phones, keep on checking out. Okay, but now we're going to bring you the plastic shim. Okay, now, as we said, in your Gemini midi bundle, you will get this in the box, okay, as standard, and you will also get a spare one. But listen, maybe you have a crafting group. Maybe there's a group of you get together. Maybe you're going to be having like an embossing class, masterclass or something like that, because you need the shim for your embossing, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. For those 2D embossing folders, you will need that plastic shim. So it is an essential. It's definitely one to add to your baskets. I'm not being funny. $4.99. You pay more for that than that for a cup of coffee these days, don't you?
You definitely do.
Book stock up while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So brilliant. And at $4.99, you just don't even worry about it. Don't even think about it. It's just super. Cynthia, Mary, Alison, Michelle, Carol. We've got Christina there. Pauline, well done. Kat's just said, and I love this analogy actually. Kat's just said, when you buy a new car, especially if it's quite a fancy car, and I think it's fair to say the Gemini 2 is very fancy, right? You're thinking, oh, is it going to cost me a fortune when I have to buy the new parts or anything like that, new plates, anything like that? No, it's not. Look, $4.99. So stock up on them now because we do sell out of these very quickly. The machine, when you buy the Gemini midi, this is a machine that's going to see you through for years and years and years of crafting, okay? The plates are what you do need to restock up on. So this is your chance now to come and grab. I mean, how many would you go for, Lily? Given how much you craft, and obviously it's your day job as well, literally, as well as your hobby. How many plates do you like to have in just to make sure you don't run out?
I'll always have my set that I'm currently using. Then I'll always have at least 2 spare sets. There's nothing worse than being halfway through a project, maybe where you've got a lot of die cutting to do, maybe you've got tons of paper flowers that you're die cutting, running those through that die cutting machine. There's literally nothing worse than running out and your plates need to be changed. And you go onto the HobbyMaker website and they're out of stock and it's like, what am I going to do? So there's literally nothing worse. So I'd say if you can go for an extra 3 sets, do pop them in your basket, do get them checked out. It's almost like you're future-proofing yourself. Yeah. Your future self will be so grateful that you made that decision today and made sure that you've got them while you can. That's it. The plastic folder has gone. Well done if you've got your plastic folder. If you want your purple shim, check it out. Because the other thing I was going to ask about the Gemini midi, because we can put other materials through here as well, can't we?
Yeah,
you know, we can emboss our leather, we can emboss card, we can like really put a lot through the Gemini midi. Oh, absolutely. For a small machine, it is mighty, right? It certainly is small but mighty. It's got a really small footprint as well. So if you've not got a large area to craft in, this is going to be absolutely brilliant. But yeah, of course, you can be popping your other materials through. Anything, we always say sort of like your regular standard dies, not things that have got a real lot of intricacy to them, but sort of your solid shapes. You can cut those with your fabric, with your felt. So maybe you're into your applique, maybe you like doing mixed mixed media crafts, you can still use this fantastic machine for this as well. It's not just about your card making, so much more besides. It's going to take you through lots of different crafts, which I always think is fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It's great, isn't it? Alison, hello, darling. She said, I treated to my mojito midi to some nice new plates. It gets so well used. Treat your midi. I love that, Alison. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely. And do you know what? If you are just thinking, if you're on the fence about getting the Gemini midi, take it from Alison. You know, she's saying hers gets so well used. Use it all the time. And I think you're going to use yours. Can you remember that magic of die cutting something for the first time?
Absolutely, yeah. I remember when I got my first die cutting machine, it came with a starter kit with all these dies. It was a Christmas present. And I remember that first die cut. You ran it through the machine and you knew how it worked, but there was still a little bit of, is this going to work? What's going to happen when this comes out the other side? And then you peel back that plate and you see that die cut piece. It's like, oh my goodness me. When I first started die cutting, most dies were those basic shapes and solid shapes. I remember when intricate dies came out, it was like, oh my goodness, this is incredible. I can do that myself from any cardstock. Honestly, the magic of die cutting never grows old, and it really is a leveler. Doesn't matter if you're brand new to crafting. Doesn't matter if you're really handy with a pair of scissors and a craft knife or not. You can still get those fantastic finished results straight out of the box, which I love die cutting. I think it's brilliant.
It is. It's so clever, isn't it? It's fantastic. I mean, I was new to die cutting when I joined HobbyMaker. And that first time doing it, you're just like, oh my gosh, it is. It's so incredible.
It's incredible.
Give it a go. Now, another back in stock.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. So I'm actually baffled that we've got this here today because, again, this is another one that always sells out. Because here's the thing. Obviously, this is perfect, and do you want to bring the midi over here, Lily?
I'll take off my little bit of low-tack tape that was on the edge.
You can leave that there if you like. That'll fit in the bag. So obviously, this is designed to fit your midi perfectly, so we can pop the midi in there. Really brilliant. And that actually fits in with the handle on there. You can take the handle off if you want to, but it all fits in perfectly. It's also going to fit your spare plates, right? You've also got this very handy little thing that you could, this removable pouch. So you can put your pens in there, you can pop other little bits and bobs in there as well. Your die release tool, you can put your poker tool, you can put your bone folders in there as well, and just slip that in, which is fantastic. And then you got this little mesh pot as well. What do you keep in your
I like to keep my sort of die cutting essential tools. So things like my low tack tape, my pokey tools, my die brush tools. I like to keep those in there. Could be keeping a few snacks in there as well.
Oh, that's a good idea.
It's got to be done.
That is a great idea. And actually, on that note, I'm not being funny, but if I just take all this out again, okay, the fabulous thing is, and a lot of people will get this just for storage anyway, because this could be a lunchbox, this could be for your picnic to go to the park. It's, you know, really lovely, strong zip. It's beautifully made. If I just show you on the top there, the handle is really super strong. You've got that perfect stitching all the way along as well. It's just a great bag. So whether you're using this, you could use this for your hair accessories.
Oh, yeah,
as well.
Makeup.
Yeah, absolutely. Any with the crafty bits as well. And I do think as well with your workshops and things like that, it's handy to have it all together, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I have to say at Crafters HQ we have tons of these filled with, some we have just for all the plates. We keep all the plates in separate ones. Of course, we have multiples of all of those. One's for your machines. It could be all your glues in there. It could be your adhesives. You could be having one for all of your pens. Maybe you're actually going out to craft on the go, and that's almost like a project bag. So everything you need to create that one particular project, whether it's paper craft or whether it's soft craft, mixed media, any craft at all, pop it in there and you know you've got everything you need to get started. And I have to say, the colour is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous. Right, it's back in stock. 10% has already gone. It's $16.99. Treat yourself. You know, is this a little extra gift for you? Is it a birthday gift for somebody? Is it a thank you for somebody? Is it sort of, if you've just bought yourself your very first Gemini midi and you've got that fabulous mojito colour, you've just saved yourself over £30. So you're going to be getting this and you're still making a saving. So it's a really, really good idea. And I just think, you know, you think about so many things in your home. I don't know about you, but you know, you've got those drawers just of, it's like a danger drawer. You open it and it's all going on in there. I've got a couple of things like that in our house. This is really handy storage, full stop. It's handy storage for so many things.
Absolutely.
My husband would use this for some of his tools as well, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
Or your findings and things like that. If you're into your soft crafts as well, having a bag like this with your needles, your threads, your beautiful fabrics. If you're into your quilting, you could put your patches in here and be sort of crafting on the go as well. So this is such a brilliant storage case to use. Yes, for your Gemini midi, get one for that, but maybe get yourself treat yourself to an extra as well. I would.
I have to say, I have a terrible habit of whenever I see that I'm making a saving. So, for example, it's a £30 saving. I go, I've saved £30. That means I've got £30 to spend. Put that towards one of those. There you go. That's how I shop anyway.
Yeah, I think you're not alone there. I'm exactly the same. I think all of you are as well by the looks of things. Definitely get yourself an additional one if you can. We don't often have this in stock, but today you are getting it. Over 30% of stock has gone, and that's not including everybody in their baskets. So check it out. We've got brand new crafters joining us as well. Welcome to HobbyMaker. It's lovely to have you here. Now, we're going to come back to the midi bungle. The midi bungle, he was from Rainbow, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
The midi bundle. Put your teeth back in, Rosie. Lots and lots of you checking out your baskets, but some of you still there haven't checked out. So again, what would you say, Lily, to anybody on the fence? If they're sort of thinking, oh, I do want to give die cutting a go, but I'm a bit afraid, I'm a bit scared, maybe it's not going to work for me. What would you say to them?
I would say this is literally the easiest way you can start die cutting. It is pretty much foolproof. If you want to run a die through this die cutting machine to do a little bit of die cutting, all you need is that one plate. It could not be easier in terms of that plate combination. So super simple. You don't need to be the Incredible Hulk to be able to wheel it through. It's not difficult whatsoever. Even if you struggle with your dexterity, I think you'll be getting on absolutely fine with this machine. But the beauty of this bundle is the saving and all the extra goodies that you're getting. So you're getting those extra plates. One of my favourite sets of dies as well. Those are just absolutely outstanding. The detail on those are incredible. And your tape pen, you see it in every demo that I do. I use the tape pens all the time. So I'd say to you guys at home, if you're thinking about starting die cutting, honestly, it's the best thing I ever did for my crafting. Doing a little bit of die cutting, honestly, it's addictive. You will love it. All the different dies are going to bring a whole sort of new lease of life into your crafting. You'll love it.
I think you will. I think you're absolutely right. About 20% of stock has already gone. We've got a lot of you there with this in your basket as well. Do make sure you're checking out. Look at the saving that you're getting here today. So your Gemini midi itself, okay, that is $69.99, which is absolutely incredible. But look at what else you're getting. You're getting the plastic shim, which is usually $4.99. You're getting that free. You're getting your extra plastic folder, which is now sold out on its own, $8.99. That is absolutely free. You're getting your metal dies, those beautiful swirling heart frames. $12.99 they should be. You're getting those free. You're also getting your extra strong glue tape pen, which again, I mean, this is the dotty one as well. I can't believe we're giving the dotty one away for free because we can't keep that one in stock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, crazy. There we go. Crazy. $4.99 free. So it makes, if you think about it, your accessories that you're getting absolutely free, £31.96, right? So if you take that away from your $69.99, it technically means that your machine's £38.39. Which
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, you would never, ever, ever get the midi machine for under £40 and an exclusive colour, brand new. It's so good a deal, actually. Susan in Hampshire has gone, do you know what, I'm going to get 2 of those, actually.
Do you know what? If you've got a craft group, or maybe you craft and you think, I want the new colour, and you've got a friend that you think, I want to get our Auntie Jean or whoever it might be, you want to get them into crafting, one for you, one for a friend. Honestly, you don't need to tell them that you've spent only $69.99 on that and get all the extra goodies as well. They will be so grateful and they'll be so excited to start that die cutting journey as well.
That's it. Do you know, how often do people ask you as well, if you've got a birthday coming up, what do you want for your birthday? It's like, oh, nothing. Of course you want something. Maybe you want. How about your first split payment on your Gemini midi as well, $34.99?
Great idea.
It's a really, really lovely thing to do, isn't it? Maybe there's a group of you who know your friend's really into crafting as well. Maybe club together and get the new Gemini midi in its beautiful exclusive colour. Such a fantastic gift. And you know what? We will not be able to we categorically, what we have on today's show, that is it. Okay, it's a little bit naughty. We're edging up to 25% of our stock now going completely. Please do get your questions in as well. Speak to our call centre about any split pay. It's totally interest free, but you can give them a call and ask them any questions, and it's all done in house. It's really easy. And don't forget as well, I mean, something else that we don't mention enough really, it's all in the 1p&p as well here at HobbyMaker. So £3.95, £30
postage. Well, it probably does.
Probably does if you're posting it yourself. £3.95 is your posting packaging for the entire day. So you can buy from Sizzix, you can buy from Janie's Originals, you can buy from Crafters. You can literally go and have a browse on our website right now, go and have a little peruse, buy the gardening collection that Lily launched with you just at the end of April. You can shop for anything you like from HobbyMaker today, 1 p.m. till midnight tonight. You just need to check out everything before midnight. I wouldn't leave it to midnight to check this out because it could well sell out before the end of today's show. So come on in. Now, if you were able to get the other 2 Gemini exclusive colours, it does go beautifully well. Now, that's a computer-generated image, but we did, when we launched this, I remember seeing it here in the studio, and it does look pretty cool, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I have to say, a lot of us crafters like to collect things, and if you've already got those 2 exclusive colours, you quite frankly need, as a crafter you need the 3rd colour. Can you imagine having 2 and not the 3rd?
Yeah.
Can't be doing with that, can we?
No.
You need to get the 3rd. It's absolutely fantastic, and I love the machine.
It is. It's fabulous. I was about to say fantastic as well then. It is fantastic, fabulous, wonderful. David's in the Isle of Man. We've got Susan, Mary, Julie, June and Charmaine all needing to check out today. We've got brand new crafters still coming through as well. So welcome to you. Oh, that is something else to just say actually. That deal on screen, $69.99. You don't have to be part of a club for that. You don't have to be a VIP. You don't have to pay a monthly subscription or anything like that. That is for every single one of you. We are fully inclusive here at HobbyMaker, and we welcome you to come and join us. It's lovely to have you here. Now, Lily, you're back at 6 o'clock, right?
Certainly am, yeah. Super excited for that.
Yeah, it's going to be another brilliant show here on HobbyMaker. Do not go anywhere because we have, and if we have any left, right, I think we've got last of stock on everything. But Pete is up next from Sizzix with the most fabulous shrink plastic. It is awesome, and you're going to be able to just create things you never knew you could do. And what's even better is if you cut it down, you can put some of it through your midi as well. We'll see you on the other side of this. Thanks, Lily.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hello, hello, welcome to HobbyMaker. Welcome back, Pete, as well. This is the grand finale, isn't it, of your Sussex Showdown?
Yes, it is. It's been great so far.
It has. It's been absolutely brilliant. Listen, message in. If you have taken part, if you've been joining us, I want to say congratulations to every single one of you as well who's got your shrink plastic on its way to you, because this is genius. I mean, whoever invented shrink plastic deserves an award of some kind.
It's like 3D embossing folders. I'm still, you know, when they go through the machine, you pull them out, I'm like, what?
It's magic.
Shrink plastic's the same sort of thing. It's got, and it doesn't matter how often you do it, how often you play around with it, it is absolutely magical. But the things that you can do with this shrink plastic.
It really is. I mean, in our show earlier on, this is all your printable shrink plastic. And this is what Pete was showing us you could be making in our earlier show as well. We've got more demos on their way. But, I mean, would you ever imagine, when you hear the word shrink plastic, would you ever imagine in a gazillion years that you could be making really high-end jewellery? Because this is, I mean, this is beautiful jewellery you can be making, you can be selling in your craft shows. I love the cufflinks. There's literally every person you can think of, you can make them something personal, something unique, something meaningful, something really, really gorgeous. And this is all, what you're seeing right now, is the printable shrink plastic, which is on your screen right now. It is back in stock. You're getting 10 sheets per order, which for £7.99, so that's 79 pence per sheet, extraordinary value. It's amazing.
It is incredible value. I mean, if you look at that jewellery you showed earlier, the pendant, the earrings and the ring, you can make 2 sets of that from one piece of shrink plastic. So that's 40p for all that. Now, if you do make to sell, if you go now, you can see to the left of Rosie there, you can see all that lovely. You can see that the branding. It's my company, Shrinkadelic Chic.
I love it.
It's not a real company.
It should be.
Company, but you know, imagine doing that yourself. It's so easy to do, and that's the thing about it. This is easy. Anybody can do this straight off the bat. There's no skills, and this is my favourite sort of making. My favourite sort of craft is when you can get fantastic professional results without any. But where the skill comes in is the ideas.
Yeah.
But the ideas are all out there. You just have to go looking for them, and they will come and find you, actually. Because once you get into the world of shrink plastic, it opens your eyes to so many more creative possibilities.
It really does. And you know what? We're going to show you more examples in a bit, but we want to get to demo ASAP so everyone can see exactly what this is and how it works. But I'm going to just show you our website, okay, hobbymaker.co.uk, because we have all the other varieties of shrink plastic. They're here on the show for you today. So they're sitting right at the top. Today's show deals. We've got rose gold. Yes, we've got the black. Yes, we've got the white as well. You can draw on that as well. Yes, we've got the silver and the gold. We've got the clear there as well. They're all there for you. Please shop ahead. Do not wait for us, because do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if everything sells out in today's show. It's been flying out the door. We can't keep up with you at home. So come on through. Now, do get your questions in. We've got lots and lots of questions still coming through. Martin John says, hi, Pete. Hi. Can you tell me the proportion of shrinkage from the original? Loving the show. That's Martin.
Well, thank you, Martin. Do you know what? I meant to do this before I came on, but I tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what I'll do, because what we want to do is show people straight off the bat how shrink plastic works and why this wonderful little toolkit as well is perfect for your shrink plastic. So I'm going to shrink a flower, and we're going to compare it to the original flower. I think it's probably comes down to around 40% of its original. Does it say?
It does. There we go.
Shrinks up to 40%. There you go. It's all on the package.
There we go.
It's all on the package.
There you go. It shrinks to 40.
I just pulled that figure out of the air.
Well, you've got a very good eye for maths then, haven't you? So perfect. Shrinks up to 40%. There you go. Absolutely. I mean, this is really, really brilliant stuff. So, show us then, Pete. Go for it.
Absolutely.
Show us how it works.
Not only does the plastic shrink, but also anything you do on it, anything you print on it, anything you stamp on it, anything with inks, it will all shrink down to that 40%. So let's take a flower. I know we did this earlier, but it's good for folks who maybe don't know about shrink plastic and how it works. So this is a die-cut flower, so you can die-cut this shrink plastic as well. I'm going to put a stamp there.
Okay. Is that on the matte side or the gloss side?
That's on the matte side. Now, you can stamp on the gloss side. I prefer to go on the matte side, okay? Now, obviously, shrink plastic is non-absorbent, so this is still wet, this ink, so I could smear that off. But when I'm shrinking it, I'm going to be drying it at the same time. Now, I've got a little toolkit here as well. So there's my silicone mat. I'm going to place that down. If you shrink this now with a heat tool, it's going to curl in on itself, and sometimes it sticks together. Okay, that's a problem. So we've got our mesh tool. This is the second item in the toolkit. And we've got this, which we will bring in a little bit later. Now, I'm also using my Sizzix dual speed heat gun. So on the lowest setting, that's for drying acrylics, mixed media work, or any watercolors, so that's more delicate. The high setting, that's where it concentrates the heat, and it's for things like embossing powders and, of course, shrink plastic. So I'm going to switch that on, and you can feel it. Now it's starting to come up to heat. And then we're going to move it over the flower, okay? We're going to keep that moving. You don't want to concentrate in one area or you will get slight distortions. It's best to keep it moving. And when it starts to shrink, and it's happening now, see how it's starting to curl in? That, if I wasn't using this mesh screen, that would completely curl in on itself, and we could have problems. So that's why this toolkit is an absolute must. And I've never seen anything like it anywhere. Now,
no, I haven't.
Let's take that away. Okay, we'll heat the back. We've got a few little bits which didn't catch first time. Now, if this was blowing away, if this was a smaller piece, I could use this tool to hold it in place, because it's silicone. If you use a pokey tool, the pokey tool is going to heat up, it's going to stick to the shrink plastic, you're in trouble. Now, let's put that back there. It's still warm at this point. I can press that down. This is my stomper tool. There is a real name for it. I don't know what it is.
Stomper.
I don't care what it is, Rosie. It's a stomper.
It's a stomper, and it will always remain a stomper now.
Absolutely. I'm never going to call it by its real name again.
No.
But that's it. So that is now...
And these will make great earrings,
it's completely flat. And there is your 40%. So that was the original. But look at how that stamped image has shrunk perfectly.
Can I show the side as well? Is that okay? Because this is what's really clever as well, the density. You can see when it starts out, it's about the same width as paper. So you can die cut it, you can cut it by hand. Look at that now, and it's really solid. So you need to, if you wanted to make these earrings, you'd have to cut the hole first, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you want to pop a hole in those, that's what you have to do.
Imagine that. I mean, you could make that as a lovely pendant with like kids' names on, or the date you married, or
you know,
there's so many things you can do with this. It's just beautiful.
But another thing with it, if I popped a hole either side, you can put these together with jump rings.
Oh,
so you can
make
make a lovely necklace. You can make a bracelet. You can make whatever you want.
Yeah, like a little daisy chain. I mean, this is great, isn't it?
It is great, yeah.
Also, the lovely thing is, I mean, look at that. Can you imagine? Your jewellery making suddenly becomes really, really unique and really very special as well. Our Jewellery Maker channel, I've got to tell you, they will be all over this because I just think it's a brand new skill for you to learn at home as well. It's great. But look, you can put them on your cards as well, as Pete was just saying. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. You could make that a pin, so it could be a little pin on the card.
It could. You could put a brooch back in there. You could attach it to the card, so you're giving a card and a gift at the same time.
I love that. You are limited edition. Isn't that great? Really, really gorgeous.
And that's all about the bespoke nature as well. So, you know, you make these, they're complete one-offs.
Yeah, even if you made the same two sort of designs, they're never going to be exactly the same, are
Absolutely.
they? Look at that. Really.
Now, look at all those. That is the printable. So we printed the flowers. We stamped the detail behind it, and then we inked on the background with distress ink. So you can use it just like you can paper. So it opens up a whole new world. It really does.
I mean, you make someone a card like that, that's going in a frame straight away.
Yeah,
you know,
totally.
and it's a beautiful work of art. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love this one as well. This one makes me think of creating. You could do loads of random shapes. You could literally just get your patterned printed paper, cut out loads of random shapes, get the kids to do that. You could be doing mosaics with it as well, couldn't you?
You could. You could fill, like, give the kids a sheet of white shrink plastic, get them to colour it in with their coloured pencils. Cut it into rectangles and squares of different sizes, and that's how you can create your lovely mosaic. And even that could be turned into a piece of jewellery, or into rings or brooches or earrings or whatever you want.
That's it. It's fabulous. Talking of which, look at this. I've got, this is your daughter's ring, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's not her ring, but it's her drawing.
Her drawing.
It's actually her drawing.
How cute is this? Absolutely gorgeous. There it is. So is that with pencil crayons then?
It's coloured with just regular coloured pencils. Wow. So what we did with that, we actually painted the back white so that the colours pop. So I just took some acrylic and painted the back white because normally it's clear, obviously.
Okay.
But yeah, so she drew that a while ago. I scanned it in and brought it to the right size for shrinking. Yeah. But you can get the kids to draw directly onto the shrink plastic.
Yeah, it's so clever. I love all of these as well. I mean, these would make great fridge magnets, all the album covers and things like that. Look at this, Meatloaf, The Clash. Love it. Margaret says, hi all, I bought everything in the shows yesterday. Could you please tell me how to get that dense, high gloss finish on the finished product? Great question. And this is what a couple of people have been asking as well.
Really great question. What I've used a lot for that, Margaret, Glossy Accents by Ranger. This is a clear resin, so you apply it. It's got a lovely nozzle, and you can apply it using that nozzle. You can also use an epoxy, which is a bit thicker, and it's very, very clear and glassy. So you mix two together in a little pot, right? And then you can apply it with a cocktail stick. I take it out with a cocktail stick, apply it to the shrink plastic, and then it just dries. It takes about 4 or 5 hours to dry. Or you can use something like, it's not this, but it's another product which sets with a UV light.
Ah, yes.
So you can, and that gives you, obviously instant drying. But I just tend to do things in batches, put them to one side to dry.
So this is with the glossy...
That's with the glossy accents.
Glossy accents. And that doesn't need anything other than just air dry for 4 hours?
No, just the air dry.
We might have that on our website.
Crackle accents as well.
Okay. Nice.
So you can use crackle accents, which we've done on some of our work. So.
Oh, yeah, I was going to find one of those, actually. Yeah, I mean, just really, really clever. So on screen at the moment, you've got the printable sheets. Remember, you're getting 10 in there. And, I mean, you can use your inkjet printer. You can use your...
Inkjet, laserjet, doesn't really matter. Whether you want to work on the gloss side or the matte side. It does make a difference to the finish, but it's about personal preference. You know, it's entirely up to you, whichever way you want to go with it. No problem.
That's it. This is a really nice question from Phoebe, and I wonder, is there any possible way to make beads from the shrink plastic? That's a great question.
Well, obviously beads, I mean, they're kind of rounded. What you can do is you can die cut. So let's say, for the sake of argument, I use the die this size. Right, that's going to shrink down to 40%. Okay, and then you can put your glossy accents over the top, and that will dome. That will self-dome. Okay. But no, you can't make something that's rounded. But
all I was thinking, I wonder. So you've got this. Maybe we could try it. I don't know, because if you can make a ring, if you joined those edges together and used something thinner, would that make a bead? So if you did like little strips.
Yeah, you could make a strip. You could even, if you got a longer strip, you could curl that around so it creates a spiral as well. So they would make maybe nice dangly.
Oh, that's a great idea. It's a nice little. Ooh.
I wonder if I've got my ears pierced from the 80s, obviously. I wonder if they still work because I think my ears are my best feature. Actually, I think I need to draw attention to them.
Absolutely. Let's get a close up on the ears, Adam.
Oh, come on. Why not?
Jean, there we are.
There you go. That's my real life.
No, that's it. That's it. Nice work, Becky. Jean says, I'm a newbie. I'm a newbie. Yesterday, I made a purchase of the heat gun, etc. I got one too. I'm so excited. Shrink plastic is something I have and I wanted to try. Ooh, can you make a button? That is
Jean,
great.
Jean, you know what? In the last show, I did something and I said, oh, and we'll look at this later. And we never did. Do you remember that?
We never did.
Do you remember that?
That is a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant idea. Buttons.
Okay,
you can make a whole range of buttons.
Just for you. Nobody else. Yes. Just for you. What we're going to do. Now, here, what I did is I die cut a circle.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And then we cut a square. Now, this was from the same piece of pattern paper, right? So that's it. And
I love that.
That size, okay? Now, I'm going to take these and I'm going to use a crop it. Now, this is a hole punch. You can use whatever hole punch you have to hand. I'm going to make one and I'm going to make two. Now, if you put one hole near the edge, that's where we get our earrings. That's how we do that. Okay. Now, let's take this one. And again, we'll do one, we'll do two. So, here's the thing. If you have fabric patterns...
You could do 4 holes as well, I guess, couldn't you?
You could do 4 holes, yeah. But you could scan in, say, a fabric pattern, and you could use that to make buttons which actually match your fabric.
That's a good idea.
So what I just did then, Jean, was I used a corner punch to round the corners off. And I'm going to do...
Look at this from Chris. Sorry, Pete.
Sure,
sorry. Chris says, I've used shrink plastic to make buttons to hold ribbons or bands into some of the Sizzix journals.
Genius.
There you go.
I was just about to say that, actually, Chris. Yeah. No, that's brilliant. That's a great idea.
Really good idea.
See, I come on here to get ideas, not to give people ideas. Keep them coming. Keep them
I think it definitely works both ways. Yeah. You're giving lots of good ideas.
There you go. So we'll take, this is the square one. This is the square one. So we'll just keep going around. Now, one of the nice things about this is that sometimes they can be slightly imperfect. And in my eyes, that is perfect.
Yeah.
It really is.
So
there we are. Let's come down. Lovely. So what I'll do is I'll stomp that with my stomper. We'll put it to one side. We'll get our circle. There you go.
That is so cool. Sorry, you put it to one side for a reason.
That's quite all right. Now, imagine you were doing this just with white shrink plastic. You can stamp this. You can draw a pattern on it. You can put embossing powder around the edge as well. We talked about that because there you go. Once it's down, so we'll just stomp that one as well. So, Jean, there you go. Just for you, and we can see that probably.
Look at that buttons
overhead.
Oh my! This is just incredible.
That's phenomenal, isn't it?
You think about all those bits of clothing, all those things that you're wanting to just kind of give a new lease of life to, repurpose, shirts, for example, cardigans, maybe you've missed a couple of buttons, make it completely different. Buy yourself a cheap polo, a little jumper like this one, and put a few little buttons on the shoulder to sort of embellish it and just give it that little uniqueness. Be great.
So, you could take the buttons, you could string them, they could make, again, you could make a bracelet, they could be different size circles, different patterns. Yeah.
The world is your oyster, quite literally, with this. I mean, it is a business. You can see legitimately how you can make a complete business out of this. There's so much we haven't shown you yet as well. Lisa says, if you cut the circle and glossy accent it to make a dome, could you then glue the two together to make a bead? Yeah, I guess so.
You could. Yeah, that's a really good idea. It wouldn't make an actual complete circle, but you know what? It would make something really special for adornments and stuff like that. Because it doesn't dome sort of, like a circle does. But yeah, absolutely, do them back to back.
And the great thing is, with all your ideas as well, you can explore, you can experiment, you can just have a go. And at the end of the day, it's so affordable.
Yes.
You're just going to have to keep on going with it. All these fabulous things you can create. Now, something we haven't shown you physically yet today is the metallics.
Yes, let's do that.
These are very, 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 very popular. So you're going to get a pack of 8, okay? This is your rose gold. Really, really lovely, sort of shiny, shimmering, almost iridescent rose gold. It's absolutely beautiful. Have you got, Pete, those beautiful flowers?
Do you want me to show it? Do you want me to demonstrate it?
Yeah. We've got time. We're going to make time. Yeah, absolutely.
Making it up as we go along. Yeah. Because this is a good opportunity to show die cutting with shrink plastic. And it's a good opportunity to talk about sometimes with a finer die, it doesn't cut as well as paper because obviously it's a harder material. And it can be brittle, so sometimes a little bit gets left behind, or you might lose a petal. But we looked at that yesterday, and we sorted it out, didn't we?
We solved it.
It's not a problem.
Yeah, the royal way. Pete solved it. So I've got the rose gold here. Pete's going to work with the silver, okay? And we've also got your gold, your true gold as well. So the silver was completely sent out yesterday. We have restocked. And just to note, anything we've restocked, which is basically everything, there is going to be just a little bit of a lot. Just give us a few days on your postage because, I mean, when I say hundreds and hundreds and hundreds have gone, they really have. We're talking hundreds. So do bear with us. But we're in talking a couple of days, so it's all good. But look at that, how gorgeous. Merry and bright. You know, I think the worry maybe people might have is, oh, would the sparkle diminish somehow? But look, if anything, it intensifies. Really, really lovely. They look like proper crystals. You know, like the inside of a geode.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It does. It almost does have a rock sort of quality. You know, it's very, very different to. It's very, very different to you know, glitter card because it's a much.
Pull you this way a little bit as well.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. We're
there you go. I'm
just giving you a hug live on air. Sorry. Pull this way a little bit.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Yeah, gonna dance with your feet. Okay. We were asked, how did you attach this to the card?
I use foam pads. Foam pads. You can use hot glue gun. You can use spray glue. You can use double-sided tape. It doesn't really matter. However you want to do that, that's entirely up to you.
Really?
But the star on that was cut by hand.
Oh, nice.
That was just cut with scissors. You know, you can use a star die. We've got plenty of those, but that was cut with scissors just to fit and match the trees. So there you go.
It's perfect, isn't it? It's so lovely. Come on through and check it out before you miss out on the chance.
Please
They've
do.
come out beautifully, haven't they?
They have. They really have. But at the moment, they don't look like much, do they? As you said, you know, when you're holding them up, it doesn't look anything like what you get at the end of it. But this is going to be really cool. And what's different about this, we showed the flower before and we made it completely flat. Now we're going to show how to get dimension as well. So I'm going to open up, this is called the paper sculpting kit, and it's for making beautiful sort of three-dimensional flowers. Let's take a couple of these tools out. These are the ball end styluses. And I'm going to take my thick mat as well. So that's my foam mat. It's a wonderful, wonderful little toolkit. But we'll shrink these down one at a time because we're going to create a dimensional flower rather than something flat. So let's take this. We'll bring the heat on. And again, keep it moving all the time. You see it's starting in certain places, starting to shrink. It is absolutely magical every time you do it.
It is.
It's,
and you want to trust the process, don't you? Because you sort of look and you think, oh, it's all cut, but then you trust the process, you keep on going, and it will work.
I would not like to do something as fine as this without that mesh.
Yeah, that mesh makes
really
all the difference.
It really, really does. So there you go. We've got that there. I'm going to bring that onto this tool. It's still, you have quite a narrow window to actually work with this. But I'm going to press into that. I'm going to hold it for just a second. That is now rock solid. So I'm going to put that over to one side, and we're going to continue.
I'm just holding it. The reason I'm doing that, sorry, is because Hilliard's just messaged in. She says, hi, fab show. Are the edges sharp at all? I mean, obviously in a flower like this where you've got a sharp point, if you really push into it, it is. But it's not uncomfortably sharp. If you're wearing it as a brooch or something. Yeah,
I think if you do go to a point, obviously, it is going to be quite sharp. There's no doubt about that. So, yeah, if you were wearing it, but you know, there's ways. If you say, let's say, for the sake of argument, you've got something like this, you die cut it, where it goes to a point, just take a pair of scissors and just take the corner off. Just trim it off, and when it comes down, it's going to be absolutely fine.
And if you mean the edges of the rings and things like that, it's not uncomfortable, is it?
No, no, that's
very
not.
wearable.
So the edge, I mean, if I cut a narrow triangle, it would become almost like a point, like a spear. But the edges of the rings and things like that, they're not sharp at all.
No,
they're not,
no, you're all good.
So, this is the final piece of the puzzle. Now, this comes from a set, and it's meant for, you know, with this you can use your foameran, you can use your crepe paper, you can cut cardstock as well. But now we are using shrink plastic, so I'm just going to form that into the centre, like so. Let's extricate the tool from that. And I'm going to bring in my glue gun. Now, we had some great shows with the glue gun, but we haven't got any left.
They're all sold out. I'm so
it's
sorry.
It's all gone, I'm afraid.
I feel guilty now that I got one. Sorry.
I know, yes. There's somebody out there, because you bought that one, Rosie. Oh, honestly, I know, you should feel terrible.
Listen, I'm not going to feel terrible because I missed out on so many things last week,
saying,
didn't I, Kat?
You missed out on loads, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right now, we've got our lovely flower.
That is absolutely gorgeous.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And so, so delicate. Now, there's no reason why this isn't wearable as well.
Well, that's it. You could put that on a brooch. It would make fabulous earrings, a hair clip.
Yep. Joy to the world. Now,
that's a good one.
Look at that. That is silver. All right? There is our silver.
That is next level. Look how cool.
Now, this next one is...
Wow.
Our gold, which is almost like a sort of a champagne. Dave described it as champagne, but he does live a very champagne lifestyle, Dave.
It is a champagne. Kat also described it as a champagne.
Oh, well,
I would describe it as a Prosecco.
Yeah, me too, me too.
And actually, Kat said a bit of cider as well.
There you go.
There you go.
A bit of cider, there
I mean, whatever colour you like. They are so luxurious, mate.
They are.
I mean, how else would you achieve that sparkle on the shrink plastic if you didn't have this?
Yeah. You couldn't.
I don't think you could you? Because the glitter would...
You can get fine glitters and you can do that, but obviously they are going to, you know, it's going to come off.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about something that's wearable, you're going to have, you're going to want something that is going to stay put. That is not going to move. You can scrape that. The glitter is not going anywhere.
That's it. It's fabulous. So beautiful. Pick your colours. You're going to get 8 sheets of each of the sparkle. You've got the metallic rose gold, gold, and the silver. They're all there on the web for you. Come on in and grab them. They're just beautiful. I think most of you are going for all of them. Now, we've never seen anything like this anywhere else. You've seen how essential this tool bundle is. You're getting your heat tool, you're getting the mesh, which has got a really... We didn't talk about this earlier very much, but this is great. You see, even just the handle that you're getting on it, everything's silicone, everything's malleable, everything's been thought about. It's a nice big size as well.
It's
so if you're... You know, you're not going to be shrinking anything much larger than that, really, are you?
Well, no, because obviously the larger you get, the more prone it is to distortion. So, you know, you definitely would not want to go larger than that with shrink plastic. Yeah. And I'll tell you for why, because when you're shrinking, right, one bit will start to shrink and the other bit will be cool. That's where you get your distortion. So if you are talking flowers, the one I did at the beginning is about as big as I would go with shrink plastic.
All right.
To be perfectly honest with you.
There we go. And you've got it all here. This is absolutely brilliant. Of course, you've also got the stomper. The stomper with the pointy tool at the end as well. And actually, you can also use this, as you said, for your spirals, for creating different shapes with your shrink plastic as well. I mean, it's just brilliant. Such an essential kit. $34.99. And for that to include your heat tool as well is absolutely amazing, actually, isn't it? It's incredible.
It really is.
Really, really fabulous. And it's still only 1p&p as well, $3.95 until midnight tonight. Now, something we've also not shown today is the black and the white. So, you know, we've talked about, obviously, the printable, how you can print on it from your inkjet, from your laser printer. We've talked about those beautiful metallics. You can draw on these, right? The black and the white.
You can. Obviously, with the white, you can stamp on the black, but you need pigment inks, or you need pigment paint markers. They're going to work fine on the back.
Could you use like a gilding wax to sort of give a... Would that work?
You could use the gilding wax afterwards. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, afterwards.
Absolutely. You know, you can use gilding wax on that. Not a problem at all. But the white is almost... It's like a sheet of paper. Treat it like a sheet of paper. Tell you what it works great with is alcohol inks. Because that is... Because alcohol inks, they work best on things that are like glass and ceramics, and Yupo, which is a synthetic paper. So anything that is non-absorbent, that's where your alcohol inks come in. You know, you can use your greens, cut a leaf, shrink it down. Wow, the results are incredible.
It's so lovely. I mean, look at this gorgeous little brooch here, and this is the matte side.
That's the matte side.
And then there is the gloss. And that's a beautiful hair clip. So, I mean, look again, it's a whole other business idea here of hair accessories, and really beautiful. You could be making bridal hair accessories.
Oh,
you know, just lovely. So that's with your white, okay? And then you've also got the black, which is matte on one side, gloss on the other as well. There we go. That's the matte black. I love that pearl in the middle as well. I mean, that looks really expensive, really beautiful. Yeah, it's lovely. And you've got the gloss. So just show you side by side. Very different effect, very different look with both. But again, $7.99 for the black and the white. Like the printable, is 10 sheets in each pack. Okay, and just $7.99 to come on in and get those. It's just great, isn't it? It's really brilliant.
You know, funny enough, you know, I just remembered actually. You know, the gems in the centre. When I get the flower, when I have the flower, what I'll do is I will punch a hole in the centre before shrinking them down. Those are actually cheap earrings.
No,
right?
okay.
Those gems in the centre, the cheap earrings, which I got from, I'm not even going to say where I got it from.
That's a great idea.
And then you just slip it into the centre through those holes, and you can put a back straight on that.
That is a genius idea. Because, I mean, gosh, how many odd earrings do you have at home? I've got so many earrings from years and years of losing one, keeping another, and just, you know, and I quite like wearing odd earrings anyway, but it's just such a lovely thing to do with them.
Yeah, and I mean, you probably wouldn't wear that as an earring, but hey, why not? But you know, with the back on it, it becomes brooch.
Well, yeah, so there we go. So clever. Really, really fantastic. So the black on screen for you right now. Again, it's gloss on one side and it's matte on the other. There's the matte. And there's the gloss. And it is a really true black. You know, it's not charcoal, it's not sort of discoloured, it's not distorted, it's lovely.
But the matte, it looks like it's got a velvet.
Yeah.
You mentioned that yesterday, didn't you? It's got like a velvet look to it. So.
It does. It's so beautiful. Really, really lovely. So your graphics there are QR1S53 for the 10 sheets of your black, okay, and then for your 10 sheets of your white. And this is what yesterday you showed how to colour in on this as well, didn't you? So you can actually draw directly.
I think if you look at this one, Rosie, so that's a little brooch that I made. Now that's all rubber stamped. So the background, it looks like a random splatter, but that's a stamp that made that. That is with distress inks, okay, and the sentiment was done with solvent-based dye inks. So one's oil-based, one's water-based, but they both shrunk down perfectly.
That's so good,
and you can even use your inks and spritz them.
Yeah,
you know,
so
like
you
you
can
do
create
on
your
paper.
inky backgrounds.
You can do your inky backgrounds on the shrink plastic and all that malarkey.
Yeah. So clever. I mean, this is absolute genius stuff. Do you want to show us while we've got the white on screen? Should we do another bit of drawing?
Let's do a bit of
drawing.
drawing,
Show how it works. Because this is literally where you give your kids a sheet of that. They could colour in the whole thing. They could make little illustrations. They could just go to the heart's content. And then you can turn it all into jewellery, into badges. You mean they could be making badges for their friends, for their party bags and things like that.
Absolutely.
Or you could do it at a party, couldn't you?
Now, let's just quick, before we do the white, now imagine that you've printed out these. Now, these are dingbat fonts, the pre-downloadable fonts, okay, with pictures rather than letters. These are kids' drawings. Now, this was actually my daughter. Oh, there you go. She's good, this one. So now you can take your coloured pencils and colour that in to get that effect.
Really beautiful.
But if you want to work, now we said about give the kids one of these, and I think yesterday, what should we do today? What shall I draw?
Oh, draw a bumblebee. There you go.
A bumblebee.
That's from Kat. Kat would like a bumblebee.
One bumblebee coming up. Have I got yellow? Yes, I have. Thank goodness for that. Okay, we'll do a really funky bumblebee. Okay, there you go. We'll thicken some of those lines. We'll give them a lovely smile.
Kat just said, have I really let the team down for asking for a bumblebee? Should have asked for something very arty? I think a bumblebee's great.
I think a bumblebee's perfect because it is the kind of thing that your kids would draw as well, you know. There we are. Let's get some antennae.
See, even that detail's going to come through.
Yep. So there you go. You know, I'm just going to scribble. I'm just going to scribble on that there. There you go. Now we'll get some yellow for the middle. If memory serves, bumblebees are yellow. So this is quite a deep yellow. So one of the things to note is that when these things, when they shrink down, that colour will intensify. And you know what I'm going to do just for you, Kat? Let's take those little scissors from my kit. I love these scissors. I really do. So let's...
Oh, I was going to ask if I could cut that out then, because it's really nice to cut through.
Do you want to cut that out?
Is that okay?
Yeah. So keep within about sort of 2-3 mil of the edges. And,
2-3 mil. So you're kind of like that.
Yeah. So I know you've got great scissor skills. So yeah, I mean you can literally draw whatever you want. You can create patterns. Yesterday we did a lovely rainbow. It's a great way to personalise things. It's a great way for your kids to personalise things. So if you've got a sleepover or a kids' party, they can do their friends' names.
That'd be so cool.
You can cut them out into little rectangles, pop a hole in it. You've got something. I was going to say a wine glass charm, but a 6-year-old's party. Probably.
Cake toppers, though.
Yeah, cake toppers, anything like that. Anything for gift bags.
Mr. and Mrs., you know.
It's about personalisation. So the white and the clear are perfect for stamping. They're perfect for drawing on, for inky things. Just experiment with what you've got. I haven't explored every single medium out there. I've got to be honest with you. All the ones I've used thus far have worked perfectly fine. One thing I would say, if you are rubber stamping, remember the stamp ink will stay wet until you shrink it and dry it at the same time. So you don't want to stamp something and then try and die cut it, because that will transfer onto your cutting plate.
Is this all right?
You know, just have at it. It's just play, have fun. There you go. Now this is our way. Let's see what happens. Well, we know what's going to happen, but it's still magical. So,
just a quick question from Janet.
Sure.
Can you print on the white shrink plastic, please? Fascinating watching this. No.
No, it's not printable. You know, you actually, truth be told, you can print onto all the shrink plastics, but with the white and the others, the image is quite blurred. It's about something that they do to the surface to make it printable, which determines how well it works. So you could put it through a printer. There's nothing to impede you from doing that, but the results are not as clear. It will kind of blur, and the image isn't as good as...
Isn't good. So that's why we've got the printable on the show for you as well. So the printable, look how cute that is. So lovely.
Isn't that lovely?
Gorgeous. Yeah. You could pop, cute little pair of earrings.
Yeah.
Again, you could pop, like, and actually that could be a little button, on a cardie. When you sometimes, if you put the little back on,
of course,
you can just, it's so cute. So many things you can do with this. It is genuinely fascinating is the word, Janet. It's great. It's really brilliant. Now, we've also got the clear, and this is great as well because it's almost like a translucent clear, isn't it?
It's kind of a frosted, but it's got that tooth on one side. So, again, for your rubber stamping, for your inking, for your coloured pencils, whatever you want to do, it's absolutely wonderful.
Can you draw on this as well?
You can draw on it, yeah. It's the same properties as the white, except it's a different finish. So you're getting that frosted look to it. So, really, really nice, really nice.
It's superb, isn't it? It's great. And again, we've got a brilliant saving for you here again for 10 sheets of this. So with the black, with the white, with the clear, with the printable, you get 10 sheets in each pack, okay? With your metallics, of course, you get 8 in each pack. So really, really brilliant opportunity for you today. And actually, do you know what? I think we've got some of the clear samples here, haven't we? We have a little look at how that comes through. We can look at everything, really.
Do you know, actually, we haven't. That's something I completely overlooked. I've got to be honest with you. We've got lots of the stamped stuff, but none of the clear. I don't know why I forgot to make. I do apologise.
No, don't apologise. That was the clear. There we go. And that's a stamp on, or is that a print on?
That was printed. Yeah, that's actually.
There we go. You can recreate it as a stamp, maybe.
I know. Yeah.
All those stamps that you've got at home, you can stamp onto the black, you can stamp onto the white, you can stamp onto the clear, you can stamp onto all of the metallics, and you can stamp onto your printed as well once you've printed it. But you say print first, then stamp.
You can, yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Look at this as well. Look at this, making your teacher's presents for the end of term as well. Just make it completely unique and really lovely. I don't know if you've seen these already. If you haven't, I mean, this is just gorgeous. These are cufflinks that Pete's made, of his grandma and grandpa, right?
Yeah, that's my nana and granddad, yeah.
Absolutely lovely. What a beautiful thing to do for somebody. It's a really special memory gift. The printable, I have to say, we have had to restock on all of the shrink plastic, but the one which literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds have been going, we've got the printable. Now, that is on screen for you right now. We're not going to be restocking again. So what we have on the show for you today is what we have. This is your wife and daughter.
Wife and daughter.
Absolutely lovely. There's your boys. You see, I mean, the memory gifts you can give to people. I mean, you think about your online shop as well. If you've got an Etsy account, if you wanted, you can make completely personal key rings for people. These are fabulous as well. You know, make little fridge magnets of these. Your favourite song, your wedding song. Maybe these could be little fridge magnet favours for your wedding guests. Perfect. You know, every single person could have a different album cover. It could be the album of your life, you know. Absolutely lovely. There's so much. I've got to show this as well. I mean, check this out. What an amazingly imaginative and funky piece of jewellery that is. Isn't that great?
And they're all free downloadables. So you go on the internet, you put in free downloadables, put in free vintage downloadables, and you will find websites out there which are literally throwing these free images and patterns and all sorts of things at you.
Right, and you think about as well, all the photographs on your phone, right? Think about all the pictures that you photographed of your kids' drawings, or maybe they've got a stack of drawings and you're thinking, I can't keep all of this. Take a photo, you've got that photo forever. You can make it into badges, you can make it into jewellery, you can make it into fridge magnets, you can make it into so many different things. So it's just a beautiful way of preserving lovely memories, really sort of beautiful moments through life. Where'd you get these from?
I dare say Jewellery Maker does this sort of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the sort of thing that you can find online pretty much anywhere if you know what you're looking for. But yeah, Jewellery Maker is the best place to go because that's where you get the best value.
Hey, there we go. We've trained him well, haven't we? It's great.
But what I was pulling those out for was, now, something we talked about, you know, this is Printable again. We talked about making it unique. And yes, you can make very, very professional looking jewellery. But what you can also do is you can get the kids to, do you know what, the very one I'm looking for isn't here, which means it's probably, yes, it is back here, actually. So these.
Oh, yeah.
These. There you go. So get your kids to write onto a sheet, and you can see this is lined paper, which has been scanned in. So get them to do a little drawing, and then what we can do, and this simplicity itself, if I can get where's my scissors? Right, so what's coming up? Father's Day. It's just on the horizon. It's next week. It's the day after my daughter's birthday, so I'm going to get completely overshadowed.
Oh.
Again. So what I've done there, I've actually, I've cut that down. I'm going to pop a hole in the corner with my hole punch. And remember, this is the printable, so this has been printed on. You can draw directly onto it, or you can scan the drawing in afterwards and change it to the size that you want. So we're going to keep that going. It's a bigger piece, so the bigger pieces take longer to shrink, but there you go. It's going. We're getting there.
And you're moving it all the time, aren't you?
All the time.
So that's really important.
All the time. Yeah, that's absolutely right, 100%. Let's turn that over and get any little bobbles out, which you're going to get. You see the hole is there. So just leave it for a little while like that, just to sort of start to relax. Now, two things you can do with this. You can leave it like this, or you can paint the back with white. If you want the colours on the front to pop, you can take some acrylic and go over that. But there you go. So there is a jump ring. So it could be gifts for the teachers at the end of the school year. It could be Mother's Day. It could be just something for your key rings, you know. It could be your favourite album cover, absolutely.
Yeah.
Your favourite painting, whatever you want. But there you go. There is your key ring.
That's amazing. I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? How much are you going to be selling those for in the craft show? How much are you going to be?
Thousands.
Especially if you sign the back, Pete.
Yeah. Oh, that would devalue them somewhat. But yeah.
Can I have a go? Is that all right? Have we got time? Because I'm just thinking, and I can genuinely say I have never done this before. I have not yet done this, so I just want to. So this might be the worst idea ever.
It's just to prove that.
Just to prove that anyone, if I can do it, we haven't seen if I can do it yet.
Do you know something we haven't done yet? What I'll do is I'll cut it out and ink it, and then you can do the shrinky bit.
Oh yeah, nice. Okay.
So what I'm doing? Remember, we had some lovely earrings. And
yes.
All I did was just, look, Did I take any care or attention over that? No, I did not. Let's take my piece of paper, because the first thing I'm going to do is reach down here for my Distress inks. And I'm going to use some browns. Now, normally for the edges, you use one of the darker browns, but as the colour intensifies, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go for something a little bit... I was
just going to say...
Oh, were you going to say old paper, were you?
Yeah,
is that a favourite of yours?
One. I do. Well, I love kind of... It's like a greeny colour, isn't it?
Yes.
Green's
like
my
a
fave.
greeny, yellowy... Well, it's like old paper.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go around the edges just to deepen them slightly. Now, you will get a sense of when this is working and when it is not. Because if you go with a darker colour and it shrinks down, it's too dark. It's kind of too dark. I'm going for a very subtle, smoky look around those edges. So that's my Distress ink. Now, of course...
All those tools are on the website, by the way.
Distress is water-based dye ink. Now, Archival is actually oil-based. So I'm going to go on the back, which has got the which is obviously slightly textured. So I'm going to come in with that. Where was my little stamp? So you can any colours, whatever you want to do, you can do that as well. So there you go.
Okay.
So it's fine. It's kind of broken up. That's the vibe that I'm actually looking for. So because we're going down that vintage route, of course. Now I'm going to punch this. Punch the hole rather, so it could be an earring. It could be, if we punched either side, you could join these up to make a bracelet. If you punched in the middle, it could be a button.
Yeah.
As you said. Now,
it could be a lovely pendant.
You're the boss. I'm going to go and have a cup of tea. See you in 5 minutes.
Okay, right. So it's on the 2.
Yeah.
All right. Hello. This is it. Now, do I need to make sure it gets the temperature first?
It's fine. Yeah.
Just keep moving. And how close do I need to get? Is that about right?
Yeah. You don't have to hold the mesh down. You can just let that naturally sort of. So once you've got it to that point, I would flip it over.
Okay.
So you can use. That's perfect.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's 100%. So let it. Yeah, that's it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just get those little knobbles out. Now let it relax slightly. So I would flip it. Keep the heat on.
And then pop it on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll keep the heat on. Did you say?
Yeah. Well, that's okay. You see now it's cool now, but this is good. This is good because it does show, but it's still going to flatten.
I did. Kat said, "Did you feel the pressure then?" I was like, I did it. Becky's laughing her head off at me. She's just like, here we go. It's a nice curved one.
It's fine now. Yeah, it has. But that's come about because.
Beauty, Pete.
But it is sort of cooled before you put that on.
I wasn't quite quick enough.
Yeah, so it is kind of, but it still looks great. Yeah, I mean, embrace the imperfection. But if you put that against white, you will see, I think, where those slightly smoky edges come in. And it's very subtle.
Oh, thanks, Kat. Kat sounded very surprised. She said, Kat, Rosie, that's really good.
It is.
Thanks, babe.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's so satisfying.
Isn't it?
I mean, it literally, it gives you a bit of a buzz because it's just like, ooh, made that.
There you go.
It's really cool. Yeah, that is really lovely. You can do it. If I can do it, you can definitely do it. Now, this is the last show today. Okay, we've had 2 amazing days of our wonderful shrink plastic. You've loved it. We've had to restock so many times. And we are the home of Sizzix on the TV. And so this is why this wonderful relationship allows us to bring you these deals, to bring you these savings and restock it when we can. But we can't restock it anymore, okay? Give us a few days grace because we have restocked for you, but we can't restock again. So please do make sure you're checking out, okay? This comes from the Sizzix warehouse to us. We're going to post it out to you as soon as we possibly can. But whatever you're doing, don't miss out on this. You're going to be thinking, all these ideas, all these bits of inspiration you've got from Pete's shows over the last couple of days, you're going to be thinking about it. And you're going to be waking up in the night going, oh, I'm going to make this for my mum, for my dad, for my best friend. You're not going to be making anything if you don't get involved in the show. So make sure you get your accessories kit. It's here, MPXC18. And, of course, all your shrink plastics. This is the printable on screen right now. You're getting 10 sheets there. Has been the most popular, I think, because it's so versatile. But if I were you, I'd get one of each. Which one did you go for?
Well, I love the printable. I love the white.
Okay.
I love the black.
He's just gonna.
I adore the glitter. No, I mean seriously. I mean the printable. There's no shadow of a doubt. The printable is the most versatile, and the more ideas. The black it's so classic, and that lovely, almost velvet sheen to it is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So if you want to make that, you know, big chunky costume jewellery, the black, oh my goodness. But, you know, and we've seen how beautiful that glitter shrink plastic is, the gold, the rose gold and the silver. We've seen phenomenal. That is clever.
There we go.
I like what you've done there.
Yeah,
I like
you
what
can
you've done
see.
there.
We've got these, unless you're trying to keep it as a surprise.
No, not at all. That is a perfect illustration. And that shows what has happened with each strip there and how we've created an individual ring. But notice also how those colours intensify. So if you had a photograph, for example, and you want to print it off, then slightly reduce the lightness. So take some of the saturation of the colour out. And when it shrinks down, it looks natural. But you can see the difference there, so.
Love it.
Have we got time to make a quick ring?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, go on. Challenge is
let's
on. Yes.
Right. Okay. So, as I said before, the rings. I've cut these to a certain size. These are about 15 centimetres long. Now, your fingers are going to be a different thickness to mine. So it's a kind of trial and error. What I'm doing, I'm using my corner tool to just round these off. So what you have to do now is look at the finger that you're going to put it on and find something, anything. It could be a wooden spoon. It could be, I don't know, it could be a paintbrush. That is the same thickness as your finger. And this, the roller off my brayer, is roughly the same thickness as my finger. And that's going to come in, that's quite important, that's going to come in a second. So we're going to shrink that strip down, like this. So we, as we did before, we're going back into like
so
that.
That's the max size you go for, isn't it?
Yeah,
sort of the length
absolutely. So this is, so if you've got big jumbo sausage fingers, you're out of luck, I'm afraid, because it doesn't fit the length of the mesh tool. But there you go. You can see it's starting to. I mean, it's
so cool. I love watching it.
It really is. I mean, it looks a right old mess at the moment. Yeah, I'm going to flip that over. I'm just going to get those depressions out. I'm going to let it. But what I'm going to do is, you see, I'm keeping the heat on it.
Yeah, that's what Kat's just said. She said, "See, Rosie, see how he's keeping the heat on it."
Top tips, right? So as soon as that heat is off, I'm taking this, I'm putting it there, and I'm rolling it round. Nice. Okay, until it comes to that point. Now, because I use this as a template, because I use this lovely roller, I know that's roughly the same thickness as my finger. Wow. So when I take it away, boom, it's ready to go.
It's so clever. Great? It's absolutely brilliant. Georgina's just walked into the gallery. She's absolutely bowled over by this. I mean, this is the thing. I think there's so many people watching the show. It's, you know, you can be making bracelets. Look at this. Just if you've not seen all this yet, you see there's so much you can do. You know, the bracelets, the buttons, the brooches, the hair clips, the pendants, the earrings, the cufflinks. You know, there is so much you can be doing with this. The badges, and the great thing is you can make and sell with all of it. I mean, it's so cool.
Well, and talking, circling back to where we started, actually, talking about make and sell. Now, if you flooded this piece of shrink plastic, this 80p piece of shrink plastic with this pattern, right, you could get 2 brooches, 2 sets of earrings, and 2 rings, and probably a few other little bits and pieces out of that as well. So, you know, and imagine if you were going to a craft fair and you were selling that. Yeah. Now, that's 40p a set.
That's crazy,
I'll let you guys do the maths at home, because, I mean, you know, if you do make to sell, if you're thinking this is a small business, or maybe you're selling for a charity or something like that, it's an absolute no-brainer. But the most important thing about this is it's fun.
Yeah, it is. It's fun. It's something you can do as a family. It's something you could do at the weekends. You could even be, you know, when you do like drink and draw events and stuff at pubs, you could have a drink and shrink. There we go. We need to coin that phrase, don't we?
Drink and shrink.
Drink and shrink events at your local bars as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not that one, I don't know.
In my youth, I used to go to drink and drink events, so there's no shrinking.
That's it.
There'd be some collapsing. Yeah.
But, you know, it's such a lovely craft to get involved in. And I bet, you know, for so many of you, it is just... It's a brand new idea for so many people watching as well. And I think when you hear shrink plastic, you don't necessarily in your mind think of the high-end jewellery that you can be making and the beautiful brooches, the gorgeous badges. It's such a fabulous thing to do. Have a look back on the website for all of the different options. Remember, you can rewatch all of these shows as well. So after 8 o'clock tonight, you can rewatch all of Pete's demos as well. You can rewatch the shows from yesterday. So you don't have to miss out on anything at all, okay? Whatever you're doing, and I can see so many of you there, hundreds and hundreds of these brilliant packs of shrink plastic have gone. Don't miss out on them, okay? Loads of it there with your basket. We want to see your pictures. We want to see your makes. We want to see your cards. We want to see what you do with your shrink plastic. So please do message us in studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Pete, do you know when you're going to be back with us?
No. There you go.
Okay, that's the short answer.
What are we in now? We're in June, aren't we?
Yeah.
No. I haven't got a clue.
But you're going to be wallpapering tomorrow.
We've got some great shows coming up, I know that. But on Monday, my good friend Josh Griffiths is here with the most unique set of stamps. There's 1 o'clock on Monday, so check that out.
Oh, nice. That's going to be fantastic. And I tell you what, you've got 3 more fabulous hours coming up here on HobbyMaker, because we've got Janie's Originals back with something completely brand new as well, with Dave straight up after the short break. We've also got another hour with Lily from Crafter's Companion, and do not miss Add Some Sparkle at 7 o'clock as well. When Robert is here with Add Some Sparkle, it's always a sellout show, so he's going to be here as well at 7 o'clock. Don't miss out on anything. It's all happening on HobbyMaker. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Pete.
Pleasure.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Hey everyone, good evening. It's official. The weekend starts right now. It's just after 5 o'clock Friday. It is the start of the weekend, isn't it, Janie?
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. Absolutely.
No, I work weekends, so it makes no difference.
Yeah, I'm a bit like that. Weekends, bank holidays all disappear. Great to have your company. Thank you, Rosie. Rosie's back to day after tomorrow, I think. Right, now, what's coming up? What's coming up this evening, then? Take a little look. We've got Janie back with us with a brand new treasure bundle. If you love ephemera and you love things that are taking you back in time and have got such great character, you're going to love what's coming up in the next hour. Then we've got back in stock Crafter's Companion Stamp and Die Set, the everyday numbers that sold out, I think back in March, I think it was. And when it's gone, this stock, that's it. When it's gone, it's gone. So that's going to be at 6 with Lily, who hopefully you've met over the last day or two, but she's a relatively new face from Crafter's Companion. She's lovely. 7 o'clock, we've got brand new paper embroidery kits from Rob, and Add Some Sparkle. We've got mandalas in different colours. Whatever you do, don't miss out on that, because whenever we bring Add Some Sparkle and mandalas together, absolute marriage. You love it. So that's going to be at 7 o'clock, rounding off our live shows. Janie, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You right?
I think we've worked together every time I've been at HobbyMaker.
That's the way
Aren't you
I like
the lucky
it.
one?
That's the way I like it. Now, Janie's Originals. Tell us what Janie's Originals is all about. Tell us about you.
Oh, wow. How long have we got? No, I'm actually a trained artist, fine art,
Yeah.
so that's my background. But I've always been an avid crafter for as long as I can remember, and it's all I've ever wanted to do, basically, some form of arts or crafts.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until I reached the age of 40 that I thought, right, we need to make a business of this day.
Yes, yes.
So I started putting all my ideas into kit form and things like that, and that's the very short history of where we are today.
And you've got a really distinct style, which I know lots of you love. Your shows here at HobbyMaker have been really hugely popular. We've got some stamps, we've got some fabric coming up if you're a fabric lover, and we've got some amazing like postcards coming up as well, with like a William Morris collection or connection to it, isn't it, really?
Yeah. So anyone that knows the designer images that I create, so I take like archival images.
Yeah.
Why not start with William Morris? Because
Why not?
he was pretty good at what he did. So I've taken some of his patterns, put my own twist on it, layered it up, things like that. So yeah, it's kind of in the background. It has that theme.
Okay, now we're going to start with our June treasure bundle. Now this is really something quite special, because everything you get in this bundle is going to really inspire you to do your makes, whether it's something for card makers, whether it's something for journal makers or whatever. It's only $19.99 and it's GEJQ96. GEJQ96 for £19.99. Now, the contents is going to be exactly what you're going to show us, but some of the pages will be different, won't they? Because they're from original books.
Yeah, so there's some items that are brand new, so they will all be the same.
Yeah.
The books that I'm using will be the same, but obviously the pages are different because they are original.
Sure.
So shall we start by looking at what is the same in all of them?
Okay, go on then.
So the new items. So I've put in, this is brand new, between myself and Mr. B, my husband.
Yeah.
We designed this between us. So we wanted lots of little frames. And because obviously within the apertures we can fit things in there, it gives us our 3D elements. So you can layer these up and configure them however you want, but these are a perfect match with if you've got the A7 cabinet cards,
Yeah.
which we've also got on show and we've seen before, to go on your books, to go on your card fronts. It's 2mm MDF, so it's light enough to go on your cards.
So is that in the treasure bundle?
This is in the treasure bundle, and we sell it on our website for £12.99 on its own.
Okay, so
And
if you're
it's within
paying
the
what you should be for that, you're getting
Yeah.
the rest of it for £7.
Yeah.
And there's loads.
Yeah, my maths isn't the greatest.
Well, that's to our benefit,
It's good
isn't
for
it?
you.
Right.
And then we've got a few prints. So these are a selection of prints which are in the Williams Attic Volume 2.
Right.
Because obviously this is our show today. So, and obviously you can, let me just pop one of those out. You can see there how it starts to work with these and why they're sized the way that they are.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got 8 of, I can't remember what size they actually are.
A6?
Smaller, well, I think they're slightly smaller. Let me have a look. I should know, shouldn't I? They are 8.5 with the border by 13.5.
Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Then we've got some little, these are from seed packets, and these are handy just for layering up and making ephemera.
Wonderful colours.
And then, yeah, they come out really nicely, the colours on the prints. Can't go wrong with a sheet like this. You know, you can use this on all sorts of things. And then what we've taken is a lot of the images, a lot of the focal images, and scaled them right down for making your toppers and ephemera. So don't forget, you can use these. Obviously, I'm a bookmaker, make journals, that sort of thing. But all of this is ideal for card toppers as well, if you want that kind of vintage feel to it.
Now, this is for me where it gets exciting, because all of these are original book sheets, aren't they?
Yes. So I'll be using the same books for each kit. And this is another reason why these are limited edition as well, because there's only so many of an item that I can source. But you'll have some lovely coloured, and you can see how these kind of go.
Is the idea that you cut them out, fussy cut them, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so some people would use that as a whole page in a journal. I often fussy cut them. You've also, if you've got text there, you can use that as sentiments. You can take little, you know, do whatever you feel you want to do, but you can take a whole page and then stamp into it, layer, you know, do whatever you want. I like these packs because not just for beginners, but if you're looking for some inspiration, we don't always know where to start, do we? And I find when it's in a bundle like this and you confine yourself to this bundle, you start being really creative with it.
It must take you ages to find all these different elements and the sheet music.
I've got a big stash.
Yeah, okay.
And this is one of the kits that I always put together.
Yeah.
So Mr. B makes up a lot of the book kits. He does all the packing for that sort of thing. These things, because I put them together as a designer rather than a sensible business person.
I mean, look at these really old-fashioned adverts and things like that. I love all that sort of thing.
So again, obviously you can cut these out, you can colour them in, but use them. Don't be too precious. Most of the books that I use are damaged books, so it's better to use them in your craft.
So the way to look at it, really, you're giving what otherwise would probably have been thrown away a new lease of life, really.
Yeah, and I buy things from all different places as well. So I go to like large vintage antiques markets, things like that. Yeah. We recently got a massive book, which is bound copies of the Times newspaper from 1916. Oh, wow. We might have mentioned it on the last show, actually. But the binding of that is beyond repair. So why not make use of the pages? So, there's adverts in there, the text, and, So you've got your text pages, which a lot of people just like to tear into these to layer up. You can also find, little sentences that you might want to highlight. You can also use that as inspiration
and also
as well.
Natural ageing you've got around the edges.
Yes,
that sort of
and the feel of vintage paper as well. That one's very thick, almost like old sugar paper.
Sure.
This one's really papery thin.
And there's more?
Yeah, there's more. You'll get a piece from a used vintage pattern as well. Oh, wow. So you may have a slightly smaller piece, you may have a massive piece, it depends what it's taken from. But this is I can't remember the date, but this is from a vintage pattern. And this is ideal for collaging and again, layering. Yeah. So there's a theme with this. It's about layering, creating texture and interest.
Just making really interesting images. Whether it's pictures, whether it's books, pages, whatever you're making, cards.
Yeah.
Lace will be in there too.
Yeah, so this is also vintage, so you may get some natural discoloration on there.
Yeah.
I've chosen to keep that in because it adds to it. We tend to ink things up to make them look old. If it's already done for you, then, you know. And these two are new. So getting into the newer items now, you've got some A6 cards to get you started. Obviously, you can stamp on the back, collage on the front. I think we did one of those on one of our last shows. Mm-hmm. Paper doilies, ideal again for snipping into, colouring them up. They just add a lovely texture. You've got a couple of envelopes in there. You've got, so this is quite fun. If you do make any of the books that we showed on the earlier show, you can have your little personal library card in there. Not that you're going to want to lend your book to anyone. But again, you know, adding stamps onto it, and I kind of say it doesn't have to make sense. You don't have to think a library card wouldn't look like that. It's just fun.
It's there for character and personality, and to give a sort of a feel to a certain age.
Yeah. And you've got...
I love old tickets.
Well, these are new, but they look old.
Right.
So these are faux age tickets. And then you've got 4 tags. Mm-hmm. Again, this is a nice way to get started if you want to do something small, work on a tag, and then that's your final little bits.
Now, if that is an amazing value for money, I don't know what is. And literally, Janie has done all the hunting around, the scouting, the sourcing to find all those wonderful characterful sheets for you. But as she said before, the MDF sheet is normally $12.99 on its own with all those wonderful frames and embellishments. So you're getting everything else for £7. I mean, that's why we're getting busy. Elizabeth is in, Mavis, hello to brand new crafter, Sandra in Cumbria, Mavis, Alison. Of course, if you buy anything from us at HobbyMaker, at any time between midnight and midnight, you pay 1 P&P of $3.95. So if you bought something this afternoon with Rosie, you'll only pay that 1 P&P no matter how many things you buy through the shows this evening. Now, nearly 20% of the stock has already gone. Before we get to demo, we'll be doing some demos with that in a second. Now, the other thing we want to show you before we do a demo, and then we will, is this. Oh, we're doing the printed card next, are we? I've got the Williams Attic Volume 2. Do you want the printed cards? Yes, do the printed cards.
Yeah, let's do the printed cards because we didn't see those on the earlier show.
All right.
These are brand new.
So this is inspired by William Morris prints in the background, but then, of course, Janie works her magic and then puts things and overlays them and gives you just a beautiful story on each one. Now, this is 350 GSM?
Yes.
350 GSM
yeah,
card.
it's a lovely quality card, yeah.
And you're going to get 20?
There's 20 images in there, yeah.
Look at these. All of these will be exactly what you're going to be receiving in the post. So, you know, they're really, really well printed, well put together, solid cardstock, but look at the colours. And each card tells a story, doesn't it? And it's only £5.99 for all 20 of them. They are absolutely beautiful. LXJQ09. I will show you the A4 as well in a second, because that's brand new today. That's part, or number 2. But look at that little girl with the bonnet on as well, layering up of the flowers. Does it take you a long time to work out what to put over the fabric? You have to build up that collage.
Yeah,
I bet.
There's lots of layers.
I bet.
We were saying earlier, we weren't going to do brand new items for this show, and then I got carried away with my design, so you've got lots of brand new items.
Well, there they are. 20 of these, A6 in total, so it's Williams Attic, and it's £5.99 for all 20 of them. If you want to make them into postcards, we've got the stamp set in the show that will allow you to put kind of postcard marks on the back of them, that sort of thing. Or you can use them in your journals, use them in your scrapbooks, use them in mixed media products or projects, maybe on canvases and that sort of thing as well. So that's if you want the A6 card, 350 GSM. And the A4 as well, now there's 2 options. You can either go for this one, which is the pre-printed. We do actually have a digital download version available as well, if you'd rather print it off yourself on paper that you may have, or indeed on fabric, or whatever you want to do. Now, let me just show you here. All of these pre-printed. You get 40 sheets, but you can see you get lots and lots of elements on each one, printed onto gorgeous quality paper. £14.99.
Sorry, Dave. These are printed on 90 GSM, like a smooth touch paper.
Beautiful.
So it's, you know, it's heavier than a copy paper.
Yep.
But it's suitable for covering your books and things like that, because it's not gone the other way, and it's, you know, it's not too heavy.
It's gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. And every time, like that last sheet, if I just go back to that last sheet just for a second, and you look at that, oh, hang on, next one. Look at that last sheet that I just flicked through. And you can see all the different tickets, you can see all text and that sort of thing, receipts, invoices maybe as well. There's always, you lose yourself in there, and every time you look at it, you see something different each time. So 40 sheets in total, pre-printed. This is how it will arrive. It will arrive in the post to you, to your door, already beautifully printed by Janie and her husband. $14.99. Now, if you want all of those designs, and you want to choose what you print them onto, then you can have the digital download, and there's absolutely nothing to pay postage-wise for that because it's an instant purchase. You just go to our website. It doesn't say add it to your basket. It just says purchase now, £7.99. That will always be on your HobbyMaker account as well, so you can then have the download, print off what you want onto what paper you want, or what card you want, or what fabric you want, and choose the size of printing it. And imagine printing that onto parchment or vellum or something like that. So you can either go for the pre-printed version, which is $14.99, a physical item that will come through the post to you, or you can do the digital download for $7.99, OPJQ21. Okay, well, we've got a lot more to show you as well, but we'll come on to that a bit later on. We're going to crack on with the demo, first things first, with the treasure bundle, I think. First.
Yeah, I thought we'd dip into the treasure bundle,
okay,
because, you know, we can just keep going with that.
Yep.
But I thought, first off, if we use one of the MDF pop-out frames, I can show you how easy they are to use. So you've just got tiny little tabs that hold things in place. Mm-hmm. So obviously you could use that just plain as it is. It's a lovely shape. But we've got these elements as well. But everything will mix and match. So if there's one on here that you want more elements all the way around, obviously you can take elements from another one. Mm-hmm. We filled in some gaps as well, because Mr. B laid it all out, and I said, there's a gap there, there's a gap there. Let's stick in some hearts, let's stick in some flowers, so you can start layering things up.
Brilliant.
So these just pop out really easily. I think that looks like a moustache and a beard there.
I think you're right, yeah. Yeah, it could be.
So we'll just pop those out. Right. Oh, she says.
And if you struggle, use your pokey tool or something like that.
I was just going to say, I'll get my pokey tool. Everything's more of a struggle when you're live on air. And I'm going to take from my little precision bottle. So you can be guided by the shape of this to see that goes at the top like that, and I'll show you how it pieces in. Okay. But really, like I said, you can use any of the elements on whichever frames you feel like. So I'll try and line it up without getting my head in your way.
I mean, there must be dozens of elements on that one sheet. And as I said before, that on its own, normally, Janie would charge $12.99 for it. So to get all the other bits and pieces that you've got in the fantastic treasure bundle for $19.99 is amazing.
So you can see you don't need much glue to attach them on. And you can decide as well, so that shape matches up with the shape of the edge, but you can pull it in if you want to, or have it to the edge, you know, whichever you fancy.
Okay.
So.
And we do have Janie's glue in the show that we'll get to a bit later.
Yeah, I've just put some of my paper bindery glue in this one. Yeah. Because for a lot of things that we use it for, you don't need much, and it's nice to have a precision nib on there. So we'll just pop that in like that. And then what I'm going to do is just put some black gesso on it. So I'm using the one from Indigo Blue. Mm-hmm.
That's on the website.
And what I should have done was get a scrap bit of paper. Let me just find...
Do you always gesso MDF?
No, it depends what I'm doing. The only reason I'm gessoing this is because of the effect that I want at the end. So I want the dark base, and then I'm going to gild it. So it depends what you're using on it. If you were colouring it with an acrylic, then you don't need to go in with gesso. Gesso obviously gives it a nice key. And like I said, I'm just using this as a base.
That glue's grabbed it really quickly, hasn't it? It's not...
Yeah, it will grab quick. And like I said, you don't need much of it either. So I'm just going to do a quick... Obviously, with any demo I do, I always say you take more time at home. But you don't want a really thick coating on there because there are etched lines in this as well. Okay. So obviously, the thicker you go in, you'll start filling those lines and you won't see it when you come to put the gilding on.
Okay. So nice light, a nice light coating on that.
Yeah. Some people like to put it on with a sponge. So literally just sweep it over. It's whichever you fancy. Now, I forgot to bring my heat gun, so we'll just pretend that's dry. Okay. But you can build these up as well. So I'm going for quite a dark effect, obviously with the black and the gold. But start colouring this up any way you fancy. This would look really nice if you painted it in cream and then aged the edges. So it would be a lot lighter, like literally lighter in colour. I'm also going to put some of that on a dry brush so that I can get right in round where my fingertips can't get into.
And just to let you know, while Janie's doing this, tomorrow Janie debuts for the first time on Sewing Street.
Yes,
so
it's very exciting.
If you love Janie's collections and what she does for paper and card, tune in to Sewing Street tomorrow for fabric. That's at 10 o'clock, first time that Janie's been on Sewing Street. So our sister channel tomorrow will welcome you with open arms. Stuart and Janie.
Yes, it's very exciting, and it's been a long time since I got the sewing machine out, and I've had to try and be quite precise with it. Do you know what, though? I'm so nervous about doing it because I'm having to rely on a machine for my demos.
You'll be
whereas
fine.
Normally it's just like, you know. Right, I'm going to go in with one of the cabinet cards. Well, she looks quite nice in there, I think.
I love seeing old portraits. I love it.
Now,
who are they? Where are they? Where were they?
Well, I've got my own little private collection. So when I go to the antiques fairs and things like that, let me just look for my pencil. I'm going to give myself a rough guideline of where to cut. Yeah, it's quite funny because, you know, everyone gets to the big antiques fairs really early and they're all queuing to get in. I tend to rock up at lunchtime, because a lot of the paper ephemera is not what other people are looking for.
Oh, okay.
And that's what I'm looking for.
Right.
So I make a beeline for... Well, I'm just rough cutting this and just hoping that it's going to fit. Yeah, I make a beeline for this sort of thing. So I've got my own little collection at home. And then I think they wouldn't have even known what TV was back then.
True.
To know that I'm scanning in their pictures, showing them on TV, and crafters are using them. But I just think you can make up your own names, your history of, you know, who they are, what did they do. I feel like she's slightly feeling like she should smile for the photo, but she's not really keen on the idea.
I mean, she looks quite matronly or school teachery, maybe. Or...
Yeah. So
I'm probably totally wrong, but...
we will never know.
That's part of the fun of it, really, isn't it?
Yeah. So we'll place that over. Now, if I'd remembered to bring my heat gun, what I would do is put some Versamark on there, clear embossing powder, and then heat it. And if you do that before you fix it into the frame, you can then, I think we've done it before, you can then crack it.
So it gives like a...
So it looks like it's... Yeah. And obviously I didn't need to do any aging on that. You'll very often see me using like a brown ink to age things, but because of the colour of that, don't need to.
No.
But that would be lovely with glossy accents in there as well. So that's just one way of using those. But obviously there's prints within the treasure bundle as well that you could use for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, shall we just remind you of what we've used so far then? So the fantastic treasure bundle, which has got, remember, the MDF frames and all the other accessories as well, together with all of the printed pages from books that basically have seen better days and, you know, they get thrown away. So you've reinvented what you can use the pages for. 30% of that treasure bundle is now gone. That's what you're going to get. And remember, the MDF sheet is worth £12.99. So for £7, you're going to get all those extras, tags, tickets, all in there. So what you do with them is entirely up to you. And that's the beauty of this is you will do with yours totally different to what someone else will do. So, you know, you can put your own spin on it if you want to. Now, we do have the cabinet cards available as well. Now, why are they called cabinet cards, Janie?
So when you know the little prints that you get, the photos of people, they are called cabinet cards, and people used to give them as little calling cards as well.
Oh, okay.
Say I popped round to see you and you weren't there, then I might leave you a little calling card and it might happen to have my photo on it. But I suppose people used to put them in their cabinets, I don't know.
So you've got a combination of old adverts, and also old portraits as well. Absolutely intriguing, fascinating, and you're going to get a total of, is it 40 of these?
Yes.
Yeah, 40 of these in total, and as you can see, the size of them is A7, so great to use maybe with the fantastic frames we showed you on that MDF. There she is, look. And you've got young, you've got old, you've got male, female couples as well, some old-fashioned adverts and hoardings, signs, but they're all naturally distressed. Look, newborn, I bet they've got some stories to tell, or they would have done in their day, but quite old. There we go. That's a hat, isn't it?
Yeah, I had to get that one because I just thought that looks so cool, doesn't it?
That is a hat, definitely. But I love it, absolutely love it. Okay, well, now we're getting busy on the fantastic cards, the cabinet cards. There we go, look. And it's very much kind of, one of my favourite TV shows is Downton Abbey, and it's very much taking me back to kind of those eras when people used to really dress up, just for dressing up's sake, for dinner, for, you know, family get-togethers. Everybody made an effort, but they've all got, I'm sure, amazing stories behind them. I don't know who they are. Jenny doesn't know who they are, but you can incorporate them in your crafting. You get all 40 of these, and they're fascinating. Those advertisings are just brilliant to read and fascinating to read. So that's IHQ95, gets you 40 of these. These are also pre-printed onto cardstock, great quality cardstock. Approaching 20% of that, the cabinet cards has gone. Only $7.99 for 20 of them, which is pretty amazing. So that's about 40p per card. Okay, now we also have some stamp sets that we've got. Now I mentioned earlier on, if you wanted to make anything into a postcard, so the A6 or the A7, you could do that. This stamp set has been a sellout time and time and time again because you've got basically all the elements that you'd expect to see on a postcard as individual stamps. So you've got the word postcard as a stamp. You've got the numbers down there, all individual. You've got the outline of a stamp. You've got the franking mark, first class. You've got corner flourishes, and of course the franking mark there as well. This has not been on air for a month, and last time it was on air it sold out. So if you want to get hold of it today, if you love the idea of, and postcards I think are making a comeback. I know Sandra with Sandtangle is doing postcards which people are tangling, so if you want to convert any of these and make them into postcards, or just give a postcard theme to a topic, you can do. And it's $7.99. Yeah, we're getting busy for this. I thought we would. ODJQ09. QDJQ09, that's the product code, £7.99, and how you use them is entirely up to you. There you go, they're brilliant, aren't they? So really cute, and I don't know what it is about postcards that I miss. I suppose when you're used to having something growing up and then suddenly it's not there
Remember
anymore.
as well, when you're on holiday, it's like we've got to find postcards
exactly.
to send home. Like, who does that now? But originally when I designed it, it was... because I was thinking about, you know, when we were saying about layering and things like that, we like to put random things within the journals, and that's what I was thinking. But then it's like, actually, we can just make our own postcards with them, you know, with
Bring
whatever
back the
cardstock
postcard,
you want.
that's what I say. So that's $7.99, and 20% of that now has gone virtually. Okay, now the next one, something that I love, tickets. Again, I think it's taking me back to my childhood. Bus tickets, train tickets. I am going in the order of my preference. My producer said, yes, I am, quite right. Now, look at these. And again, what are the tickets for? That's the intriguing thing about it. Is it trams? Is it buses? Is it cinema? It could be anything like that. Now, we haven't got a massive amount of stock here, but you can see that there's a lot of interest in all of them. You've got an Admit one. You've got Somerset. What's this one say? Agricultural Society. Child's Ticket. Central Railway. Down the bottom there, to and from. So lots of intriguing stamps, but really full of character to make your own tickets. And again, if you're doing a scrapbook, and you're doing a scrapbook, maybe a page about a journey that you've been on, or a holiday you've been on, or something like that, just having tickets dotted around just makes it more interesting.
Yeah, and also collect your own tickets and mix them up. So if you're doing like a little travel journal, there's not many times we do get tickets now, but if you do, collect those up, put them in journals. But these look, I'll do a little bit of a demo on them, but you can make them look properly vintage really easily.
Absolutely. And also you can make a wonderful background with them as well. Just having tickets as a background on a page would look fantastic. So that one, $15.99, SVJQ90. SVJQ90, $15.99 today, if you fancy that one. I'm just going down in order now. So the next one, Jamie, this one is lace, obviously.
Yep, that's the lace element.
Lace elements.
So those are hand-drawn from vintage lace. Yep.
And produced in the UK. All these stamps are manufactured in the UK. Top quality photopolymer, but originally drawn by Janie herself. And you're fine with people using these and selling what they've made?
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic. But look at the detail in that. It must take you forever to do something like this.
Yeah, well, I'm time blind anyway, but when I start drawing or painting, I have no concept of how long that took me.
Well, this is only $13.99 if you'd like to go for those.
And they all repeat stamp as well, Dave. Okay. So even the large ones, if you want like a large border of lace, you can just keep stamping them. They do join up, and that's what takes time for me to design.
Okay, fantastic. Now, another thing that I know you love, and I do too, labels on bottles. And I'm talking here about like perfume bottles. Now, this doesn't actually have a pre-printed carrier sheet to it, so it's kind of a bit difficult to see. I know we've got the envelope that they're going to be coming in, so you can see. So it's
I've got the envelope here.
JLJQ31. There we go. These are what your labels are going to look like. So you've got various different types of labels there. Quite a Parisian feel to those, so maybe perfumeries, that sort of perfume.
Yeah, the funny thing was, though, I was inspired by a perfume museum in Barcelona.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. I was looking for this perfume museum, and I thought, I can't find it. There was a perfume shop,
right?
And I said to him, where's the museum? She's like, oh, it's at the back of the shop, but it's not actually open yet. So she opened it up for me, turned the lights on. It's this massive room just full of perfume bottles and labels.
And they go back years. They really, really do. Oh, actually centuries, some of them. So amazing. And again, they're great to add in to make your projects really interesting. So that is JLJQ31. Then we've got, now this is really cool, this is like a faux stitching set of stamps. So it's going to give you the look of hand stitching. There we go. Or it could be machine stitching, but probably more hand stitching than machine, wouldn't it?
Well, they were actually done on my machine,
right,
and then scanned in, and I wanted them to look scruffy, because often people like to stitch around their cards, their journals, that sort of thing, but not everyone has a machine. And I know when I'm making something, it's like, can I be bothered to get the machine out just to do that? No, I can stamp it.
You can stamp it. And if you're not very good, maybe with fine liners, and you get a little bit daunted by that, or it all goes wrong, or goes a bit wonky, and you can't read it, well, maybe you can.
You can. It is a short story, but I've closed it up. It's really close, so you know, you have to look at it, but it is a story you can read.
Oh, fantastic. But look at the handwriting. It's absolutely magical. And that as a background, again, just adding character and texture and all sorts of things. So for your mixed media projects, for your scrapbooking, for your card making, there's your fantastic script background. Only £10.99. You'll use that so often, you really will. And it's GZJQ20. GZJQ20. More to come, but we're going to go back to another demo.
Okay, so I'll show you a perfume label and maybe one of the tickets, just to show how simply you can... I just realised how much gesso I've got on myself. That was really clever.
It's a good day at the office.
So let's go in with a perfume label, and let's use this one, just because I like the shape of it, and let's put it on there. Now, I'm just going to simply stamp this in black. Mm-hmm. This is a handmade paper, so I have no idea how the print's going to come out. It could bleed into it, it could be crisp.
Okay.
To be honest,
that's part of the fun, though.
I'm not overly bothered either way. It's a vintage ticket. That's also our get out clause for anything, Dave. It's shabby chic. It's fine. So, and I just thought, because it's like a handmade paper, it would give it that kind of aged feel. Mm-hmm. So if I very quickly snip that out. So yeah, if you've got some lovely old vintage bottles, or even not necessarily vintage ones, if you know you've got some glass bottles in your recycling. I know it's not very often now because most things come in plastic, but make up your own little coloured liquid to go inside.
Good idea.
Put your own kind of labels on there.
Yeah.
And then all I'm going to do with this one is our trusted walnut stain just around the outside.
Instant vintage.
Yeah. Like that. So if that was on a card, in a journal, that I think, does look quite vintage.
It does.
And that's like really simple. You can also stamp in different colours. Stamping in brown is quite nice, so it's not quite as harsh. Although I think with the texture of the handmade paper, actually, it's gone on there quite well.
But bear in mind that the stamp is actually brand new and manufactured in the UK. You've got an instant old-fashioned classic look to something that's got character.
Yeah, we like character, Dave.
We do.
So let's go with, which one shall we have? Let's just go with the Admit one, shall we? And...
But admit one to what?
Wow.
That's the question.
So you could just have a single one, but you could, obviously the numbers are going to be the same, but we're not going to worry too much about that. So you could go in a whole row and do those. Like you said, you could stamp all over your page and create a background.
I remember when I used to go to the local bus company down on the south coast where I lived when I was a kid growing up, used to have open days, and you could go along and just look at all the buses and ride on them and stuff, and they have vintage ones. And you could buy big rolls of tickets, huge rolls of tickets, perforated. And I used to buy them with my pocket money.
Well, I look for those now on a certain site where people sell used things, and some of them go for a crazy price.
I can imagine.
So when I'm looking for things to go in, like the treasure bundles, and I want genuine tickets, they can be really expensive.
We should have kept hold of them.
You should have.
Yeah.
I would also crinkle these up before aging, because if you think if this was an old ticket, it's probably gone in your pocket, might have gone through the wash.
Yes, many times.
And then we'll age it up. So then you get those little creases and it just starts to look more realistic.
Totally.
If you were using this loose in something, I would age up the back as well. But obviously if you're sticking it down, you don't need to worry.
I mean, this whole show feels like you've just found a box in the attic, maybe of your grandparents or something like that, that's been up there for 30, 40, 50, maybe even 80 years. And you've opened it and there's this treasure trove of memories in there. It's a bit like that, isn't it?
I think, and that's where the whole Williams attic idea came from.
Right.
The fact that you could be digging around in a proper old attic, you know, not a loft space, a proper old attic, and you might find rolls of wallpaper. You know, everyone keeps the rolls of wallpaper, and you have like a little bit left, which could be, you know, William Morris, and then you might open a trunk and it's got some fabric in it and some old lace, and it's bringing all those things together in
and it might be from people who previously owned the house. Nothing to do with you or your family, but previous owners may have left the box up there. So it's intriguing, isn't it, all this sort of thing?
I'm pretty sure we've still got things in our attic from my grandparents.
Really?
So
You'll find them.
who knows what we'll find up there. So I'm just aging around the edge of this card. So this is from the treasure bundle. And I'm thinking about layering on with a few other things. So let's start off with some text. Now, like I said, don't worry about tearing into these things.
No.
You know, I wouldn't be using like first editions of anything that's of high value.
No, you've basically used books that have otherwise seen better days that are...
Yes. And you can guarantee that would dry up within my show, wouldn't it? Been happily crafting with it. Yes, and it's funny, when I go to these big sales and things like that, I'm the one looking for the old, decrepit books, the ones that are falling apart. And you know, like, what are you going to do with that?
Now, that's one of the craft cards in the treasure bundle, isn't it, that you're using?
Yes. Yeah. And again, I'm kind of aging everything as it goes on, and you can see there that I was letting it kind of bend in my fingers because it just gives it the age. Now, if I was collaging all over this completely, then I would use the matte collage glue, go over the base, piece it all in, and then glaze over the top of it. It's completely matte. So it will mattify anything you put on there. So with these prints, they're printed laser, so you have that slight, it's not a gloss, but there's wax in the toner. It will take that away, so it will mattify everything.
Okay.
And then if you're stamping over the top as well, it's perfect for that.
But of course, if you're using the download, rather than the pre-printed, you can print it onto anything you like. But we'll give you the glue details after the demonstration, though.
So always go in with a bit of, because this is kind of like a faux lace as well, just with the doily. And actually, I'm going to age that after I put it on, just because it will give it a bit more structure when it's stuck down. So I'm coming slightly off the edge there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I might piece that one in now. And this is the joy of this sort of thing. This isn't a planned, it's not a planned demo.
No.
It's a let's
make it up as you go along.
Yeah, let's.
That's sometimes
as
the
in
most fun,
everything
though, isn't it?
with life, really. Actually, I should have cut those little bits out. I did have a little single punch, but I think I've left it somewhere. So yeah, you know those little handheld single hole punches? They're perfect to go in there. So let's just pop a little bit more glue.
And what you make it into, what you're going to be putting it in or on, is entirely up to you. Just enjoy the process of putting different elements together or making up your own unique piece of art.
You know, people do like the snippet rolls with fabric.
Mm-hmm.
You can do the same with your papers.
Right.
So literally do like snippet strips. So taking a lot of scraps that you've got from different projects, along with, you know, bits like this, collage them together in a whole strip. And then if you're card making, journal making, you've then got kind of toppers that you can then snip into.
Perfect.
And then just add whatever element you want.
I dread to think how many elements there are in the actual treasure bundle. There must be hundreds, because on that one sheet of A4, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, about 20 elements on that one sheet.
Yeah. And these are all elements that have been used within the print pack as well.
Right.
So they will echo, you know, it's a good, what's the word, not echo, what's the word? Complement.
Yeah.
Because,
complements the time.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
And then let's choose one from here. So I'm going to go in with this one. So this was my original kind of Williams Attic design.
Yeah.
I think that was the first one I did on the volume 1. And also, we mentioned Sewing Street tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
If you like these designs, you're going to like the fabric.
Oh, okay. And of course, you've got the William Morris backdrop, the inspiration from William Morris. That's why it's called Williams Attic. And tomorrow, 10 o'clock, Sewing Street for fabric from Janie. If you love the papers, tune in for that tomorrow. You will not be disappointed.
No, and you might see me flustered if my sewing machine goes wrong live on air, and I'm like, oh,
Stuart will come to the rescue.
Stuart, help me! So yeah, there's no right and wrong with this. I can feel the nozzle of this just gradually. I need to put a pin in it. So yeah, there's no right and wrong. It's wherever you want to position it.
Overlap things.
But I'm thinking we could go it, so you can always leave space as well for writing into, but I'm thinking let's use one of the lace element stamps.
Okay.
Let's use this one. And let's go in with, now I've not used this for ages, so forgive me if it's dried up and it's not, oh no, I think it's all right. So normally if I was going in with white, I would emboss it.
Okay.
But I forgot my heat gun. So yeah, so it's not showing up very much there.
And that's a white ink.
Because it's a white ink. You can see it a little bit more there. So what I would do is just emboss that with like a white embossing powder. I brought the embossing powder. Didn't bring the heat gun.
We'll probably find you one if you want one. So.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it now. So I'll go in with some brown, and then I would go in with some black as well. So you've got the difference, but that's just adding like background kind of texture. But yeah, like I said, all of these you can repeat stamp. Mm-hmm. So let's use this one. And I'm going to go in with, she says, my brown. Let's giving it away, isn't it? I've got a stool to stand on because I'm too short.
You're not the only one. There's lots of people
The counters are very high.
Our counters are very, very high.
So let's do that. I'm stamping slightly off, but they will join up. Obviously, you've got there's like a lip here, because obviously this is thicker than that, which is why it hasn't stamped there. But I'm going to put that one on the end, so it still looks like it carries forward. Mm-hmm. And then should we use a bit of the stitching as well? Let's dip into all sorts, shall we?
And you've used only a few of the elements from the treasure bundle. I mean, everything that's in there, that's going to last you probably months and months and months.
Yeah.
And it includes the MDF sheet, which is normally $12.99 on its own with all the frames and the embellishments. So to get it for $19.99, the whole thing, we'll go through it again, exactly what you're going to be getting fairly soon. But
does that mean I need to tidy my area?
I'll do a few other reminders.
So put in some faux stitching, just along the sides there. And don't forget with these as well, so if you want it to be straight, you need to be quite careful when you're lining it up on your block to keep it straight. But the joy is, if you want a curved line, you can curve it when you put it on your block as well.
Cool.
But yeah, if you're going for a straight line, just be mindful to put it on the block nice and straight at the beginning. How is it I can get so messy in such a small space?
That's what I say to myself every day.
I annoy myself.
Well, there we go. That's just some ideas as to how you can use all sorts of elements that are in the show. I'm going to remind you of, we've got the glue to show you quickly. We've also got the fantastic pre-printed artwork. Now, this is issue 2. So this is Williams Attic Volume 2, pre-printed on gorgeous quality paper, 90 GSM. It's the A4, so you've got all these elements that you can see pre-printed. This is exactly what you'll get if you order what's coming up on the screen now. And then if you'd rather have the download, which has got all this artwork, but it won't come printed, you can buy that separately, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But all this pre-printed onto, it's laser printed onto fine quality white paper. You've got some images that take up the whole A4 sheet, other images that take up like a quarter of it and so on. But there's so much going on in here, and Janie has designed all of these with a backdrop of William Morris-inspired fabrics in the background there. So absolutely gorgeous stuff. You've got butterflies, lots of butterflies in there as well. And, of course, little portraits of children and kids and adults as well. Tickets are in there. So all of this is the kind of composition that Janie's done. And it's... It takes the trial and error out of it from your point of view and gives you, of course, all the artwork that you can work with. So 40 sheets in total, pre-printed on A4, £14.99. And if you're thinking, well, I like all the artwork, but I'd rather print it on parchment, or I'd rather print it on fabric, or I'd rather print it on cartridge paper, which we've got in the show, the download is there for you now, and you'll have that straight away. There's nothing to post. It literally is an instant purchase. That's on our website, so if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk and put this into, I was going to put it into your basket. It's not a case of putting it into your basket. You literally click purchase now, pay with a debit or a credit card. It will then be instantly on your HobbyMaker account, and you can transfer it onto your PC or whatever device you want to. It's only $7.99, but you get exactly the same artwork as I've just flicked through, and it's OPJQ21, or yes, OPJQ21 is the item number, and then you choose what you print onto, and you choose what you want to print when you want to print it. You don't have to print all of the sheets off in one go, just cherry pick a few items, resize a few of the images if you want to, and then just print to your heart's content. Now, the cartridge paper, Janie, I'm not familiar with cartridge paper. Is this the perfect thing to print the artwork onto?
Well, this is the same paper as we use within our book kits.
Okay.
So it's either as a sketching paper, it's got the weight there that you can put some wet medium on there as well.
Okay.
But also, if you run it through your printer, it gives it that slight vintage look.
Right.
Because it's slightly off-white.
Absolutely. So 40% of the stock of this went in the earlier show. We've got it available now for you. You have got 50 sheets, and it's only £4.99, so it's 10 pence a sheet.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I can tell by the feel of the paper that if you print it onto it, it will give you that sort of aged vintage look, definitely. So if you're going for the download, try going for the cartridge paper as well included. That's UCJQ42. UCJQ42. OK, it's £4.99. Now, if you are into making your journals and books, diaries, whatever it may be, you need to have hard covers on the front and hard covers on the back. And I know how many of you have bought our thermal cinch and other kind of binding devices. What you've got here are lots of different sizes in the grey board. So you've got basically, what sizes do we have here, Jane?
So you've got A6, A5, what I call TN, which is tall and narrow or traveller's notebook, and that's 19 by 10 centimetres. You've then got A4 in both the 2mm thick and there's one sheet of 1mm thick, because sometimes you want a lighter weight board.
So in total, you've got 3 sheets there. You've
I think you might have a couple missing. Have you got a couple missing? Oh, no, you haven't.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9?
Yeah,
9 sheets.
right, yeah.
9 sheets of the grey board in different sizes, and it's only £6.50. Whenever we have grey board on shows, whether it's a Paper Dynamics show or whether it's a Janie's original show, always this goes because it's giving you that rigid front and back, which you can then, of course, use in your thermal cinch or other binding devices. So there you go. NSJQ78 is the product code to give you all that grey board. Multi-order it, go for a couple, go for 3 or 4. You'll only pay the P&P once of £3.90. Or £3.95. Now, we've also got the A6 vintage card, which you get 20 of these. Yep. So this is the 350 GSM. And again, you've got that background of William Morris fabric, and then the foreground is all the characters and the florals. We're busy for this. Lots of you going for more than one of these. If you wanted 2, so that would be 40 sheets. You'd only be paying, what, $11.98 and 1 P&P. But they're lovely. And what do you find people use these for? What do they do with them?
Do you know what? You can use it literally just as a simple card front.
Right.
Job done.
Topper.
Or a topper. Or if I get a chance to do another demo, I'm going to show you how you can work a couple of the card packs together, fussy cut, layer them up. But yeah, they can act as standalone card toppers.
Brilliant. Okay, $5.99. LXJQ09 gets you all 20 of these. Beautiful, aren't they? Gorgeous colourways. Instant trip down memory lane or to a bygone era. Love them. Okay, now we've also got the fabric and fibre scrap bag. Now, in the earlier show that Janie did, half the stock of this went. Is this again, contents may vary? Or?
Yes, because I do it by weight, but I do also try and pick out so you don't get too many of like the same fibre or the same fabric.
Right.
But you've got lots of lovely sari silks in there. Some printed, you might get some that's got some embroidery in there. You've got some metallic kind of organza. You've also got some faux leather in there, like snakeskin faux leather in a couple of different colours. So it is a lucky dip as to what
that's
you get.
The fun of it, isn't it?
But yeah, it's ideal to go with your treasure bundle.
Yes.
Because it's a great little stash to put together to start layering. And you don't need to sew to use fabric.
And the great thing is you can make it up as you go along as well. You can start off thinking, I don't know what I'm going to make, but I've got the inspiration from the fabric, I've got the inspiration from the treasure bundle as well. I'm going to see where it goes, where it takes me. So that's PJXQ04, if you fancy that. Now, we've got about 4 minutes, Janie, to go through the treasure bundle again, if we can.
Oh, you want to go through a treasure bundle again?
All right.
Yep, perfectly fine.
This is one of our most popular items, and it starts with the MDF sheet, which $12.99. I didn't realise that was in there. When we were going through the show earlier on, before the show started, I didn't realise you got the MDF as well.
And like I said, you need to stop doing maths, because it makes me question myself as to why I do things at the price I do. But yeah, your A4 sheet, that one keeps falling out. Your A4 sheet, how many have we? I'm not going to bother counting them, because some of these as well, if I pop this out and show you.
There's 10 frames, but you've got all the embellishments as well.
But you've got, so that's a frame. But then I said to Mr. B, well, why don't we put an oval in there? So that's another frame.
Yeah.
And then you've got those 2 embellishments which can be used on that or on something else. So we've made as much use of the space as possible.
Perfect.
And you can see how simple it was just to kind of layer one up.
Okay. So that is $12.99 normally. You're going to get it in with your treasure bundle for $19.99. So all the rest of what we're about to show you is only costing you £7.
So you've got a range of prints from the Williams Attic Volume 2.
Yep.
So those will all be the same in every treasure bundle.
Perfect.
And then you have, so the book pages, like I said earlier, they're all going to be taken from the same books, but because they're original, your illustrations are going to be different. And I will try and include as many illustrated pages as I can. But yeah, that's the sort of thing. You might get one, instead of having the ladies on like this, you might get one of these that has got like pocket watches all over it, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Because this is from the American like Sears catalogue, which I can't remember what
Be a nice
year
surprise, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
If you bought two, they'd each be different, so...
Yeah. So similar but different, yeah. So you've got two different sizes of your music score, always popular to put into your mixed media. You've got lovely coloured illustrated page, and then you've got one that has more text on it, also with little illustrations. Another one here, again, I will try and put as many coloured illustrations in as possible. Book pages, you have a selection of like mono book pages. And these little ones, this is a recent purchase. Normally small ones like this are dictionaries,
right.
but this is from a gardening book, and I've
Okay.
not seen one of that size before. You'll get a vintage pattern piece. So these will vary depending on what pattern it's taken from as to what size it is, okay?
Perfect.
But yeah, like I said earlier, they're ideal for collaging.
There's certainly loads of variety in here, isn't there?
Yeah. Bits of lace, because that's nice kind of peeking out behind, you know, little images, that sort of thing. You've got a sheet of real postage stamps, but unused. You have the cards like I was working on earlier, so you've got two of those. You have 4 tags. Like I said, these are a good starting point. If you've ever, you know, not really sure what to do, let's get the treasure bundle out and, and kind of work with
Have
that.
a play.
Bits from library cards. You've got faux tickets, faux vintage tickets. So with those, all you need to do, like we did with the stamped ones, just put a bit of aging around it.
Perfect.
You've got your paper doilies, envelopes, and we're almost at the end now. There should be 2 of those. There's 2 little tags like that, and then another library card.
And do you know what? It's something different, isn't it? And you'll be in your absolute element, putting something together, whether it's a scrapbook page, whether it's a canvas, whether it's a card, whether it's a work of art to put on the wall. We're now nearly down to single-figure stock on that. If you would like it, it's only $19.99. GEJQ96. It's called the fantastic limited edition treasure bundle from Janie's Originals. Janie, always great to see you. Thank you.
Are we done? Are
We're
we
done.
over?
We're over, yeah. We're nearly at 6 o'clock.
Flies by.
We'll see you again soon. You'll be back on Sewing Street tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Sewing Street tomorrow at 10, and I'm back July the 1st.
Fabulous. All right. Good luck tomorrow. Coming up next, it's Crafter's Companion. Lily is here, who, if you've not met her, she's lovely. And we've got some great deals on the way. And then we've got Rob here with adding some sparkle at 7.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker. Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Everyone, welcome back. Thank you to Janie. She's back on Sewing Street tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Don't miss that. And welcome to Crafter's Companion for the next hour. Hello, Lily.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and yourself. Very much looking forward to this hour. It's going to be fun, that's for certain.
Absolutely. Now, Lily is a face on Crafter's Companion that maybe you're not familiar with. Tell us what you normally do when you're not on telly with Crafter's Companion.
Well, my day job is actually, I'm a supervising coordinator, and the main part of my job is actually putting the schedule together. So making sure that all our craft experts have their shows, have the right days at HobbyMaker, the right days at HQ.
Ah, so you send Craig down here, you send Debbie down here.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay. But my real love is crafting at the end of the day. I am a crafter through and through, and that's basically how I started working for Crafters. Been there nearly 3 years, and I just love being able to share my love of craft with everybody at home.
Well, it's great that you're here with us. Brilliant. Welcome to HobbyMaker. Lily, it's your last show, isn't it, with us today for a little while? Mm-hmm. So what we've done is we've been able to bring back something that was massively, massively popular just a few weeks ago. I think I did the show with Craig, I seem to remember. Mm-hmm. Now, what we've been able to do is bring back the stock that we have available, and this is it. This is all we can get hold of, and if we are as busy in this show as we were a few weeks ago with Craig, this will be an early sellout. So we have got a contingency if that is to happen. What you've got here, if I hold up the boards, it kind of explains it a little bit easier. You've got huge number dies, and you've also got the stamps as well. But it's not just the numbers. You've got the cake dish. You've also got little banners and little flags that you can actually stamp onto as well if you want to. And then the stamps are for all of your ordinals, and you've also got things like tongue-in-cheek sentiments like time to celebrate, and like 40 and holding you can put. Make a wish. It could be 21 and fabulous as a stamp down there. So many years young. Happy birthday. Girl, boy, on your... So all of those are stamps, but they work with the main big numbers brilliantly that are the dies, okay? They're a real statement. So the numbers really are the bold statement on the card, aren't they?
Absolutely. And I think our first thought is probably ages. So it could be a first birthday, it could be a 99th birthday. All of those unusual birthdays. You won't go into a shop and you won't find a 27th birthday or a 73rd. So those are going to fill in those gaps perfectly. But don't just think about it as ages. It could be a number of years for an anniversary. It could be a special date. It could be maybe a special number that somebody has in their lives. I know a lot of people sort of hold a lot of spiritual meanings behind numbers. It could be that sort of thing as well. Advent calendars, it's going to be ideal.
Well, I've just had my 59th birthday. Where would you find a 59th birthday card?
Would you? No.
Now you can do it when you've got the numbers. OK, now remember, this is the last stock we have available of this. When it's gone, that will be it for the time being anyway. So JG 2020, let's give you a deal. Let's give you a Friday evening weekend starter deal. £50.98, nowhere near. We're going to match the price we did a couple of weeks ago. $34.99 for the lot, and they're big dies. Mm-hmm. They are amazing value for money. They really, really are. And remember, you're not just getting the dies, you're also going to get not only the stamps as well, you're going to get some pearl cardstock with it.
You absolutely are, yeah. It's a fabulous 12 by 12 paper pad. 24 glorious sheets. They're all double-sided. It's 250 GSM. It's going to work perfectly with these numbers. Dave is very carefully removing it. Ooh, could be dominoes. He's done it. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing.
Sometimes.
Well,
okay.
We can pretend.
This has included 24 sheets. Now, this is perfect to use with your number dies, obviously. You've got the purples, you've got the pinks, you've got the blues, through to a different shade of purple. Then you've got that wonderful bright blue, through to your aquas and your greens. There we go. So that is pearlescent, both sides, 24 sheets, and you're going to get it if you order JG 2020, along with the numbers, along with the stamps. You get the whole bundle and delivered for that one P&P of $3.95, unless you've already ordered something in the other case. That's it. Free P&P for you right the way through until midnight tonight. Okay, now, look at these cards. Imagine you making cards like this.
These are just so much fun, aren't they? You can bring out all those different techniques. It could be your pattern papers, but how about creating your own inky backgrounds using those incredible Duet ink pads? 99, I mean, how fun is that? That's just absolutely fabulous. But maybe you prefer things that are a little bit more sort of clean and simple, then of course you can do that. Or maybe you're even into your concept cards. Look at that, absolutely incredible. That is super, super funky. I love that card. Using some of your drop shadows with your mirror card. So it can be specialist cardstock, or how about, this is amazing. How dramatic is that?
Tumbling numbers.
So, so cool. But 76, have you ever seen a 76 birthday card in the shops? Because I certainly haven't. Make it yourself with these fabulous number dies. Die cut it in black, then all we've done here is we've added some of the gilding wax over the top. It looks like an embossing folder, but it's just these dies, and of course the stamp as well.
And also, remember I said you were going to get the cake plate as well, the die, but also you're going to get the candle die as well, so you can actually have candles on top of the numbers, you can have the flames on top of the numbers as well. That's what they are down there. All of that's included too, so you can really make the numbers the focal point, the main focus of the card. Have fun with it.
Absolutely. And in there as well you get the flames and that funny little die that's got like 4 lines in a row. When I first saw it, I wasn't quite sure what it was, but it's a wicks for the candles.
Wick for the candles, right.
Every detail has been included. How fantastic is that? Using them actually for the aperture. So of course you've got those cut out numbers, which is almost like your first look. But how about using the waste to create your own apertures for making your cards like that?
Maybe a shaker card.
Well, you say that, Dave. How about one?
I knew something.
He was psychic there. He knew that was coming up. How fantastic does that look? Those paper pads in the background, those are on the show as well, if you do like the look of that.
You've basically got the positive that cuts the number out, and you've got the negative of the aperture that it leaves behind. Both of them are usable. So you're getting a two for one purpose. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
One pass through the machine, 2 for 1. You can't get any better than that, can you?
Absolutely. Now, if you just want the dies and the stamps on their own, we can bring you that. If you don't need the 12 by 12 paper pad, to be fair, when you see the deal, you'll probably go for the one that's got the pad in it. Now, we are going to give you a deal on this as well. We're going to give you a deal where this is going to go down to £24.99. So it's £5. Sorry, £29.99. So it's £5 off, down to £29.99. So in other words, you can buy that on its own for £29.99, or you can buy the previous offer we showed you, which is the best value because you're only then paying £5 for the paper pad. That's worth $15.99. So for a £5, you're getting that very, very useful double-sided pearlescent paper pad, that cardstock, and 24 sheets of it as well for a £5, which it should be costing you £10 more. So that is the best deal. But if you don't want the cardstock, you can buy the die numbers and the stamps as well. Now, if you want the paper pad on its own, if you're liking the look of that, then you're thinking, well, that's what I want. I've already got the numbers from last time. Maybe you bought the deal a few weeks ago and you're running out of the cardstock now. It's from the Cosmic collection, which I know was a massively popular signature collection from Sarah. $15.99 if you want to go for that pad, and it's 250 GSM CJ 2030. But the best deal is to go for the numbers, dies, stamps, and the paper pad, because then the price, look, $34.99. So it's like you're only paying a £5 for the Crafter's Companion Cosmic Collection 12 by 12 paper pad. That's what most of you are going for. Tracy, Crafter, Sharon, Joan, Crafter in Northumberland. Loads of you coming through. This is the last of the stock, remember. When it's gone, that will be it. Okay, Lily, what do you want to do first?
Oh, Dave, I have to say I love these stamps and dies. I did say to him before the show, I was like, Dave, I love these. I think these are just so much fun. And I think for me, what makes them is those sentiment stamps. It just gives you that little sort of quirky touch. They are, aren't they? I do like that with our cards.
I mean, I could have had a card, couldn't I, a few days ago, 59 and holding.
And holding, yeah.
59 and fabulous, I'd have settled for that, but I don't think I'd have got sent that. 59 years young. Yeah.
it just makes it a little bit more fun. Yeah. Just to point out as well, I think this is quite important, especially if you're a new crafter. We do actually give you tons of inspiration on the packaging, which I think is fantastic. So on the front, you've got that gorgeous card. You can recreate that, you can copy that if you want, but flip it over and you've got an additional 2 more cards on there. So straight out the packet, you've got inspiration to get crafting straight away.
Perfect.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's bring in first up some of that absolutely beautiful, I keep wanting to call it paper. I know we call it a paper pad, but it is technically cardstock at 250 GSM.
It is.
Part of the bundle is absolutely gorgeous. That is got to be one of my favourite colours. Just love that colourway.
Now, the size of the numbers, we're being asked that. They're 3.1 inches tall by about 1.9 inches wide. That's the widest. Obviously, the number 1 will be a lot thinner. So they're a really good size. And you can even use them for, like, telephone numbers and mobile numbers.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, that'd be super funky. Love that idea there. So we're going to take some of our dies. So we're going to take that lovely cake stand. I think this is going to give your mates that little bit of a different look and feel by including that, but of course you don't have to. And we're also going to take a couple of the numbers. So let's just open up our folder here. Now, I'm actually going to be using that fantastic Gemini Mojito midi that we did have on this afternoon's show. You guys at home were absolutely lapping this up, so I thought, you know what, we'll bring it into this show and show it in action as to how easily these will fit through your midi. So all of the dies within this set, each and every single one will fit through that Gemini midi machine.
Perfect.
You don't have to have the A4, of course. If you do have the A4, you can be cutting tons and tons at once if you are batch making, and maybe you've got lots of numbers to
Actually,
put on.
that's a really good idea. Yeah, have maybe an hour one afternoon just cutting out loads of numbers and keep them in little envelopes so you've got them already done.
Absolutely. I mean, if you've got your Gemini midi, then why not take it out in the garden if it's a nice day? That is a big if in this country, let's be honest. Take your Gemini midi machine outside with you, and you can get lots of die cutting done while you sat outside in the sunshine, enjoying that fresh air. And then maybe the next day when the weather turns, as it always seems to in this country, then what you can do is you can actually go inside and create your cards with all of these fabulous die cuts that you've prepared while you were sitting outside in the sunshine.
We'll give you the deal for the Mojito midi in a few minutes, actually, because it is a great deal.
It certainly is. It's absolutely fabulous. So let's just remove our dies. I always use low tack tape to take mine into position. Then I always just pop it on the side of my die cutting machine so that it's ready for next time that I'm going to use it, because at the end of the day, it is reusable. So you don't need to think that you only need to use it once. You can use it as many times as you possibly can, really, which is fantastic to get more value for money. So you saw how easy it was to fit those through your Gemini midi. It's just absolutely super quick and simple. But all we've gone ahead and done is, of course, we've just cut those from our beautiful pearl cardstock, but we've got a couple more that we've cut from some of our white cardstock. Now, on the show, we do have some of our fabulous duet ink pads. So I thought, you know what, let's add a little bit of colour. So we're going to be doing a drop shadow. So our pearlised one is going to be going underneath our white one, but that's quite stark with the white. So we're going to take that starkness off by using that gorgeous vintage Merlot. And I have to say, I love the name of some of these colours as well. So let's just sort of tickle the edges. We don't want to totally colorise it. We don't want it to be purple fully. We just want a little hint, a little blush of colour all around the edge.
Now, the duet ink pads, does that mean they're like a hybrid ink pad?
Absolutely, yes. So they are a fusion of both your dye and your pigment inks. And they're going to give you more of a chalky finish than you would with maybe one of your water reactive or your pigment inks. You can still do tons of techniques with them. So, of course, you can do your inking like we are doing here. You can stamp with these. They do stamp beautifully. But the difference between these, when you flick your water reactive inks, it kind of gives you that faux bleaching effect. Difference with these is when you flick the water at it, it will give you more of an oxidised effect, so you get a really nice chalky finish when you're adding your water.
Now, you're getting 10 of them, by the way, 10 ink pads in different colours, and you get £10 off if you order the bundle. So you've got all those colours for £24.99 on 2 split pays, or one payment of £49.99 if you want the duets.
Fabulous. I absolutely love these ink pads. They are a go-to for me because you can do so much with them. And we love an ink pad that gives us that versatility, that gives us so many different options. We can be even painting with these as well. So all you're going to do in order to do your painting is you're just going to squidge it out onto a non-porous surface like your glass mat or your craft mat, and you're just going to get a wet paintbrush, and then you can paint with them as well.
Well, let's just have a quick look at the colours, because these are the colours you're going to be getting if you go for the duet ink pads. All of these wonderful, wonderful colours, and you can also put, I think I'm right in saying, you can put clear embossing powder.
Absolutely, you can, yeah.
So you can actually turn any of those colours with your clear embossing powder into a really shiny surface. All those colours are there. You get all 10 of them with £10 off. So you're saving £1 on each ink pad by buying the bundle, actually. And you get a whole collection there for £24.99 on 2 splits.
Blimey, that's good value for money,
That is
those.
good, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really good. Yeah, you can pop your clear embossing powder over the top. So don't just think of that as your 10 ink pads. Think there you've got 10 different new colours of embossing powder. How exciting is that? Love, love, love those ink pads. So all we're going to go ahead and do now is we're just going to drop shadow our purple pearl layer underneath our layer that we've just inked, offsetting that ever so slightly. And this is one of my favourite techniques. I just love giving you drop shadows to any sort of die cut. It just makes it pop that little bit more. And when we pop our card together,
it does make a massive difference.
It does make a huge difference. And it's so, so easy, Dave. You can see there, literally just offsetting a little bit, sticking that down, and you are good to go. Card could be 24, could be 42, could be anything you so choose.
Oh, to be 24 again.
Oh, well, that's funny enough. That is my age, actually.
Becky on camera 2 just went, oh, that's me. Oh, no, I'm 26.
Oh. Only for a couple more weeks, but yeah.
You want some?
Only for a couple more weeks. I'll be 25 at the end of the June.
Oh, bless you.
But yeah, quarter of a century. There we go. Just rubbing it in a little bit.
You're a mere baby compared to the rest of us.
Oh. So we're just going to go in with our sentiment there. We've got our sentiment stamped, the year's young. We've stamped that onto one of those banners. Love that you're getting the banners included as part of the collection as well. You're not having to sort of look in your crafty stash or maybe hand cut that. That's included. In the same technique with that one, we've just drop shadowed that with some of that gorgeous pearl cardstock. Now for our matting and layering, let's take some of those beautiful papers. That's from the Meadow Garden cardstock pad. That is on the show as well. You've got the duo of those 2 gorgeous paper pads. And we're taking, for this particular layer, we're actually taking the reverse. So we're using the B side of this particular sheet, which is that more muted side.
Lovely.
I absolutely love this paper pad. It's just stunning. Matting and layering that onto some more of that beautiful pearlised card. That's our first mat and layer. Then we'll go in, this time we're using the A side. So it's exactly the same pattern paper for this layer. We're just using the front side, so it's that more sort of more layered side with more interest, more layers, more pops of colour onto there. You can see there we've chosen our paper, our cardstock corresponding to those flowers on the paper. So it's just going to make it pop a little bit more. I really love that. It's almost like a purpley raspberry sort of colour. I can't quite put my finger on what colour you'd call it, but it is just stunning. And I love the fact that it's 250 GSM as well. So of course you can use it for your mats and layers, but you can use it for your die cutting, your embossing, your stamping.
I'll show you the pads in a minute because they are stunningly beautiful. They really are.
They are beautiful. They're so, so popular, those. They're just lovely. They both complement each other. But they both offer you something a little bit different. So this one I'd say is probably a little bit brighter than the other one. The other one's a little bit more vintage, but you can use them together as well to give you even more options. Now I do love my layers on my cards, love my foam tape. So of course I'm adding some foam tape onto the back of this matting layer, and that's just going to allow that to sort of lift it a little bit more and stand proud from our backing sheet. So a couple of bits of foam tape onto the back there. Of course, you can use your foam pads, but with it being a larger piece, it's just a little bit easier to use your foam tape with it covering a larger area. Pop that into the centre just like that. Then to start to bring this together, to start to frame these gorgeous number dies, we are coming in with one of our die cut frames. I know a lot of you guys have got your nesting dies, got all those layering dies. You could, of course, be cutting this just down to a square or a rectangle if that's just what you've got in your crafty stash. But I thought we'll bring in that decorative label shape just to give it a little bit of a twist. So that's going to go into the centre just like so. Once again, that gorgeous pearl card. You can see, again there, how beautifully it does die cut. We've got our cake stand all done and good to go. And at this point, we're just going to sort of start to lay it out, decide where we want everything before we start to stick it down. So I'm happy with how that's looking. So let's bring in some foam pads. We'll pop a few of these onto the back of here just to lift it up a little bit more to make this a real feature on the front of our card.
And don't forget all these essentials that Lily's using in the demos, things like your foam pad, your foam on a roll, all of that. Crafters Companion have got a brand shop, as all of our suppliers have, on our website, so you can get all those essentials anytime you want them. And that also qualifies you for the 1p&p per day of $3.95.
Oh, yeah, definitely. If you've already got an order in, you may as well go for them, because you're not really paying any extra P&P, which I absolutely love.
That's what everyone tells us is their favourite thing.
Yeah, it's amazing, that. I remember
over a year, how much are you going to save on postage
Goodness
by
me.
shopping with us?
Especially the amount I shop. Loving that. Just a bad thinking about. Oh, postage is always one of those things. It's a little bit of a headache having to pay, so it does just make it that little bit sweeter, doesn't it?
I still, to this day, even though I've been here over 2 years, since the very first day, I still don't know how we can do that.
I know. Especially when it's like heavier items, because we had the midi mojito on earlier, and I was thinking that's got to cost a lot more than $3.99 in itself to ship. Oh dear, just not my problem. I won't worry about it. Just be happy that we get the fabulous deal. So we've got our 42 on there. We've got our cake stand. Let's bring in our Years Young. That can have a little bit of shape. That'll give it a little bit more life and dimension, and we'll pop that into the centre. A little bit of our tape runner onto the back of there. Those are brilliant for your mats and layers, are our tape runners. Make it super quick, easy and simple. Pop that onto there. Then just to finish it off, we've actually taken a couple of the little candles here. We've cut it from some of our white cardstock, and then we've just coloured it using one of our tri-blend brush pens. You can, of course, cut that from your coloured cardstock if you so choose. Maybe add a little bit of ink to further highlight that coloured card, but going in with your pens, if you've got them in your crafty stash, you can see that's going to work a treat as well.
So there you go. Now it's official. You're on fire at 42.
There you go. Oh, it's a shame we didn't include that as a sentiment stamp. If you've got a printer, though, at home, you could be printing that yourself.
You could be, yeah.
But there you go. You could be getting really fun, really quite cheeky with these if you so choose. But how pretty is that? Nice and simple, showing you how you can layer those lovely numbers dies together and how perfectly do those sentiment stamps work as well.
Now remember, this is the last stock we have for the time being. Whether they're going to make any more in the future, we don't know that. But at the moment, this is all the stock we can get our hands on. And in 20 minutes, 20% of that available stock is gone. I'm not surprised it's so busy. I know this time of the evening, especially on a Friday, lots of you are doing things, getting home, preparing the dinner, tea, that sort of thing. If you order it now live at 22 minutes past 6, are guaranteed to have the die set, the stamp set, and also that 12 by 12 cardstock pad as well. You'll get the whole lot for $34.99, which is saving you at least £10 off what you should be paying for the cardstock and the dies and stamps combined. You've got the die that will cut out the main solid number. It then cuts out the aperture, so you can use both of them. There's no waste whatsoever. You're not putting anything in the bin. You've then got the stamps, of course, as well, that work with the letter, with the numbers. It could be anniversary, birthday, look who's turning, however old, make a wish, years young, birthday, happy, girl, boy, on your, and so on. So you can tailor-make what the verse says, what you want the card to actually look like or the sign to look like. And don't forget, you also get the cake stand. You've also got the banner. And you've also, of course, got this fantastic candle with the wick and the flame dies as well, so you can incorporate those. And again, that will be a positive and a negative thing as well. So you've got all of that going on in there for £34.99. JG 2020, but over 20% now the stock has gone of the remaining stock we have. Now, I've got the paper pads here. Now, these were the paper pads, or some of them, that Lily was using. Now, you're going to get Meadow Garden and you're going to get Floral Scrapbook. So if I just flick through Meadow Garden first of all, you can see you've got basically, like Lily was saying, you've got a much more bolder side, one side, and then on the reverse, a much more lighter, almost like a faded side, which is what she was using in that demonstration. But this is all on, is it on pearlescent?
It's uncoated.
Uncoated?
Uncoated, which means you can add your inks, you can add your gilding flakes, gilding waxes, all those additional finishes if you want to highlight them a little bit more. Just beautiful, isn't it?
Fabulous. But it's like you're walking through a wild meadow. It really is absolutely lovely. Now, in each pad, you're going to get 36 double-sided sheets, which you can cut down to whatever size you want for the project you're working on. But stunning, absolutely beautiful. A riot of colour. Real riot of colour. So there we go, look.
Oh, look at that red. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I know we think of our 12 by 12s, or traditionally we thought of 12 by 12 for scrapbooking, but absolutely not. We always design each and every single one of our 12 by 12 pads really cleverly so that every sheet will lend itself to being cut into 4 quadrants. So if you make 6 by 6 cards, then brilliant value for money.
So that is your Meadow Garden. And then this one is your Floral Scrapbook, which is similar but different. And this has actually got more elements into it. So you've got butterflies in here, you've got bird cages, you've got a few postage stamps included in there as well. So it's not just flowers in this one. And again, slightly lighter tone on the reverse. If you want something a little less bold, you can use the back of the sheet. You've got dragonflies. These are $14.99 each normally. So if you go for both of them today, and if you like one, you will love both, I'm sure you will. You get the second one for just £10. So $24.99 for both. Delivery again, that 1 P&P per day of $3.95. And that's KG 2030. KG 2030 if you want that bundle. Now, we've also got a tool bundle from Crafter's Companion, which isn't just tools. You've also got the tote bag as well. Now, we're going to go through what's in here, and then we're going to do a special something with the price. I mean, every crafter needs what's in here.
This is incredible. And this bag, you might think this is just for illustration purposes only, as we call it. You actually get that included as well. And this is my absolute all-time favourite print. My craft room is decked out in these days. They are everywhere, all over my craft room. They are fabulous. But should we start off with some of the goodies inside? Should we start off with our self-healing cutting mat?
Okay.
Can't believe you're getting this included. 12 inches by 8 inches, so it's going to fit your A4 cardstock absolutely perfectly. This is self-healing, so that means when you go over it with your craft knives, it's not going to sort of damage that mat. It's going to self-heal. Perfect for cutting onto. It's perfect as a surface as well to help you line up pieces because you've got that grid line on there. But not just the grid with the measurements, you've also got the angles, which is really useful as well.
Just a bit bigger than A4, so that's included in there.
Brilliant. Next up, we are going to bring in something that we saw in that first demonstration. It's our low-tack tape.
25 metres on each roll. There's 75 metres of low-tack tape, and each roll comes with its own dispenser as well. So you're going to get that in the toolbox as well.
I mean, you see that in every demonstration, don't you? So you know how key that is. Another one that you've just seen in that last demonstration, dotty tape pen.
Dotty tape pen rules because basically the dots stick to the card and they don't end up leaving kind of glue trails on really intricate sentiments or backgrounds or anything like that. So that's in there. That's worth £5.
It certainly is fabulous as well. You get your fantastic acrylic ruler as well. I mean, every crafter needs at least one ruler, and this is a brilliant one. Really high quality as well.
And it's got the metal edge. So with a craft knife, you're not going to be cutting into the plastic by mistake or the acrylic. So that's included. Good.
It certainly is. Next up, let's start to think about scoring our cards, creating our own card shapes, our own card bases. Everybody needs a bone folder. These are absolutely fantastic because you get the two different sizes. I actually use the larger one for my scoring, and the small one when I'm using my full transfers. That's the one that I use to burnish. It's really useful for doing that.
That did sell out on its own, but it's in this tool bundle today.
It certainly is. Next up, if you're thinking about your intricate die cuts, die brush tool. This is a brilliant one because you get your foam pad as well. This is for releasing all those little waste pieces from any of your intricate die cuts. Just makes it super quick and easy. And
you get the foam mat as well, which is, of course, what you need to use it with.
You certainly do. Let's
some spare brushes.
Yeah, we're going to future-proof you with these. These are your 3 replacement heads for that tool.
Excellent. OK, so they're included as well, and we're not done yet.
Oh, my goodness, it's like a bottomless bag, isn't it?
It is. 2 pokey tools. 1 pokey tool is never enough because they always tend to disappear. So you've got an extra 2 there with protective caps on them as well.
We certainly do. Then next up we have our, as Craig calls it, the edge crimper. It is actually the edge crimper. And that's going to allow you to distress all of the edges of your cardstock. Instead of doing that really quite clunky technique of using your scissors and then maybe risking cutting yourself, you've got the tool to do that. Great if you like your shabby chic and vintage projects. That's an absolute must-have. And then finally, saving it best to last maybe, you've seen these in all the demos, it's a tape pen.
The glue tape pen, the straight-sided one. Now, that isn't just everything that you're going to get, because you're going to get this incredible tote bag as well in this raspberry animal print, which is so Becky on camera too, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. We were discussing this before the show. I love leopard print and pink leopard print, but this is so useful. It's literally like a Mary Poppins sort of bag. You will get tons in here. You'll see all the team at Crafters Companion rock up with one of these. They are fantastic. You've got all the different compartments. So you've got your small compartments at the front. You've got zip compartments at the back as well. You've also got a reinforced base to this, so it's not sort of floppy. You know, it's going to be nice and firm when you're packing it out. Dividers in there as well. So much within this carry handles as well.
Okay, now, if you were to buy everything that we've just gone through individually, you'd be paying £72.89. So let's get a 30-second clock on the screen, because we're going to do something with this today. It could be that you've already got all of this, but you're running out of things. The brushes are wearing out. Your tape pens are running out. Your low-tack tape's running out. You haven't actually got a metal-sided acrylic ruler. In less than 30 seconds, we're going to do something with this bundle, with this deal. I mean, this tote bag must be worth about £30.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Yeah, it's one of our luxury tote bags, that one.
$24.99 on its own.
Wow.
Okay.
Worth every penny as well.
So what are we going to do this Friday evening to get the weekend started in style? $72.89 is not going to be anywhere near the price we're asking you today. It's IY 2043. People coming in already. $39.99, saving you nearly £35. $32.90 saved by buying that as a bundle, and there's not a single thing in there that a crafter won't use again and again and again and again.
The beauty of the items in there, all ones you want multiples of. It's not things that you've got one and then you've sort of got it. Those are the things that we need day in, day out. In that bag as well, that's absolutely incredible. I'd pay that for that bag alone, let alone all the goodies inside.
Absolutely, and you've got movable compartments in there as well. They're held in place with hook and eye fastenings, so you can easily take them out completely or put them in different positions if you want to. And nice long handles, so if you've got long things and high things in there, you're going to be able to still carry this very, very easily. That's worth £24.99 on its own. So you're only paying £15 for all those extras in there. Unbelievable value. Lots of you coming in for it. I mean, the mat as well is worth £12.99. Each of the tape pens are a £5. So you've got an incredible deal, saving you basically about 20. What's the deal? 40. Yeah, £32.90. £32.90 you've saved by spending £39.99. So virtually, you've nearly saved what you've spent. Yeah.
Wow.
And actually, what you've saved on that is very much nearly buying you those fantastic die set numbers and stamps and so on. So have a think about it, but it's there if you want it. Now, we did mention the midi earlier on. Now, this is the exclusive colour to us at HobbyMaker. Not even Lily and the team at Crafters Companion have access to this. This was manufactured just for us. And it's a special bundle that we put together this one as well, isn't it?
The value on this, Dave, is absolutely outrageous. They were dropping the price on the earlier show, and I was sat there thinking, oh, are we sure we can make the price any lower?
Okay.
Amazing, isn't it?
It is $69.99, but that's what you should be paying for the machine on its own. It will come with... It's plates, obviously, to do your embossing and to do your die cutting, but you're going to get a spare set of plates, because obviously plates are consumable. You will need to change them from time to time. So you get a complete set of spare plates, and you're going to get a craft tape runner. You're also going to get those dies, those heart dies that you can see there as well. So in other words, you're buying the machine today, and all those extras are free. You get 2 sets of plates. You get the extra dies, and you get the tape pen as well. You're not paying for any of those whatsoever, because the machine itself on its own is normally $69.99.
Absolutely, and on our website we sell these day in, day out at full price. That's when we can keep them in stock, that is. This is a fantastic machine. Any machine where you see that name Gemini on it, it doesn't matter if it's automatic, it doesn't matter if it's a manual one like this one is, you know it's got edge-to-edge, unrivaled pressure, and this is no different. Don't think because it's a manual machine that we're going to scrimp on the pressure. Absolutely not. All we've done with this machine is we've made it accessible to more people at home. It means you can craft on the go if you want to. Perhaps you've got a craft store, you're making up your cards, you're not putting any numbers on them, but you've got your dies and your machine next to you. You can provide a bespoke service live there on your craft stand, and that's going to be absolutely amazing.
Or also, maybe you've got your main machine upstairs in your craft room or in your bedroom, wherever you do your crafting, but you don't always want to be up there of an evening. You want to be down with the family, but they're always complaining your machine's too noisy, they can't hear the telly, they're trying to watch something or whatever. With this, it's completely silent, and if you're going on a long train journey, take it with you. You can have those, those trays and those tables that are in front of you on the train. You could be doing your die cutting on the train, in the back of a car, in a caravan, mobile home. You're not really struggling to find where the PowerPoint is. If you go to craft fairs and you want to offer like a personalisation service with those numbers, you haven't got to then pay to have electricity on your stand.
Yep,
you know, you can do it all manually.
Yeah, and for me, one of the best things about this machine is the plate combination is so easy. Literally, it could not be easier. If you want to die cut through this, all you need to do is put your die in your cardstock or other material, it depends what you're cutting, in that folder and you're good to go. It was literally, we could not have made it any simpler. But it's not just about your die cutting, you can emboss with this as well. So both your 2D and your 3D embossing folders, that's where that purple shim comes into play. That's for your 2D embossing folders. 3D embossing folders, they just go straight through. Don't even need to put them through a plate. Honestly, it could not be easier. This is amazing. Maybe you've got your main Gemini 2 machine. It might be a main electronic machine. The grandkids, the kids, they want to get crafting with you, but you don't really want them to let them loose on the electronic machine. They are going to have so much fun crafting with this.
And I don't know a single crafter that's only got one die cutting and embossing machine. Most of the crafters I know have got 4, 5, maybe even 6. So if this is one that you would love because it's exclusive to us, you can't even get it on Crafters Companion's own website or on their channel. It's exclusive and unique to us at HobbyMaker. There'll come a time when that stock is gone. You'll be in a very unique family of customers that can own this. And sometimes on TV it can look a little bit of a slightly different colour. I call this pistachio, basically.
Oh, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, pistachio. It's got that really classy green look. It's a gorgeous colour. I think it's absolutely beautiful. How stylish is that going to look in your craft room? You're going to be the envy of all your crafty friends.
And remember, any day of the week, this machine is $69.99. You would get one set of plates for that price, and that's it. What you're getting today are an extra set of plates, which you wouldn't normally get. You're getting an extra set of those dies. The picture just on the second picture in from the right is a nesting set of dies, as you can see. They're very fancy dies. You're not paying a penny for that. You're not paying a penny for the tape runner either. That's in there absolutely free of charge. So you're buying the machine, but all the extras are free gifts, basically. and it's on 2 split pays as well. So it's $34.99 today, your first payment of 2. If you want to pay in full, you can do that. ZN2071, it's exclusive to us. And if you've got any questions, just message in. If you want to ask Lily anything or want to see something demonstrated that's in the show, just get in touch with us via the website. You can send an email to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We'll give you time to check out your baskets, and then we'll be back with more. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to the weekend. We're here all through the weekend, every single day, 1 until 8, 7 days a week. We are HobbyMaker. I'm Dave. Lily is a relatively new face on HobbyMaker from Crafter's Companion. You come down when the others are otherwise engaged and
absolutely, yeah,
need a bit of an extra helping hand. So it's great to have Lily with us. It's our last show for this particular visit. So let's make it a special one. Let's treat you at home to something that Craig and I did about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It flew. The big statement numbers and the fantastic stamp sets as well to go with them. It was back in April time, I think. Oh, 20th of May. Okay, soon, earlier than I thought. So, yeah, 20th of May we did this. Now, this is the last stock we have available. This is everything that's been produced and manufactured. Whether they do this again in the future and bring it back, I don't know. That's not my decision. But certainly, all the stock that Crafter's Companion have at the moment is in our warehouse right now, or in their warehouse right now, ready to be dispatched. Now, over a third of the stock available has gone. You've got every big number that you need there. And you've also got, as well as that, size-wise, it was 3 inches by...
About
3.1 inches.
Yeah, about 3.1 inches by about 1.5 inches.
Okay.
The pack says 3.1 by 1.9.
Okay, so they're a really large statement. They make the main focal point of the card, or a sign if you're making a sign. Great also if you've got like notice boards at school and social clubs, that sort of thing, for statement numbers maybe, or anything like that at all. But you've also got the candles and the wicks and the flames, so you can turn them into... Because you can actually get like candles in the shape of numbers, can't you?
Absolutely.
And then you've also got, of course, the cake stand there too that the numbers can sit on if you want them to. You've got the banner that you can, of course, put the stamped sentiment on as well. And some of them are a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Time to celebrate could be 30 and holding, 29 and fabulous, whatever you want to actually say with these. And you've got look who's turning, you don't look a day over, anniversary and so on. So specifically, tailor-making the card or the sentiment to the person that you're making the card for. But I love more than anything the fact that you can offer to a customer or to a friend, okay, how old is that person? How old is your husband? How old is your son, daughter, whatever? You can then literally tailor-make it to them straight away, offering a bespoke service rather than trying to hunt to find a card that's got the right age on it. And it's always milestones that you find. You never find the 59s, you never find the 47s or the 22s. It's always the 21s, 30s, 40s, 50s and 100s. So, yeah, having the numbers, it just means you're in total control. Now, today, $34.99 gets you the numbers, dies, stamps. Also, though, it gets you the 12 by 12 24 sheet card pad. I resisted saying paper pad because it is 250 GSM, so it is cardstock. But this is the perfect cardstock to cut your numbers out of. And of course, what the numbers get cut out of leaves an aperture. So you've got the positive and you've got the negative from each die cut that you run through your machine. But that is worth $14.99 or $15.99, I think it is. So for literally £5, you're getting this, because you can buy the dies and the stamps for $29.99, but if you buy this item number, JG2020, you're going to get the card stock as well for £5 more, and that's what most of you are going for, okay? Right, we're going to do a demo in a second, but we will remind you of this again before the end of the show. So Lily, I don't want to put that up there. We'll put the pad up there. There we go. What do you want to do with it next?
Have a quick little look at one of these samples. I want to show you this one specifically as well. Not only because it uses those gorgeous paper pads, but you know, in that Fabulous tool bundle, we have the edge crimper. Well, here you can see on the very edges here, the edge crimper has been used. So you can create that absolutely gorgeous effect there, that distressed effect around the edges of any of your papers, any of your cardstocks, using that amazing edge crimper. Here we've created a Z-fold card, just something a little bit fun, a little bit more kinetic with that fantastic paper pad and the dies. I absolutely love that. I think that's so much fun.
Well, loads of you are coming through in this 6 o'clock show for this right now. Lots of you maybe missed it a few weeks ago when Craig and I did it. This is the last stock we have available. And this is Becky on camera too, her favourite. This is Becky to a T. Sassy, look at that. Bit of animal print. She loves that bag. She loves this one. But then she got a stiletto on the cake. That's not very... Stiletto on the cake plate.
Oh dear.
Yeah, why not? But there you go. That's her favourite. But this one's lovely, using the candles in the background.
And just showing how you can create almost like your own pattern papers using those candle dies. Here we've used some of our ink pads there to actually do a little bit of a sort of a spritzing technique, using your numbers die cut from your black cardstock. But don't forget, once you've done that, the start of your next card is that aperture that will have left behind. Just a little ribbon bow, and that looks so, so gorgeous. But a really big statement card. These are going to be your mantelpiece pleasers. They're going to be something that's a little bit special because you've got that personalisation factor, which always makes it that little bit more interesting, that little bit more special.
Let me just say hi to a few of you that are actually in the ordering process now. Mim has just come in. Hello, Mim. Christine in Greater London. Sandra in Lancashire. Jilly, hello to you in Leicestershire. Kylie in Nottinghamshire. Leslie in the West Midlands. Sharon in South Yorkshire. You've yet to check your baskets out, but the stock is going quickly. So if you want to make sure you don't miss out on these numbers and the stamps to go with it, and importantly, that fantastic 24-sheet paper pad or card pad, 250 GSM, grab that item number now. This is the last of the stock we can bring you, unless we get it remanufactured or Crafter's Companion do. OK, another demo then, Lily.
Right, we've been talking about shaker cards, we've been talking about using your waste. Let's just go ahead and do that for this next card. So we've taken a piece of that absolutely stunning, this is the floral scrapbook that we use in here, that paper pad that's part of that great duo that we've got. We're bringing that amazing Gemini midi, because of course we will be using that. Let's bring in some of our tape, and I do always stick my tape to the top of my machine.
And the midi, even though it's not an A4 machine, I reckon probably 90% on average of dies that you've got at home will go through this machine, because it's got a 6-inch mouth. There aren't that many dies, there are some, but there aren't that many that are bigger than 6 inches in width. So all of those dies will go through there.
Absolutely, it's that 6 inches by 9 inch platform that you can see here, so you will get plenty through that, which is brilliant. I know when I first got my midi, I was actually surprised by quite how many of my dies do fit through it. Yeah. We don't do tons of A4 die sets, so you will find lots that will fit through it. And even if it is an A4 die set, it tends to be the case that it's only maybe 1 or even 2 dies, which are that larger size, and then most of the other ones in the set will actually fit through.
And also the gearing, when you're turning the handle, it's been very well engineered, so it's a breeze. It's so easy to turn the handle. It's not much effort at all. It's kind of effortless, really.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't want you to think that maybe just because we've done a different colour that it's any lesser quality. It's exactly the same workings inside. You've just got that gorgeous different colour on the outside.
It's special.
It is special.
Limited edition.
It certainly is, and a lot of the guys at the head office are very jealous because they're like, we want it, and we're like, no, it's HobbyMakers, we're not having it.
I know Craig's got one. Craig has bought one because he bought it from us.
Yeah, if you want it, you've got to go on the HobbyMaker website. No one else has got it.
No.
We haven't got it.
No.
Which is a sore point for a lot of guys back at the office.
They have to get on our website then.
Yeah, I know, they know what to do. So all we've done here is we've die cut just through the centre. Make sure you save that inner piece. It just gives it a little bit more of a professional finish. Just to speed it through one stage, we've just done exactly the same there. We've just popped a bit of acetate behind. That's how that middle bit is floating. It's not magic, unfortunately. So we've got that all done and good to go with a piece of acetate behind. We've got a black matten layer that's going to be our backer to our shaker card. And this is where we need to bring in some of our foam tape. So let's take our lovely, nice, well, it was large at the start of the day. It's dwindling now. We've used plenty of foam tape. But this is your best bet for your shaker cards. You can use your foam pads, but because you need that continuous wall of your foam, it's so much easier to actually use your foam tape. Just make sure you've not got any gaps there, so just butting that up right up against that piece next to it. And just using your scissors. And your Crafter's Companion scissors, I have to say, they are the best scissors I've ever used. They've got that non-stick coating, which means even if you're being a little bit naughty like I am and cutting your foam tape, it would usually gunk up your scissors, but because we've got that non-stick coating, they are literally so easy to wipe clean.
I'll tell you what, whenever we do, or whenever anyone does a demonstration with shaker cards, we have a surge of interest in people buying the foam on a roll, which you'll find on the website. That's what's happening right now. Yeah,
I mean, this is your ideal one for your shakers, because this particular one that I'm using does actually bend round curves. So if you're doing like a circular shaker, it's super useful for that. That's going to be brilliant. But I also use it, like you saw in that first demo, for matting and layering as well. So it's not just about your shakers. Now I've got a pot of goodness here. This is absolutely gorgeous.
Pot of goodness.
Pot of goodness. Anything glittery, anything sparkly is a pot of goodness in my eyes. I love me glitter, love me sparkle. Look how beautiful that is. It's actually called shaved ice, which is just absolutely stunning. I love that.
And that's a Crafter's Companion product as well?
No, this is one from my crafty stash. It's quite an old one. But I know we do our sequins. You can pop anything in your shakers, really. It could be die-cut pieces, it could be sequins, it could be glitter. I quite like actually mixing up different items, so having larger inclusions like your sequins and then smaller bits like your fine glitter. But all you're going to do there is just pop that over the top and you are sealing in that fabulous glitter in the middle. How cool does that look? Absolutely love that.
Really cool.
So there's our topper all done and good to go. Let's start to layer our card base together now. And of course, we're using some of those amazing papers, this time from the Floral Scrapbook. So we've got some black cardstock, and I know you might not automatically think to go with black cardstock with something so pretty and sort of vintage looking with our gorgeous vintage papers, but your black cardstock will just make it pop. It will make it look a little bit more dramatic. Just absolutely fantastic. So quite a small mat and layer for this. It's going to be about 1/4 of an inch increment. I tend to go for quite small, thin mats and layers. It gives your creations a really nice kind of finish to them. It gives it a really nice, elegant look and feel. So let's just mat and lay these onto our corresponding black pieces. Just like so.
Remember the 12 by 12s, if you're not used to working with 12 by 12 papers, cut them down. Make each sheet into 4 6 by 6s.
Absolutely. I do find personally that you get best value for money that way by using your 12 by 12 paper pads. I have to say we don't usually make 12 by 12 inch size cards, do we, as card makers?
No.
But quite often we make our 6 by 6 cards. So that means you're going to get 4 from each and every single sheet, which is incredible really when you think about it.
But also, if you're a scrapbooker, then of course 12 by 12 is a very popular size for you. So.
Yeah, and then each sheet is going to be the starting point for each and every single scrapbook page, which is fabulous. So we're creating a fold-back card for this one. So a couple of mats and layers. So one for that main inner section, which is going to be about just under 6 inches, because this is a 6-inch card base. And then our other mat and layer is going to go onto the front, just like so. So we've got the same sort of pattern matching on the front and in the inside. And then we've got our topper that we've just created, so that's going to go onto that left-hand side of our card. A little bit of tape onto that side, and then a little bit more onto our card, just to make sure that's going to be nice and firmly stuck onto there. And let's centralise that, even spacing left and right, top and bottom. To finish that off, we are including some of the more of the lovely dies and stamps that we've included. I really think it's fabulous, the fact that we've got the actual banners and the pennants which will fit your stamps onto, so you don't have to look elsewhere in your crafty stash for different sort of nesting dies. You can actually use the ones that are already in your collection. It's like almost like a one set does all, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got the dies, which are going to be your statement. You've got the stamps as well that are going to finish it off, and even those little embellishments. Makes it super easy, doesn't it?
And to get numbers this sort of size in a really attractive font as well. It's not just for card making, but also, like I said to you before, for sign writing. Maybe you've got a sign that you put on your table when you're at a craft fair, and you want to put your mobile number on there so people can ring you to do orders and stuff like that. It's great for that too.
Of course, yeah.
Notice boards.
Yes, it'd be great for teachers in schools as well, wouldn't it? They would find it super useful. Scrapbook pages, it's of course going to be ideal, especially if you're spelling out certain dates. That's going to be perfect for that, isn't it? Home decor as well. That's going to work a treat. So lots and lots of options with numbers. We've got to have numbers in our crafty stash. I always say you've got to have different sizes, different sort of fonts and styles of numbers. I always say that having just one style is never enough. We've got to have plenty in our crafty stash.
Absolutely.
So then let's go in with our 10th, and all the ordinals are included as well. You know, I'm to handwrite that or type it or anything like that. That's all included. And then to finish it off, I've just taken a scrap of the paper, and I've literally just snipped into that. So just showing that you can actually use your pattern papers for embellishments as well as the full sheets. That's just going to finish off your projects absolutely perfectly. Let's just go for that just onto there to finish it off.
We're just getting busier and busier as the hour goes on. Lots of you getting home, getting yourself sorted, putting the TV on, thinking, oh, I like that. This is not scheduled to be on over the weekend. This is the last live scheduled airing of this. This can be repeated and probably will be repeated overnight tonight, but this is the last of the stock we've got of your statement numbers with all those fantastic stamps. And remember, if you buy the item number on the screen at the moment, that's going to give you the 12 by 12 beautiful card paper pad as well. So it's 250 GSM, 24 sheets in there, uncoated, and it's part of the Cosmic collection, which is exquisite cardstock, double-sided as well. But it's going to cut out your aperture. It's going to give you a negative when you're using the dies. It's going to give you the positive as well. You can make your shaker cards like Lily showed you, but you're paying only £5 for the paper pad if you go for this item number, because the dies and the stamps are on the website now for £29.99, but for £5 more, you get that 24-sheet card pad as well, which makes absolute sense. JG 2020. Now, we can't leave this show without just reminding you of something that you maybe missed earlier on. Lots of you have ordered this, but this is the tool collection, the toolkit, that comes with a caddy bag. Now, the bag itself is normally £24.99 on its own, but it's what's inside as well that makes this deal so exceptional.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like a big bag full of goodies, and so often we say, oh, you get all these goodies, but the bag's not included, but you're getting the bag as well, and all these crafty essentials, which is amazing. Starting off with that self-healing cutting mat. It's about A4 in size, just slightly larger. Great for use with your craft knife. You can cut onto that and it will self-heal all your measurements in both inches and centimetres, and your angles as well.
And let me just check with George, our producer. What's this normally, Georgina? $14.99? Was it $12.99? That's normally $12.99. Okay, so do the maths. You've then got your acrylic ruler. Now, this is a metal-edged acrylic ruler. Why do you need a metal edge on it? Well, if you're using a craft knife, it's so easy to accidentally shave off bits of the acrylic with the craft knife.
I have to say, the first acrylic ruler I bought, it wasn't that one, and it's exactly what I did with mine. I ended up with half the ruler missing. By the time I'd finished off, that's why you need your fantastic metal edge to it. It makes such a big difference. Take it from me.
And also, it's got all the kind of grid marks on it, so you can be very, very accurate, lining things up, making sure everything's in a straight line. You've then got your low-tack tape. Now, there's 25 metres of low-tack tape on each of these dispensers, and you get 3 of them. So no more trying to find the end or anything like that. The dispenser makes it so easy. And that in itself is reusable, the low-tack tape. Just kind of stick it to the side of your machine. You can keep on using it, and it goes on for ages. So you get all of that, 75 metres in there.
Of course, if you're taping your dies down, but think of your masking techniques as well. Taping your stencils in position, it's great for that.
Then your bone folder. When you're doing your scoring, that sort of thing, getting nice crisp lines, then that's what you need. You get 2 of those in there as well, and that's not available individually. It's sold out individually. You're going to get your straight tape runner, so the continuous strip tape runner. That's got 22 metres on it. You're then going to get the same in the Dotty, which is one of the hero products of last year and this year. Love that pen. And that's worth £5. The other one's worth £4. You've then got replacement brushes for your die cleaning brush, and you get, of course, the brush as well with the sponge mat as well. And it just keeps going.
Honestly, it's a bottomless bag, I would say. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. You've got 2 pokey tools with protective caps so you don't stab yourself by mistake. And then you've got your distress tool as well. So that's going to give those ruffled edges that Lily was talking about. Rather than using the edge of a scissor, that's not very good to do that. It can be quite dangerous. So this is the safe way of getting that distressed edge. And then look at the tote bag you've got here. Becky's got her eye on this.
It's gorgeous.
She's eyeing it up.
as I speak.
My craft room is decked out with those. I absolutely love these bags. They are brilliant, of course, for crafting on the go, but I actually use them in my own craft room to store a selection of different items. I've got one full of embellishments. You've got all your pockets, some of them with zips, some of them without. You've got those fantastic reinforced stitched handles. You've got a really firm base to it, and you've got those dividers inside, so you can choose exactly what size compartments you have inside. It's amazing.
And the handles are long and strong and nothing to open. Everything's easily accessible. You can grab whatever you want when you need it. But all of that for $39.99. I mean, the bag itself is $24.99's worth, so you've got all those extra tools for basically 15 quid. That's why so many of you put this into your basket earlier in the show. If you want it, you know what to do. Just give us a call on the free phone number. It's even a free phone number on the phone lines. Even if you're using your mobile, it's still free, which is amazing. And also, you can order on the website. You can also tap the app and order it that way. So it's hobbymaker.co.uk on the website. If you haven't got the HobbyMaker app yet, just go to your app provider. You'll find it there. Search for HobbyMaker, and yeah, we'll sort you out. Okay. Now, we've got more people wanting this offer than we actually have stock now. So if it's in your basket, it's not yours until you check out. And then hopefully we can get some of these back in the future. So whatever you do, make sure you go for that tool bag quickly. Okay. Now, a recap of the midi. Okay, let's remind you of this before we close the show. So here is your Gemini midi in, we call it mojito colour, but I'd say pistachio is a closer description for the colour. It's a lovely greeny colour. I know sometimes on TV it can appear yellow. It's not. It's a green, and a very designer green as well. And, you know, this needs no power, no batteries, nothing.
Bennett back at head office always says it's simplicity without the electricity, and that sums it up perfectly. This is the most simple machine to use. And if you want to die cut with this, all you need is a folder. Die and cardstock go inside there, and you are literally die cutting just like that. You can even use your embossing folders, both 2D and 3D through this. It's a manual machine, but don't be fooled. It is super, super powerful, just like any of our automatic Gemini die cutting machines. 6 inches by 9 inches platform, and you'll be surprised by quite how much you can pack onto this. This is an incredible machine, and the colour is gorgeous.
The machine normally is $69.99, and it is today, and you get one set of plates, okay? Now, plates have a tendency to wear out. They all do for electronic machines, manual machines. So what we're giving you today at no extra charge is an extra set of plates on top. As well as that, you're going to get the nesting heart dies. I think we've got the picture we can show you. You're going to get those heart dies as well. And you're also going to get your tape runner worth a £5 in there as well. And they're all free. The extra set of plates you don't pay for. The nesting heart dies you don't pay for. The tape runner you don't pay for. So that is a great, great deal to get all of that. And it's on 2 split pays as well today. Interest-free, you just pay $34.99 today and then $34.99 in 4 weeks' time. 1 P&P of $3.95 for the whole day. Enjoy your freedom, basically, that this is going to give you, because you can now die cut anywhere, emboss anywhere, on the move, where there's electric, where there isn't, doesn't matter. You don't need it. Simple as that.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a fantastic machine. And if this is the first step on your die cutting machine journey, wow, what a place to start. You'll be aware. You'll love die cutting as much as we do.
Lily, safe journey back up north.
Thank you.
Great to have you with us.
Yeah, it's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. I've enjoyed it so much.
Don't leave it too long to come back.
Hopefully, fingers crossed I won't.
One more show to come to see you through Friday evening. We are delighted to have Rob back with us. It's been a while. We're going to bring some sparkle for you right after a break.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker. Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Hey everyone, good evening. It's just after 7 o'clock. Are you ready to add some sparkle? I've not seen this gentleman's face for 2.5 months.
Yeah, about that.
I was thinking the other day, where's Rob? I haven't seen Rob with Add Some Sparkle for ages. 30th of March you were last here. And we did the show. Boy, what a show that was.
It was. It was a show and a half, wasn't it?
It was so busy, and I was so pleased because Add Some Sparkle, I've done shows with you for years now, and it was one of the busiest shows I can ever remember. And I think the reason, from what I can remember, was you brought mandalas, and everybody really loved the mandala theme.
Something about them. They just catch people's imagination.
Well, I think it's for everyone. It's kind of male, female, young, old. It kind of ticks the boxes, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, and it's something you can use for any occasion. It's not specifically a Christmas or a birthday or anything like that. You can use them wherever you want.
And also, they make wonderful cards, but also they make wonderful pictures you can put on the wall as well. Tell us about Add Some Sparkle. What's the concept behind the company?
We basically try and produce something a little different. Paper embroidery is our main thing.
Right.
That's where where we sit. We started off just selling beads and gems quite a number of years ago and gradually developed into paper embroidery. Because my wife Jackie has been doing that 30 plus years since we've been married.
And
she's been stitching all her life. It's her passion.
Made it into a business.
Yeah, yeah. And she developed it into the business and here we are.
Okay, well, what you're going to get in each of the packs that we're about to show you, you're going to get the templates that you need. You're going to get everything that you need to do to make the cards,
Absolutely everything. The only thing we don't put in the kit is double-sided tape and a pair of scissors.
Right.
Everything else is in there.
Okay. Now, we're going to show you the silver first of all, the silver mandalas. Now, we've got 2 mandala kits. Each kit will make 8 cards or 8 pictures. I don't want to call them cards because they can be used as pictures in frames and things, but they do make great cards too. Each kit will make 8, and this is something that anyone can do. Even if you've never ever sewn before in your days, you just follow the template, basically. It shows you where to go with the thread and when to add little beads onto it and that sort of thing.
The template's in there. There's a good set of instructions. In fact, we trialled the instructions with a friend of mine when we first did these kits, who's never done craft before in his life.
Right.
He's an engineer.
Right.
And I gave him the kit with the instructions, and I said, follow those and produce that.
Okay.
And it worked.
Now, the kit that's on the screen, you're going to get all the thread, you're going to get all the beads to make 2 of this one, to make 2 of this one. I don't know how close you can get, Becky, just to see the threads. We'll see if we can zoom in even closer, just so you can appreciate. This is all tactile embroidery, and the quality of the thread, the metallic thread, is amazing. The quality of the beads that you thread on, and Rob's going to show you how to do it, and it does come with full instructions. So you get 2 of that one. You've got enough to make 2 of this one. These are all brand new mandalas.
Yep, not been seen before, not been in one of our kits before, these.
All brand new. Look at that. And it really doesn't take that long, does it?
It's, once you've got a bit of practice, these are a little bit more, I won't say complicated, they're a little bit more involved and time-consuming.
Right.
But some of the designs you can knock out in half an hour to an hour, these, couple of hours.
I mean, the best way of me describing this to you is it's almost like threading by numbers, because you have a template that shows you where to put the first hole and where to bring the thread up and so on, and you just keep repeating and keep repeating. And before you know, it reminds me of when I was at school, we used to do like the hammer nails into a chipboard and then the wire.
The string between it.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing.
It's actually the same principle.
Same principle, but in threading. So you can make 8 of these wonderful, I'm going to call them pictures. Whether you make them into cards or not is entirely up to you. You get the black background, you get the card.
You get the black background
base.
stitch on, you get the white card to put it on, which is as a card, but as you say, you can use them as a picture quite easily.
Now already we're busy, I knew we would be. 10% of the entire stock of this is gone. I've only just shown you all 4 designs. You get enough to make 2 of each. They are spectacular. I mean, imagine 4 of them in a box frame. 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. On a wall, they look amazing. So they're not just cards. And the fact that someone's taken the time and the effort to actually thread them, if it is a card, that will be a card that will be kept out on the mantelpiece, on the windowsill for years and years to come. That will never go in a drawer. And they can be for any occasion. They're not just anniversary cards or birthday cards. They're threaded works of art.
They are. It's definitely something people will keep. It goes on the mantelpiece for the duration of the event, and then, as you say, it'll then go in a frame or be kept somewhere safe.
Well, hello to all of you coming through. Sandra, Jasu, Lainey, Helen, Jackie, Verity, Moira, Margaret, Amanda, Tracy, Christy. Nearly 20% of the stock of this has gone already. When you see, if you're not sure how it's done, when you see Rob doing it, you'll go, oh yeah, I can do that. If you can hold a needle and pierce a hole, yes, anyone can do this. Anyone can make these amazing cards. So that's kit 1 of 4 kits we got on the show. So that is your silver mandala. Now, if you love that one, I think you're probably going to want to go for the second one as well. And if you put the phone down to the call centre or you've just shut your laptop or something, don't worry, it's free to order. Just call again. You're not going to pay for a phone call. You've already paid your P&P, so this will be another one that will be delivered, including your $3.95 daily P&P, of course. So this next one is the pearl.
This is our pearl mandalas.
Pearl mandalas. This time you've got a blue background. Now, if you're going for the black one, the silver one we showed you a few minutes ago, nothing's stopping you mixing the backgrounds up.
No, you could mix them round, you could mix and match, use the black with the cream thread, use the silver onto the blue.
Now you're in already for the pearl. So if you've gone for the silver, what about treating yourself to the pearl as well? Because these are completely different to the silver mandalas, but you've got the luxury and the elegance of that beautiful pearl that you just thread when you're told to on the instructions. There's the first one. You get enough to make 2 of those. You get enough to make 2 of these. Verity in Cheshire has gone for 2 of these. Brilliant. You've got enough then to make 16 cards.
Yeah.
Wow. Next one. Here's a good close-up shot. Thanks, Becky. So you can see every little thread, but some of the threads are quite long, and that's when you get the design done quite quickly. But then where you thread the actual pearlescent beads, the instructions show you and tell you, and we'll cover that with Rob in the show as we go through it. That's number 3. Get 2 of those, and you get enough to make 2 of these as well. But they are spectacular. They're so beautiful, and it just makes you want to touch them because you can see how dimensional they are. And I bet you so many... Have you noticed lots of brand new customers coming through for Accent Sparkle?
Yeah, we do see new names all the time, which is... We get the same people again and again, which is lovely.
Yeah.
And we're getting so many new people, which for us is great because paper embroidery is something that we're really passionate about. And to keep it going, to keep the craft growing is really important.
Which is what I think is so good. You've made it appeal to everyone.
It was dying out. Probably 20 years ago, paper embroidery was dying off. And we've brought it to the TV and pushed as much as we can because it's a craft we don't want to see disappear.
No. Well, it's never been more popular than it is right now. You're loving both the mandalas. We've got the silver mandala and we've got the pearlescent mandala. The silver one's got the black background, the pearlescent has got the blue, but nothing's stopping you kind of switching them around. Nearly 20% of the pearlescent has now gone at £19.99. LF5627. Now we're going to do all of what's in the show before we go to demo. So you've got basically all the item numbers, you know what's what. So next we're going to go to the Blooming Blue paper embroidery kit. Now, this is different in that you've got decoupage in the centre. So you've got stitching around the outside edge, but there's no beads or anything like that with this. You've basically got a single decoupage image, but the idea is that you put multiple layers on.
You can layer it up. The decoupage is in the kit to layer up, but just when Jackie, my wife, does the samples, she doesn't trust me not to damage them when I transport them here, so she doesn't put all the layers on. But I have a habit of chucking them in the box,
right,
and it bends the decoupage. So.
Okay, so this is going to make 8 cards as well. So you've got the decoupage and the layered elements as well, all included, but then you get the threads to do this beautiful, beautiful one. So that's the first one. You get 2 of those. You get 2 of this one. I'm not well up on my flowers, I must admit.
No, I won't say.
You're the same. Okay, but they're just beautiful flowers.
They're blue flowers.
Blue flowers.
Yeah.
Beautiful blue flowers. But again, all of this around the edge is embroidered. All those flourishes and swirls, twists and turns, all of that is hand embroidered, and nothing is left to chance. This is the graphlet. This is what is in every single kit, and it shows you the ratio of going through hole number 1, coming back up through hole number 6. It explains it, and you get all of these for all the different patterns in all of the kits, okay? And then we'll come on to show you how to do that in a minute. There's the third one, so you get 2 of these. And then the last one, you're going to get 2 of these as well. So it's mixing paper embroidery or card embroidery with gorgeous quality threads and traditional decoupage as well. All 8 cards you can be making for $19.99. 10% of the stock of this has gone as well. So if you've done the beads before and you're thinking, I fancy doing something a bit different, try the decoupage. One more embroidery kit, hearts and flowers.
Lovely. Now, some of my favourites in this one.
Oh, wait. Now, does your wife actually design these?
No, we work with 2 or 3 Dutch designers.
Oh, right.
Because paper embroidery in the Netherlands is really big.
Right.
So the best designers at the moment are in the Netherlands.
So you go to them?
We go to them. They produce the designs for us, then we put the kits together and bring them here.
And do you have a say in what you want? Do they ask you what would you like to see? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, quite often we'll go along and say, look, we're putting together a Christmas kit. Can you do something with bells? Or we're doing floral. Can you put flowers, hearts? Oh, give them a theme and sort of let them run from there, and they produce things like this.
And recently you've been saying, can we have lots of mandalas, please?
Lots more mandalas, more mandalas. Yeah.
Okay, now this one's busy. This is hearts and flowers. I've not even really shown you anything yet, but you're going to get, of course, the templates and everything you need, thread included, everything, and the beads to make 2 of this one. So this is hearts and flowers. Oh, look at that. Now that is the most stunning heart resting on its side. Look at that.
Here we go. Beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful? Is that one of your favourites?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. And that's all stitched there in the beautiful pink thread. And all of those 3-dimensional beads. You've got round beads, you've got long beads as well. Beautiful. 2 of those you can make with this kit. Next one. There's the other heart. This time in a lovely rich red, deeper red. Combination of the beads and the flourishes and swirls. And it's not obvious until you get quite close to it. Oh, it's all embroidered, it's all threads. And then lastly, you can make 2 of these as well. And I think, have I got that the right way around? Or is it that way around? That way around?
I don't think it matters.
Really
You could go either way, that one.
Yeah. So $19.99 gets you your hearts and your flowers. 20% of that has gone now as well. Quite a few of you are actually going for all 4 sets. Now, if you wanted all 4 sets, that would be less than £80. That would be $79.95, I think, with just one P&P of $3.95. BH5639. Now, we've also got, for those of you that want extra beads, okay, $79.96. Close.
Very close.
Okay, there we go. Now, these bags of beads. Now, you've got the round beads on the right, and you've got, what do they call those? Are they bugle beads?
Rice beads.
Rice beads.
You've got the rice beads in these. We've actually put the same colour set in here as you've used on those 3 kits that got beads here.
Okay.
So you've got the same silver, the same pearl colour, and the same red and green.
So if you wanted to make more
and
cards,
pink,
you've got more beads to do it with.
So if you've gone for the set of all 4, which, as you said, some people have gone for all 4, that gives you the opportunity to use the patterns again when you finish stitching them and stitch another load because you've got more beads to go on again.
Terrific, in the right colourways. So $9.99, you're going to get both of the bags for that price, £9.99. I can't count or even begin to think how many beads are in there. thousands, I would have thought.
About 2,000 altogether. There's
Okay.
about
Did you
200
count
of
them?
each bead. Oh, every single one. No, we did it by weight.
Okay, so a couple of thousand beads in there. Excuse me, XN5679, XN5679, $9.99 and 20% of the stock is gone. These are the same colours that you're getting in the kits. Now, you are getting everything you need to make these cards in the kits, apart from scissors and
double-sided tape.
Double-sided tape.
Yeah.
But there is a kit that Rob and his wife have put together, which is going to make your life a lot easier, because these are tools that are more user-friendly, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, the kit, you get the needle in the kit, and you also get a pin with a large head to pierce the holes.
Right.
Now, that's okay, it's there, it's in the kit, so you can get started, you don't need anything else. But to make life a little more comfortable and to make it a bit better, you've got a proper piercing tool here.
Okay.
And a piercing mat to go with it.
Great. So you get the piercing mat, you get the piercing tool, like a pen, makes it very, very simple and easy to hold on to. You've got your threading tool, which most of us are familiar with, that will thread through an eye of a needle that much easier. If you've got eyesight like mine, you need something like that. And then you've got tapestry needles here. You've got actually 6 of them.
We put a set of 6 in because if people that are doing this hobby are anything like me, they're forever losing things. And I'm forever losing needles. In fact, I usually leave 1 or 2 in the studio every time I go home from doing a show.
Right,
so
gotcha.
Jackie's always moaning at me losing needles here. But we put a set in just so that people have got enough to keep you going now.
Okay, so if you just want to make life a little bit more comfortable for yourself, rather than, having just needles to thread, then the piercing tool, the needle threading tool, the foam mat as well, is going to give you a lot more ease of use and probably get a better result as well at the end of the day. It's only £11.99, and if you're investing £20 in a kit for another £12, you can have the much more comfortable tools to use if you want to invest in that today. And whenever it's on, it always absolutely flies. So crafter, hello to you. Vanessa in Hampshire, Catherine in Merseyside, Lynn in Hereford, just £11.99 gets you the piercing tool, the threading tool, the 6 tapestry needles, and the foam mat as well. YH5638. Okay, it's 7:15 just after. You've seen everything that's in the show, but you're probably, if you're new to this, thinking, how do you do it? How does it work? Are you all right, Rob, to go over and show us?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, Rob's going to show us exactly how to do the silver mandala first of all. Let me just remind you, while Rob's getting set up, about what the silver mandala kit is going to give you. You're going to get the template, you're going to get the threading instructions, you're going to get the thread, you're going to get the beads, everything, the needle, everything you need to make 2 of this, 2 of this, 2 of this one, and 2 of this one. For $19.99, 8 cards. So that basically is about £2.50 a card. The enjoyment you have doing it, and whether do many people sell the cards they make, or do they?
We do see quite a few for sale.
Okay.
Yeah, we see some for sale online, and obviously a lot of people that go to sort of church fairs and craft fairs will sell there.
Yeah. But if you want to make it a really special card for a really special member of the family or a special friend, I can't think of a card much more special than this, to be honest.
It says more than just a card because it shows you've put the time and the care and attention into it.
Yeah, very good point. Okay, so what do we do first of all? You've got the
first thing we do, well, the first thing I suggest people do is something that I can't do here to show you. We actually suggest you take the templates and photocopy them.
Oh, right.
It's a little bit of a bizarre thing to say, but because you're piercing holes in it, you're going to pierce the holes in the template. It's good to do what you've got in the kit. It'll make the 8 cards in the kit, and you'll probably be able to make another set again.
Right.
Then your templates will start to get a little bit worn, and that's when it's a good idea to photocopy. So you've got the template to use again and again, ongoing.
Okay, and you're okay for people to do that?
As long as it's for your own personal use, yeah, absolutely fine. In fact, we do suggest it, because that way you get to enjoy the pattern ongoing.
Okay, brilliant.
So I've taken one of the templates, photocopied it, and we've cut it out, and I've put it onto the black square card that comes in the kit.
Right.
Probably not the best colour to put it on, because I'm on a black piercing mat, and you can't see that well on camera. But using the piercing tool that comes in the toolkit, every dot that's on the pattern, you're just going to pierce a hole through the dot. So I'll just do a section of it just to show you how easy it is to do. And this part's actually really quite restful to do.
And it doesn't matter where you start, just every hole you need to pierce. Yeah?
Doesn't matter where you start, you pierce a hole through every dot on there. And then what you do is once you've got through all of those, you just want to take the card and hold it up to the light. That way you can see if you've missed any.
Ah, good
That's
tip.
Much better to find out then than later on when you're actually trying to stitch it.
So if you haven't gone for the toolkit that we just showed you a few seconds ago, obviously you'd need to kind of pierce into something foam-like, wouldn't you? So it's probably a good idea to go for the toolkit, to be fair.
The toolkit does make it easier. I've seen people use things like a folded tea towel, back of a mouse mat, which sometimes can be a foam mat. But these do make life so much easier.
Yeah, for the sake of
it stops you creasing your card so much.
Totally. And obviously that tool that you're holding as well, like a pen, is a lot easier to hold that than just a standard needle.
Much, much easier, much more comfortable as well. Yeah. And if you are using the piercing tool rather than just the pin that's in the kit, you can actually pierce 2 patterns at the same time, two cards at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So where you've got 8 in the kit, if you're going to make 2 of each, you could clip both squares together, put the pattern on it, and you could pierce through both together.
That's what I do. Good idea, yeah.
It's sort of almost towards batch making, effectively.
Yeah. Cuts your time down by half.
It does. So we've pierced a few on there. Now let's see if I can get that you can see. Let's see if I can get it, you can see through it. Probably not, can't quite get the light through there. It's difficult to see because I've used black card, typically.
I think we can see it. We did see it, I think.
But from there, we've got the whole thing pierced. And let's just bring some thread in so you can see. Now, the bit that sounds complicated is when we start talking about the ratios that are printed on the pattern.
Right.
It sounds really difficult. It sounds a bit scary, but it's actually really, really straightforward. So besides some of the swells on there, at the top here, you can see that one's labelled as 1 to 6, and that's that little swell around there. So if we stitch that, you'll see what we mean. We always start on the back, come up from the back of the pattern, a hole at one end of the small element that you're going to stitch. And then, don't do that, go straight through. The thread wasn't as long as I thought it was.
Okay.
All I'll do then is this is where the double-sided tape comes in that we were talking about. I'm going to put a small piece of double-sided tape on the back just to secure the end of the thread.
Okay.
Because if you were sewing on fabric, you'd be tying a knot in it. But you can't do that with card because it'll pull through.
Good point.
And it also gives you a lump on your card, which doesn't look that nice. So we've come up through the first hole. So we're then, the ratio on the pattern is 1 to 6. So we take the hole we've come up through as hole number 1, and we're going to count round to the 6th hole. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down the 6th one. And that's the only time you need to count it.
Okay.
Once you've done your counting the first time, on the back, you move along 1 hole and then come back through to the front of the card. So you've done 1 short stitch on the back.
So you just count once and then just go to the next corresponding hole?
Yep. Then on the front, you're going back to the hole next to where you started. So if you were still counting, that would be hole 2.
Right.
So you've gone up through that way. And then you just keep doing the same. On the back, you move along 1 hole, so you do a short stitch. Then on the front, you're going along to the next hole along from where you last stopped.
It's as easy as that.
It's as easy as that.
That's what it reminded me of those kind of nail and, I don't know what it was, what type of cord it was.
It was just like string that we used to use.
Yeah, like metallic string. In primary school, I remember taking that home to my parents, so proud of myself. But now you can do it with a needle and thread and have it for cards or have it for pictures that you can put on a coffee table, hang them on the wall. They're brilliant, and they're so much fun to do and relaxing.
It's very relaxing to do. Once you get going, you can do this anywhere. Do it sat in front of the television. I've known people...
So you don't really have to think about it too much.
I've known people do this on the train.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, Jackie's been known to stitch in the car while we've been on the way to the TV studio if we haven't fully finished the samples.
Right.
I've seen her on the motorway sat there stitching while I was driving. I hasten to add, she wasn't driving. But it very quickly builds up. You can see I'm doing that while I'm talking as well.
I mean, I know people that do your card kits that have never sewn a stitch in their life and are not really interested in sewing, but they like the idea of having embroidered card, love the look of it, the fact it's very tactile, the fact you introduce beads into it as well. And the mandalas are just ticking all the boxes because they're not necessarily masculine or feminine, they're not for a certain age of person, they're just a beautiful pattern, a beautiful shape, which will look good in anyone's home.
It'll go into anything. As you say, 4 of these in a box frame on the wall.
Yeah, it would look great.
Especially the black and silver would be stunning.
Now, we're not even halfway through the show. 40% of the stock has gone on the silver mandala. Remember, the silver mandala is going to give you 2 of each of these. 8 finished. I'm not going to call them cards. Projects. Look. 8 finished projects like that. 2 of each of those. And it's cost you $19.99. 4 in a frame, like Rob said, would look fantastic on the wall, and you've then got 2 of those pictures, which if you wanted to sell, or you're making them for nearest and dearest, they're just, and you see it gradually come to life. You see it gradually take shape, which spurs you on to keep on going. And once you've done the threading part of it, how do you know when you need to put a bead on? Or?
The beads are shown on the patterns. If I can get the pattern in the shot there as well, you can see there we've got the beads are shown as this little pink piece on the pattern for a rice bead and a couple of little dots for the seed beads.
Right.
So if we just show how those add, you come up from the back of the card again, and it's as easy as putting the bead over the needle, let the bead run down through, and then stitch down the next hole. And once you've done that, that'll pull through, holds the bead in place.
Look at that.
Easy as that.
When I first started doing these shows with you, this must be going back 10 years, maybe more.
Yeah,
you didn't have beads then, it was all just stitching, wasn't it?
It was all stitching. We started off with just stitching and some stick-on gems.
Yes.
Then we did stitching with decoupage.
Yes.
And then we found another designer who brought beads in, and I sort of looked and went, ooh.
I think when you brought the beads in, that was the game-changing moment.
Yeah.
I think suddenly then everybody got really, I'm not saying they weren't interested before, they were, but suddenly more and more people thought, I love the look of this, bringing in a bit of shine. And the silver one, I mean, the beads are gorgeous quality. And that's why Rob hasn't been with us since the end of March, because the beads were delayed on the seas, as everything seems to be these days. So we couldn't do a show with him until today. So it's great that he's back. He's not been here for a couple of months, 2.5 months. 2 of each of these, 2 of each, for $19.99. It's something that's going to, obviously, be very, very enjoyable to do. And although it looks from a distance like it's just a shape, when you get close, you can really see every single stitch. And the thread quality is beautiful as well, isn't it, Rob?
It is. The one we've got on the silver one is actually a slightly different thread. It's a silver thread with extra silver flecks in it.
Oh, okay.
So rather than just being a straight metallic, it's got these extra little silver flecks that you can see.
Well, if I just wiggle it, you can probably see what, if you look at the threads, yeah, you can see there's definitely slightly more of a shine and a sparkle from it. So even the thread is extra special together with the beads too. So that is the silver with the black card. If you want to use other coloured card to back it, you can do, but it'll come with the black, okay? Now, the pearl one, I think if we could look at the heart and flower one next, is that all right? I'll just show everybody the pearl one, and we'll come back to this maybe a bit later in the show. But the pearl one works in exactly the same way as the silver. This time you've got that beautiful blue card background, which is really lovely and works with the pearl so well. Again, all the beads are included, all the threads included, and they're different mandalas to the ones that we just showed you in the silver. The cream cardstock, linen cardstock. Can you see the linen texture on it? Really lovely. But there's the first one, 2 of those. You've got enough to make 2 of these. Next one, 2 of that one. Wow, look at those fans over there. They're so elegant. They stand out so beautifully well. And then the last one, there you go. Enough to make 2 of those as well. $19.99 LF5627. LF5627. Now, the bag of beads quickly. These are flying, absolutely flying. You've got about 2,000 beads here. We're just working out the stock update for you. But you get both bags, organza bags. 40% of the stock is gone. You've got your rice beads, which are the long, thin ones, in all the same colourways as is in the kits today. And you've also got your seed beads as well, all pre-drilled. So if you're wanting to do more of what you're buying today and you know that you haven't got enough beads to do anymore, then just stock up on these today. $9.99 for about 2,000 beads is a bargain. And it's XN5679. Or many of you I know that do jewellery making from our sister channel, Jewellery Maker, probably are going to be using these for different things. So XN5679, that's going to give you both of those. And the toolkit quickly, the toolkit here is basically a professional piercing tool. So, of course, with the kits you get the actual needle, but if that's going to be a little bit hard for you to keep hold of, and it's going to, kind of be a bit awkward to hold maybe, then this is like holding a pen basically, but it will give you a very good quality piercing in the card. You've got your 6 tapestry needles, you've got the piercing mat, and you've also got the threading needle to get the thread through the eye of the needle as well. So £11.99, it's always a bestseller this, and it's a no it's not, it's YH5638. YH5638 is the product code if you want that, the toolkit as well. Now the hearts and flowers is what we're going to move on to. So hearts and flowers, this is one of Rob's favourite, and I can see why. Third of the stock gone on the hearts and flowers. So you can make 2 of this beautiful love heart with the pearl pink beads as well, in the seed beads and the rice beads. You've then got a richer, redder heart with a thread to match. And then you've got your 2 florals as well. I mean, that could be either way. That could be that way, that way, that way. No right or wrong way with that one. And then this one is that way. There we go. So you've got all 4. That's enough to make 8 cards. You get 2 of each. £19.99, BH5639. BH5639. So we're going to move on to the hearts and flowers now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, with the hearts and flowers kit, actually, you were looking at, there's the pink heart and there's the red heart.
Yes.
We've got enough thread and beads in there to make them both the other way round as well.
Oh, okay.
So where you make 8 cards, you could make the design of the pale pink one, you could also stitch in the dark pink.
Right.
And the dark pink one, you could stitch in the pale pink.
Right.
So it gives you the chance to have both ways, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I thought what we'd do with this one, rather than showing you the piercing again, because the piercing's piercing. It's very restful for me, but it's not very exciting for people to watch. It's a bit on the boring side to look at. So I thought we'd go straight into the stitching on this one. So I've got one that we've pre-pierced ready. By we, I mean one that Jackie's pre-pierced ready for me.
Right.
So I don't have to do it.
It's a real true family business now. That's what I love about HobbyMaker. Yes, we've got the big companies like Crafters Companion, Hunky Dory, but we've also got basically you and your wife as a cottage industry, really.
We've got an extension from the cottage industry because Jackie she picks all the colours and puts the kits together,
yeah,
and sews all the samples and all the demos she prepares for us. And both her parents and my parents help with putting the kits together.
Oh, really?
So Mum and Dad are both sat at home with a pile of bits of card and paper around them and some bags, and they're putting all the kits together for us.
Wow, okay.
So,
did they offer? Or were they...
No, they offered.
Oh, okay.
They offered. It costs us a portion of fish and chips every now and again.
Money well spent.
So,
it's a Friday, don't make me think about fish and chips.
Oh, yeah, that's motorway home.
Yes.
Yes. So with this one, we'll do one long stitch just to show how easy that one is to follow. So you come up one end and literally straight down the other, and that's putting one stitch all the way down.
Okay.
Now, sometimes people ask me if you could do this on fabric. And that's quite a common question. And usually the answer is no, because if you did that on fabric, it's not going to keep the tension.
No.
You're going to end up
because
with
it's card, it keeps the
because
tension.
It's card, it keeps the tension. So from there, I would actually tape that end as well, just to keep the tension on it. With the old faithful red liner tape, which I'm sure is on the HobbyMaker website.
Oh, it is, absolutely, yes. Red liner will be there. I bet everyone in Holland is delighted that you've kind of brought this craft back to popularity again.
I think so. Certainly the designers are. They're really pleased. We talk to them often. They're really pleased about the number of people and the number of new people we see that are coming for the kits. So on this one, we've got the flower petals on there, which are stitched on a slightly different way. I don't know if you can just about see that in the pattern there. You've got a little bit of an illustration of the start of the stitching here, and it just comes out from one of the points.
Have you got like an Add Some Sparkle Facebook group or anything like that?
Yeah, we've got an Add Some Sparkle Facebook page, which is Add Some Sparkle Craft on Facebook.
Okay.
There's usually pictures and bits and pieces, and we've got on our website, we've got a demo video as well.
Okay.
So if anybody's looked at this and has looked back on the catch-up and thought, actually, I'm still not quite sure, there's a full step-by-step demo video there for anybody that's a little bit unsure.
So yeah, make your orders tonight, and then maybe go and find Add Some Sparkle on Facebook and join in with the the forums and all that stuff?
Yeah, we'd love to see pictures of things people have made using our kits. And
well, so do we.
Patterns.
And
really nice.
share your makes. We don't talk about that very much now because we've been talking about it for a couple of years. But as a matter of course, whenever you've made anything, whether it's a card or a scarf or whatever, whether you've done embroidery or colouring in, share it with us, because one person every month gets £100 credit on their account for sharing something that they've made during that month. And it's just a case of taking a picture with it with your phone, email it to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, and it could be you that gets selected at random with a £100 credit. And it could be one of the Add Some Sparkle cards that you make.
It is nice to see them. Now, doing the petals is really quite straightforward because you're using the same base hole at the corner there again and again, and you come from that up to the edge of the petal and then back down to it again. So you're looping over and over again up to the next hole on the back.
What do you do if you run out of thread?
Tape down the end, cut another piece, tape it on, start again.
Oh, okay, right.
Easy as that.
Right.
It's also, if you hit a point you want to stop for the evening, you've had enough, time for tea, somebody's come to the door, it's easy, just take the end of it down, cut the thread off and start again.
Okay. So it is a craft you can pick up and put down?
You can pick it up and put it down.
I mean, it might well be the case that you start it at, say, 10 o'clock or something, and then next thing you look up and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, but that's by the by with any craft, isn't it?
That's very easily done with this. It's one of those crafts that you disappear into it very, very easily. There we go. That's very, very quickly building up that flower petal for us.
Have you got anything that you've made of Add Some Sparkle that you want to show us tonight? Message in, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Maybe you've got a card on your mantelpiece right now that a friend made and it's from Add Some Sparkle, or you've done it yourself and it's not been sold yet, or you've not gifted it yet, but you'd like to share it with us. We'd love to see it, and we'll put you in the draw then for Share Your Makes.
Yeah, it's always nice to see what people have made. And it's nice to see the changes that people put to things, where they'll take something like this or the mandala kits and change the colours completely.
Yeah, put their own spin on it.
Changing a colour can change the whole feel of a kit. It really makes a big difference sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially if you take something like the silver or the pearl mandalas, and if you stitched it in reds and greens, all of a sudden you've got a Christmas kit.
That's true. Very true.
You can see that's now put that complete flower petal.
And one thing that really astonishes me is just how inexpensive this is as a hobby. You don't need any expensive equipment. I mean, if you go for the toolkit, that's $11.99. That's all you need. You don't even need that, to be fair, if you're prepared to use just a needle that's in the kit. But yeah, that's the maximum it's going to cost you for tools, is $11.99. And of course, the kits are so affordable. To make 8 cards and everything you need to make them in there for $19.99, bargain.
The other thing about it is it's very portable.
Yes.
So the kit isn't huge. You haven't got a big machine to take with you, as you said. So if you're going away on holiday, or if you're going to stay with somebody, maybe even if you've got a hospital stay coming up, then you've got something to take with you. Mm-hmm. It's not massive, tucks in easily, doesn't take up much space in your bags.
Absolutely.
Got something to be occupied.
Maybe you go away on holiday and one of you is a sun worshipper and the other one likes to sit in the shade and gets a bit bored, a bit kind of frustrated. This is the perfect way to kind of keep you occupied while the other person's sunbathing, and you've got something to do and you're happy. But now, this is the hearts and flowers. Here we go, hearts and flowers. So you're going to get 2 of each of these. You can make 8 cards. Half the stock is gone. That's what you're going to be getting. You get the thread all pre-wound for you. All your beads are sourced for you. The templates and the follow me guides all in there as well. You get the card blanks. You get the mat to put on the card as well, all pre-cut to size. So you can make 2 of this one. You can make 2 of this one. 2 of this one. And I think my favourite is this one. 2 of this one. Isn't that beautiful? Very, very lovely. And the kind of candy floss pink of that is beautiful. So that's BH5639. That's the product code if you want to have your flowers and your hearts. And then the other one that we haven't really talked much about at the moment, this is the Blooming Blue. Now, this is decoupage. Now, you get the base layer And then you also get the other decoupage layers, which Rob doesn't actually put onto the card at this stage in case they get crushed in the transit up from the south coast to here. So basically, you'll get all those decoupage layers. There we go. And you can see just how beautiful that embroidery is all the way around the edge. So you can make 2 of those. You'll have the decoupage for that floral cluster as well. And you've got all the detail around the edge that's been beautifully stitched. Add 2 of this one. And then the 2 of this design as well. So you get your decoupage, you get the threads, you get the beautiful coloured cardstock. Blue and green are the colours that you've got of the cardstock there, and of course you've got the white card mats that you do the stitching through too. OG5612. Now I've got some messages coming through, which is always lovely. So Tracy in Gloucestershire. Hello Tracy, just ordered this. This is my 3rd order from Add Some Sparkle. Thank you. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Great to know. Leslie in London. Hi, Leslie. Good evening to you. She says, love this new hobby. I'm hooked, and so are my friends. So easy to do, even while watching TV. Leslie in London. There you go.
Easy, except for the fact that you tend to miss what's on the TV because your mind goes off and drifts because it's so restful.
Absolutely. We don't want you to miss out on any of this. So we're going to take a short break. Check this out during the break. Check your baskets out during the break, and we'll be back with more demonstrations and more ideas as to how you can add some sparkle into your crafting life. It's a brilliant hobby to have, really affordable. Lovely to get your messages, but we'll see you back after this.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account, and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details, and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So, shop your way with Split Pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Hello there, it is Friday evening, got a lovely weekend ahead here at HobbyMaker Live every day, 1 until 8. I've got to quickly remind you of these beads. Now, the beads on their own are flying. The reason that Rob's done this today is that if you buy any of the kits that we've got in the show today, lots of you are buying loads of them, and some of you are actually buying all 4 of them, which I don't blame you at all at the prices. But these beads are exactly the same colour and size as are featured in the kits. So if you want to make more, once you've got the template, and Rob actively encourages you to photocopy the template, because obviously they will deteriorate as you're kind of piercing them quite regularly. Here's, of course, enough beads to do quite a few more of those beautiful pictures. So you've got them in the seed beads, and you've got them in the rice beads, and you get both bags for £9.99. Half the stock has gone of those. XN5679, and this show will be repeated again overnight and in the morning. So first thing on a Saturday morning before we go back live again at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's always a very busy time. So if you're watching that repeat, I hope the stock is still there for you. Fingers crossed. Okay, now the other one, I must admit, if I'm allowed a favourite, I love them all, but I think the colour, that's the colour for me, the blue and the pearl. Just so spot on. 30% of the stock of this is gone. We haven't really shown it to you for very long. But you've got these beautiful pearl beads, rice beads and seed beads, but that lovely blue, that kind of Air Force blue background with the beautiful silver thread, really lovely. You can make 2 of those. You can make 2 of this one. And that one doesn't look quite as intricate, so that might be a quite quick make.
Quicker and easier. Yeah.
So that might be a good one to start with if you've never done it before. Then you've got this one. I love the fan detail on that. Really lovely. 2 of those. And finally, you can make 2 of those. If you've gone for the silver and the black, treat yourself to the pearl and the blue because they are going to look so good together. Have one maybe in a picture frame for the blues, have another one in the picture frame for the blacks. They look great. Not just as cards, although these are technically cards because they're open and you can write in them and all sorts. At the end of the day, I just think of them as miniature paintings or pictures that will look great in a frame on a wall. 4 together on a box frame. That looks stunning, doesn't it?
That's it, yeah.
That looks amazing. Right. In the dining room, the lounge, wherever. Beautiful. Right. So we're going to show people how to put the pearls
beads on.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually really, really easy, but makes it look so special. Right. Makes it really difficult. So what we'll do is we'll come up from the back of the card, and it shows you on the pattern exactly where the beads should go. So I've got a little blue line for the beads on there just to show you where to put them. Small piece of double-sided tape just to secure the end of the thread. And what you can do is when you're actually mounting this up onto the backing card, you can peel off all these extra little bits of tape and it just gives it a bit of extra security on there.
Okay.
So from coming up from the back, we've come up in the right hole to go down with the bead. All I'm going to do is drop a bead over the needle.
Are all the threads pre-cut, or do you have to cut them?
No, you cut the thread. The kit actually gives you a full spool of thread.
Right.
So in this one, you've got a 200-metre spool of thread in there.
Oh, wow.
Which is more than enough to get you through all of them. So from there, we're going to go down the next hole across there. And then as you pull the thread up, pull the bead up and locks the bead into place. And all you do from there is go round to where you're going to put your next bead. So let's do one of the little seed beads. And we'll come up there. So you can see where I've put that first one, it's still rolling around a little bit loose. But as you go to put the next bead in, we'll do one of the little tiny seed beads. Just pop that over. And then just down the next hole with that. And again, that will then pull up the bead into the place there. So we'll go around again, we'll put a couple more of the rice in place. I would usually do most of the stitching first and then add the beads at the end. But just to show you how it's done, it's as easy as that. You add that one on. Sits down into there. Because everything on the back is going to be hidden later anyway. Yeah. So you can go across and around it as many times as you want. It doesn't matter. It's all going to be out of sight and hidden away.
How would you stick once you've made the mandala, how would you stick it to the card blank? Just with glue or?
I'd use double-sided tape.
Red liner tape again?
In fact, if I get the Hearts and Flowers one that we were working on earlier, on the back of that.
Now, my producer, Georgina, just asked, I wonder what the back looks like after you finished.
That's what the back looks like when you're finished. There we are. Here's one we did earlier.
Okay.
So I would take off, if we were just to layer that one up, show people how it's done, where we were talking about that, I'd take off all the tape.
Well, if you wanted to, nothing's stopping you taking the red off the other elements.
Yeah, I would take all of these off, because that then secures your thread even more as you're sticking them down. Yeah. I won't peel them all off now, purely because of time.
Double stuck, absolutely.
Make sure that's the right way round, and literally just mount that up on there.
There you go. Then it covers up completely all of the workings.
So all your back working is gone.
Amazing. Can you just show me and remind me, where do you know where to start? Where do you start with each mandala? Is each one different?
So everything's different, but on the pattern, if we've got the pattern there, you can look at that and see the fact that each piece is like an individual element. So you've got a leaf piece there, you've got a bishop's head there, right? And each one you'd stitch individually. So looking at that one, you stitched that as one piece.
Right.
That's stitched as one, that's as one. So you start at one end of any of them. So if you're going to start on this one, let's bring back the one that we've got the thread into. If we're going to start this little piece up in the top corner here.
So are the beads the last thing you put on?
Beads would normally be the last thing you'd put on.
Gotcha.
Let's just go back down there. I'll skip the bead just so we're on the back. If we were going to be doing this little corner round where we've got some beads, you just come up at one end of that shape and then count around from there. So the ratio on that is 1 to 5. So we come up at the first hole. So we count 1, 2, 3, 4, and down the 5th hole. Then move along, 1 hole on the back.
And just repeat.
And repeat. And eventually, oh, I've gone 2 there. Eventually you'll come to the same hole that you've already used. You'll be using the holes twice as you go round. There we go. So from there, we go back to the 2nd hole along. So if you were still counting, you'd then be using holes 2 and 6.
Yeah.
But obviously you don't need to count because you're just keeping the same gap between the hole that you're going up through and the hole that you're going down through. Keep the same number of holes between them.
It was lovely, that message a few minutes ago, saying how much they loved this affordable craft and hobby, and their friends do too. So it could be a really sociable thing that you can get together and do over coffee mornings and that sort of thing.
Yeah, it is. I've seen several craft groups that do it. They'll sit together and everybody stitches together, share ideas.
And I love the fact it's not expensive. I mean, it's such good value. You know, normally most crafts that you start to do, you've got to buy a machine, you've got to buy an embossing machine, you've got to buy a sewing machine, you've got to buy, you know, there's usually a few £100 outlay to get started with something. With this,
$19.99 is with a kit and you're going.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got everything you need in there.
If you want the toolkit, it's $11.99. So for less than £40, just over 30, you're off and running.
But that's how easy building up that section of the design is. You treat each piece as an individual element.
Yeah.
Which also means you could take individual elements off there and stitch it on anything else.
True.
You've got the pattern.
So you could do that on cushions or something like that.
If you've got something, it would need to be on card still.
On card,
so you could put it onto anything you can put in a frame. You can buy fridge magnets.
Okay.
You can buy box frames. You could do, if it's Christmas, you could do the toppers on your cracker in a design. You could do place settings. Orders of service for a wedding. In fact, if you're doing wedding, you could go right through. You could do the same piece of design on your invitations, your order of service, everything else, so it matches on the place cards at the table, so it all matches through. And where you've got the pattern here, if you like, let's use one of our little flowers, if you like that flower element, you could put that into a scrapbook. You could put it on another card that you've already done. So if you're combining it with dies or anything else, there's nothing to stop you stitching on the corner of another card.
I like that idea. And of course, you very generously suggest when you get these templates home, take photocopies of them, because obviously they will deteriorate because you're piercing them each time you're using them. So take photocopies so that you can carry on with those shapes and those designs. So let me show you now the 4 kits we've got in the show, just before we say goodnight for the night. The one that we're working on at the moment that you've just seen Rob sewing with, this is the pearl. So you've got pearl beads in seed beads and rice beads with a lovely, beautiful linen blue cardstock background, and the combination of the silver and the pearlescent beads in the blue, I just think it's an absolutely beautiful marriage. And then you've got that lovely kind of creamy colour to the cardstock, which is linen as well. So top quality. You can make 2 of those with the kit. You can make 2 of these with the kit. You can make 2 of these, and you can make 2 of these. So in a kit that's costing you $19.99, 8 cards you can make with all the thread supplied, all the beads supplied, and the needles, everything you need included in there. The only thing you might want to consider going for is the professional toolkit we've got, which is going to give you more like a pen piercing tool, and of course the foam mat, a few spare needles, and the needle threader, just to make your life a little bit easier. But you have got everything in there you need, apart from scissors and red liner tape, which you'll find on our website if you want it. LF5627, that's the pearl. Now the silver, which has been the one in the lead, but of course it was the first one we demoed as well. Pearl 1 is catching up very, very quickly, now you've seen it, and I think a lot of you, I would certainly go for both. I'd go for the silver, I'd go for the pearl, because they're right up my street. And the mandalas, you can't go wrong with a mandala. You know, when you're making something that's got flowers on it, will the person, do they like blue? Will they like that flower? With a mandala, it's just a beautiful shape. I mean, it always reminds me of things like cathedral windows and that sort of thing. They always look absolutely spectacular. So you've got 2 of those, 2 to make of that one, And this has got the silver beads on it, so wonderfully shiny. And also this has got the thread that's got the extra sparkle.
Little sparkle flecks, yeah.
Then you've got enough to make 2 of those. That's really unusual, isn't it? Like that. And then 2 of that one as well. So 8 cards in total, £19.99. If you don't like the black, you can always, of course, substitute it for another colour cardstock you've got at home if you want to. It's up to you. CB5662 is the product code for that one. The hearts and the flowers. So this is more kind of pinks and reds and greens, as you would expect with flowers. Again, you've got green seed beads and rice beads and red as well. So you can make 2 of that one. You can make 2 of this one. Then we go on to the hearts, where you can make 2 of the red hearts. And then you can make 2 of the beautiful pink heart as well. £19.99. This has been a very popular one as well today. So BH5639, can't see 5s and S's, BH5639, and then the Bloom in Blue, which is basically the decoupage. Now, obviously, what Rob has done is he's put the bottom layer of the decoupage on the card, but you will get multiple layers, which you can, of course, add to the card if you want to. So you've got all the thread and all the patterns to do the stitching around the edge, and the decoupage in the centre, decoupage for that floral display in the middle as well. These are the templates that you get with every single design. And then you've got 2 of the green ones and 2 of that as well. So slightly different, something for absolutely everybody. Now, before we go, quick question. What is the best thread to use? I know you supply the thread, but what thread do you use normally?
Tend to use like a machine embroidery thread.
Okay.
Because it's a bit tougher.
Right.
Now, obviously, you're putting it through card. And card sharp, we've all had a paper cut.
Yeah.
So you're pulling the thread through the card again and again and again. If you use, probably not the right way to say this, but if you use a cheap and nasty thread, it strips the outer colours off.
Right.
You can see the black core of the thread.
Gotcha.
Really doesn't look good.
So
unless you want black.
Machine embroidery thread.
Most of these are machine embroidery or a specialist paper embroidery, which some of these are as well.
Okay. But of course, you've got all the thread that you need included, but if you want to find more, machine thread is what Rob would recommend. And don't forget the toolkit. If you want that quickly, it is available, and we've got the extra beads as well at £9.99, about 2,000 beads. But there's the toolkit. So you've got the professional kind of handheld piercing tool, the needle threading tool, 6 of your tapestry needles, and of course the piercing foam as well. Rob, great to see you. Have you got a date when you're back with us? Yeah.
3rd of July we're back.
Oh, okay. Not so long now.
Not so long this time.
Okay, back 3rd of July. Something Christmassy, maybe?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I believe we are.
Safe journey back to Plymouth.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. No, in a couple of days' time. Stay tuned, though. Lots more to come here at HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. Our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call